Hello, and welcome to 2025 and season 4 of Non Sequitur News here at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we are starting season 4. Cannot believe 4 years have gone by. Well, today, January 1st, 2025, I can mess that up pretty easily. We're going to talk about these 10 articles. Popeye and Tintin are public domain. 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. A paving turf war. Sad bananas. The gods must still be crazy. Puerto Rico grid failure. And then a series of recalls. And I actually kind of have this messed up because the titles aren't correct, but I'll correct them. Anyway, there's a broccoli recall that sparks a warning across 20 states. There's, oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Euros recall in 19 states, an enchilada recall nationwide. And this one is discharging Tesla inventory hurts. That and more. Yeah, I'm going to have to correct this like a lickety-split because I did it in, you know what? I'll do it in post. I'll do it in the show notes. So, yeah, I kind of messed something up because there was a bunch of stuff that was updated, but no longer, it was updated within the last 24 hours. And the show, the Non Sequitur News show concentrates on doing things only in the last 24 hours, except for the weekend shows. And because of that, these other articles were updated in the last 24 hours, but they're older news, and I didn't want to just drag new or old stuff forward. Anyway, it'll be updated in the show notes after the show. As it stands, though, we've got these 10 articles. So welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt from the present.
And we're starting out with a bang, high production value. I did it. I corrected it, but I didn't update the show notes properly. So I'm a big dummy. Anyway, let's get going, right?
Let's do it.
First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Popeye and Tintin are now public domain, which means some dystopian horror game is going to come out and have Popeye trying to eliminate Tintin.
Oh, no.
Or the other way around.
What could go wrong there?
You know, Tintin's more of a lover than a fighter, right? So, gonna turn Tintin into a demon that goes hunting after Popeye.
I don't know who Tintin is. I know who Popeye is.
Well, let's take a look. So, this is Popeye, but it's the older version of Popeye, right? I guess not all of Popeye, because there's newer iterations, new styles, etc.
Oh, I see, right.
Well, Popeye's very first iteration, who didn't eat spinach to gain strength, is now free to copy, share, and adapt. Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com put the article together. But the whole process of Popeye was basically the same. So this whole thing about spinach to gain strength. Yeah.
I thought that was fundamental to Popeye.
It is to modern iterations. It's funny that they mention iterations, but because I hadn't read this deck statement yet. But there's always iterations of characters. They change slightly.
Right. Well, then they can extend protection on the marks or the copyrights.
Yeah. I mean, look, Mickey Mouse, the original Mickey Mouse didn't look like Mickey Mouse. So Duke Law School Center for the Study of Public Domain has once again rounded up all of the most iconic works that have been freed from the bounds of copyright, which includes sound recordings from 1924. As pointed out by Duke Law School, 1929 is a particularly pivotal year, as it was the first with sound. So now sound recordings are going to start popping into the public domain. My goodness. At what point is all hell going to break loose when... Well, got plenty of time, folks, to squeeze. every last drop of profiteering out of that one song you created, but by God, you're going to be a billionaire. So here are some of the works that are entering public domain, and there's a whole list of them that's available.
There's some major works on here. I mean, The Sound and the Fury, A Farewell to Arms, and A Room of One's Own are really well known.
Agatha Christie's Seven Dials Mystery is dropping into public domain. Singing in the Rain and the film it appeared in, The Hollywood Review of 1929, are dropping into public domain. Alfred Hitchcock's first sound film, Blackmail, are dropping into public domain. Disney's Silly Symphony short film series, The Skeleton Dance, is dropping. But yeah, Popeye and let's see what else is in there. Well, they have video of it on this article. So.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna just do the articles as they are in the bot, but I'll still go and update them because they're not. Most of them are correct, but 2 of them are not.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, next year, Betty Boop and Pluto are going to be entering public domain.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Betty Boop.
The 20s must have been a big time for character creation.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Steamboat Willie era Mickey has entered public domain last year. So everything old is going to be new again as creators take this old stuff and put their new spin on it. Pretty interesting.
Oh, this talks about Tintin. I guess it was a reporter.
But a kid. At least that is my understanding of it. Let me make sure, because I think Tintin is just I thought he's just a kid though.
It says young reporter, so probably.
Young. Oh, okay. So yeah, he looks like a kid to me. But if I recall correctly, they had a dog and.
That's right. It says Snowy or Malou if you are speaking French.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. There it is. His pup, Snowy. And now, I think there's like movies or something like that. Hold on. Yeah, there's a Tintin movie, The Adventures of Tintin, and then Tintin 2 is coming out in 2025.
Okay, and I didn't know Tintin was from a comic book originally.
Yeah, Valerian is a comic as well from like this era, if I recall correctly.
Oh.
So let me see. It's been around for a long time. Let me see. Yeah, 1967. So it first appeared in Pilot magazine. 1967. Anyway, so
we got a while on that.
Yeah. Oh, and what's really interesting about the Valerian one is that I just saw a video talking about why did Valerian kind of flame out, a $200 million budget. And I guess the people that were really dedicated to Valerian, the comic, didn't really find alignment with Valerian, including the lead actor, but not the, what is her name? There's Valerian and Laureline.
Yeah, Laureline, I don't know the actor names.
Yeah, the Laureline everybody really liked, but
Dane DeHaan, it looks like, is Valerian.
Yeah, they didn't think that he had a very commanding presence, and Valerian is this kind of bro, kind of buff dude that would have been more if it was somebody like bigger, like what's his name? Oh, the dude that took over. What is it? We really like the series where his brother was killed right away in the field, and he goes to the town to find out what happened with his brother.
Jack Reacher. The series, not the movies.
Yeah, the series. So like if he would have been Valerian.
Oh, that would have been a little different.
Yeah.
Who is
Although
that?
even in the
That's
Reacher
Alan
series,
Richin.
even in the series, Reacher is kind of portrayed as kind of a kind of a guy, even though he's brilliant. He
Maybe that's part of the shtick. Like,
yeah,
if he
must
comes
be
across like that, he can
do whatever.
investigate or whatever.
Oh, right. They let his guard down, or they let their guard down because this guy is just a bro kind of Chad dude. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Police seize 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs in largest UK raid ever. I don't know if they were duct taped to something or if they were put somewhere and they were found going through a scanner. But I haven't read the article yet. But I don't know how you can carry around 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. I'm sure that they were
I
stored somewhere.
suspect they're at a property, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. So believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. The largest UK raid ever found 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs. The largest haul of illicit birds' eggs was collected. According to The Guardian, up to 6,000 eggs were confiscated in the seizure across Scotland, South Yorkshire, Essex, Wales, Gloucester. This was part of the largest project, or a larger project called Operation Polka, Pulka, Polka, which has made similar discoveries in Norway, where 50,000 illegal eggs were spotted, and another 3,500 in Australia. So the article is over at vice.com.
Is that 6,000 eggs? I don't think so.
That is not 6,000, but it is a screenshot. I don't know where the byline is of this. I don't know this is by.
Maybe it'll be at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, we'll give it a shot. So they say, believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. I'll admit, the author says, they never really heard about the black market for eggs before this story. In 1954, the UK made this a criminal act to combat historians and rich people hoarding rare eggs for their trophy cases, which has resulted in the extinction of various animals over the years. Then came the 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act, which placed all wild bird eggs under one protective umbrella.
That's pretty progressive back in the 50s.
So what constitutes a wild bird and their eggs? Because...
Right. I mean, aren't all birds, unless maybe it's like a breed that's used as a pet?
Yeah, I've seen people go and collect eggs from around ponds just outside ohmTown.
Hopefully not in the UK.
Yeah. This sounds, though, very American. 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act.
Yeah.
So the author, it doesn't say anywhere on here who the author is. So sorry. Let me see if there's one. No.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we do see one for the photo, which is Essex Police, but...
Yeah, the rest, I don't know. I don't see. And there's a lot of eyes in here. I'm sensing Nicolas Cage-led movie in which he traverses Europe, navigating clues on the illegal wildlife trade kingpins that span multiple countries. Author says that they'll watch it. I'd watch it.
That sounds kind of goofy, but I think that would actually be a really good idea, because then that would get the general public aware of this issue.
Yep. So, according to an agency called Traffic, a 2016 study suggested that illegal wildlife trade, and that's illegal wildlife, not just the egg market, but the entire market, is a $23 billion market.
Isn't that outrageous?
Pretty wild. Pretty wild life. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. 6 men from Paving family arrested after turf war attack on rival company. Sometimes the perfect headline comes your way at the right moment, right before the holidays. The author says that they began their first ever watch through of The Sopranos. They were too young to enjoy the classic series when it first came out, and by the time it ended, they should have begun the binge. And the ending was everywhere, and they knew what happened. So enough time has passed, so they finally began the HBO show. Well, Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says here, according to WMAZ, 6 workers who were in Buckland paving business rolled up to a project site of their biggest competitor, EH Paving, and began their attack. As unimaginable as it sounds, it gets better. The Bucklands pulled up with bats and allegedly a gun that wasn't thankfully used, and let it known to the EH crew whose town they're in. So now
this does sound like a movie episode or like a TV episode.
So the author says, when are we getting a Paving Wars HBO series? No, it's got to be a series on HGTV. Duh.
Well, right. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 months we do get a Paving Wars of some kind, because somebody will be like, oh, we didn't have this idea yet.
That's hilarious. 6 members of the Buckland family are facing charges. The oldest member, 77-year-old Mark Buckland Sr., pulled out a handgun to intimidate. Charges range from simple assault to aggravated battery.
Okay, you know what I want to know? Is did the company or family get their area paved correctly? Or did the crew run off, which would be normal?
There's like prints. I wonder, this couldn't be it. This is just a Getty image. They're just standing around looking at the paving machine. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it doesn't say. They'll be anxiously scouring the Atlanta newspapers to find out if and when a counterattack by EH Paving is carried out. Pavement wars.
This is like stereotypical, right? Because think about like concrete and yeah. It like fits the description.
They roll up and they're like, you're on the wrong side of the street. And they're like, well, thanks. We were actually paving the wrong thing. Thanks for letting us know. And they go to the other side and start paving.
Only half of it, though.
Yeah, they stop.
Like, or whatever, like one lane.
Then they put out that little sign that says there's a bump. Uneven road or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly, which does not quite sell it.
It's pretty funny. A new sign that says watch out for gunplay. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. How sad bananas could help tackle food waste. Bananas are a sociable fruit. Well, they're actually apparently on their way out, so we don't know how long bananas are
that's right, because their genetics are threatened, right? Like they're limited genetics and limited habitat or something.
And there's a disease that's wiping them out, and so they can't actually replace them. So apparently bananas are extinct. So bananas are a sociable fruit. They thrive in bunches, bound by a unifying stalk, which joins them happily together in curvy yellow brightness. Well, Lisa Ekman from the Conversation.
I think the author likes bananas.
Hey, they're full of potassium. It's healthy. So over at phys.org is where this article is placed. Lisa Ekman from the Conversation put it together. They say, but what about the ones which get separated from the bunch? Cast aside as single entities, they become isolated and alone. Research that they carried out with colleagues shows that some shoppers feel sorry for these singletons, and it could be a big implication for dealing with food waste. For unsold solitary bananas, more likely to be thrown away than their unsold bunched counterparts, are one of the most wasted types of food. Many food waste reduction plans mention single bananas as a particular problem. So why not bunch them together? It seems that their perceived imperfections in fresh produce can also relate to how the produce is presented, and with the problem particularly acute for bananas. Acute bananas?
I did not know that somebody wouldn't buy like a banana by itself.
Well, who is the banana Grinch that tore one off and left it to the side?
Well, exactly. Like if you're going to break up a bunch, leave a smaller bunch behind.
Yeah, you adopt all 5 or 6 of them. You don't tear one and separate it from its family. If you're going to eat 5 of them, at least do the common courtesy of eating all 6 of them in front of each other. I mean, That's what you do. Somebody on Reddit posted a picture of the fact that their kid was upset about something that the parents said, like they can't do this or whatever. And so they cracked open all of the bananas that were in the house.
Oh my
and
goodness.
just left them there. There you go. Take that, parents. One strategy used by retailers to boost sales of imperfect food is price discounts, but the German supermarket chain REWE, which tried a technique which involved grouping single bananas together and labeling them as singles that wanted to be bought. Hey, what's a banana like you sitting on a grocery store shelf like this, all by yourself?
Oh my gosh, then they had signs with like sad and happy faces. I think that would actually impact consumers. Like, I think they'd be like, oh, this poor banana.
We made 3 signs to display above the single banana crates. One showed a sad banana with a downturned smile and a message that said, "We are sad bananas and want to be bought as well." A second showed a happy banana with a smile and matching message, while a third showed no banana but the words, "Here are single bananas that want to be bought as well." You know what they really need to do? They need to do like online advertising and hot singles, and it's the bananas in your neighborhood.
That would be funny.
And then like link to a store. Rotating the signs every hour, we observed 3,810 banana shoppers over 8 days in 2 stores, and we found that they were much more likely to choose single bananas when the sad banana signage was displayed. So they did A/B testing to see which actually was effective. I think it's brilliant. Good on them.
I do too, but I don't think most consumers know about this problem. Like, they're just buying as many bananas as they need, but if they need 3 bananas, they could easily buy 3 individual bananas.
Yeah. So I think the next time that I go into the store, I'm going to buy a bunch of single bananas. As long as they don't have any dents or something like that. You know? If the skin isn't pierced, then I don't really care. But sometimes that's what happens. The singletons are the ones where all the weight from some other banana was pressed onto them, and now they're pierced. So they talk about food waste in the second half of the article, the need to belong to a fundamental human motivation, which we are all more or less familiar with. Witnessing someone expressing sadness about the lack of connection seems particularly effective in prompting a desire to help. By turning rejection into compassion, retailers can encourage consumers to choose otherwise overlooked produce, preventing it from going to waste. And then they talk about food waste projected to double to 2.1 billion tons by 2030, so just 5 years away from us doubling the food waste, which is a real shame.
So if you eat bananas and are listening to this show or watching this show, then make an effort to go find these individual bananas.
That's right. Hot singles of bananas in your zip code right now. Just go to any grocery store. That would really
be funny as an ad campaign.
They could even lean into it because they tell adults to go to the grocery stores because you might meet somebody, you know? So there's hot singles at your grocery store. They happen to be bananas.
Right. They're going looking for people, but they found the bananas.
Including the hot singles. They're bananas too, but you can get you can get singles banana. Okay, never mind. Just you'll go and notice it. Including the hot banana singles. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Kenya investigating fallen space debris, and I titled this one. Where did I title it?
I don't know, but it must have had to do with the living room.
Nope. I titled this "The Gods Must Still Be Crazy" because there was a movie called "The Gods Must Be Crazy" where a bushman found a Coke bottle and traveled into civilization to return said Coke bottle. So Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating a fragment of metal believed to be from a rocket that crashed into a village in the country's south. So just like Florida, space debris is smashing into living rooms, even in the south of Kenya.
It's a global problem.
It is a global problem. Don't look up. So the article is over at phys.org. And where is the author on this one? Dear God. I don't understand.
Where are all our authors today?
Come on. We got to give credit where credit is due here, folks.
Just the AFP.
Yeah, that's weird. So, yeah, I guess so. AFP. So, Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating. I actually saw a picture of this thing. The issue of space trash has risen in tandem with increased spatial traffic. A metallic ring, roughly 2.5 meters in diameter and weighing some 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. I did not realize that it was 1,100 pounds when I saw it. It was big enough that a person was standing inside the ring. It's an 8-foot diameter ring.
Oh, wow. But you wouldn't know it would weigh that much.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was metal, but it had like little grooves all the way around it. So it looked like it was a ring or a gear, but it isn't. My understanding is that this piece of metal ring was actually a gasket to connect two sections of a rocket. So it crashed.
Okay, like where like a booster would connect or something.
Right. Yeah, stages, 2 different stages. Yeah. So it crashed in the Makuku village in Makueni County on December 30th at around 3 p.m. local time. The KSA, working alongside with other agencies, secured the area and retrieved the debris, which now under the agency's custody for further investigation.
This is actually pretty fast moving because this just happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was posted online.
For something like this, you wouldn't think it would move as quickly.
Yeah, somehow it was posted pretty quickly online. And from there, it's basically goes viral because we're going to keep on having this happen. There's a shot ton of debris up in space. Some of it's being dropped when separation occurs. There's shields that are being blown off every time a shuttle launches, a shuttle or a spacecraft launches from SpaceX. So I think that this will continue.
And they talk about the Australian sheep farm space debris, the Florida home space debris, and then it looks like China is getting criticism for allowing rockets to fall back, but doesn't say where.
Yeah, some of their rockets are pretty nasty because of the chemicals that are used in their rocket. We got rid of that fuel system. It's this horrid orange toxic nightmare.
Yeah, I think we did an article about that.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Most of Puerto Rico left without power after grid failure. They've never really recovered since the frequency of hurricanes seems to be increasing.
Right. And I heard that this was up to 90% at one point, which is pretty significant.
Yeah, well, I mean, when they have only a few power suppliers, then, and it's just, there's no security. And we're going to talk about another element of security, but food security here after this article. But, power really should be kind of I don't know. When I start talking about this, it ends up somebody going, no, it's politics. You're talking about politics. No, what I'm talking about is society. And the power grid is there. It's built off of taxpayer dollars, or the expectation of performance on taxpayers and consumers of the electricity, right? So you can't just start up a power company and start laying cable. You actually have to work with the local and federal government to make that happen. And you have to meet certain requirements and be able to have a duty of care, that you're going to have performance requirements, quality of service, and so on. So you get tax benefits and you get subsidies and all this stuff to make it happen. And then you start charging consumers for that electricity. Either it is a corporation or it's a state-sponsored enterprise that, again, is made manifest because of a partnership with the rest of society. When something like this happens, it's because there isn't any competitor in the space. And so when the grid fails, they're like, tough shit. You know, it's like Reddit, and the CEO going, you'll be back. So the article over here, oh God, I cannot imagine. Again, there's no byline. What the hell?
What is happening today?
I don't know. 2025, baby. So electricity supply had been restored to at least 1.25 million customers, or 85.6% of those affected by 10 a.m. local time, according to Luma Energy. Power had been restored to most of Puerto Rico after a major blackout plunged the island into darkness on New Year's Eve. The power company said preliminary findings indicated a fault in the underground cable that may have caused the outage, although investigations continue. So there was one cable that failed, and they had no failover.
Yeah, that goes to the security aspect.
Right, Puerto Rico, a Spanish-speaking archipelago, came under U.S. control in 1898 and has faced perennial infrastructure issues exacerbated by devastating hurricanes and a 2020 earthquake. The utility company said power had been restored to both the capital, San Juan's major airports, key water supply facilities, and to at least 31 hospitals.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just residences that are impacted. Yeah. I mean, it's the entire Puerto Rican infrastructure.
What's interesting, though, is how, if it was one cable that went wonky, how did power get restored to only certain things?
Well, that is interesting, isn't it?
You said Washington had approved a 2-year extension for the use of temporary generators that provide the island with 350 megawatts in energy, which will now continue to do so until 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like the whole grid needs to be redone.
So, yeah, it says Ivan Baez, the spokesperson for power generator Genera, said in a local radio interview that the line believed to have failed was operated by Luma and brought down plants belonging to Genera as well as private generators. Luma did not answer direct questions about responsibility for the power lines. It was them. They need to.
Mm-hmm.
So, and for those in the podcast, I'm pointing in multiple directions.
That's true.
So it says this disaster has been more than a decade in the making, says Mr. Neves, a long critic of operators of the power grid. They say they're old, past their life expectancy. The operators have failed to properly invest for years. Yeah, I mean, if you get paid and the company still has cash reserves, it should be incumbent on them to upgrade the infrastructure. And this is the liability that they have. They should be held responsible for all of this. But what's going to happen? Hey, be thankful that we even brought it online. You know? That right there. We cannot continue. It's fascinating. And I wonder how much the people that are running this and the investors in this are, you know, pulling out of the system. You know, how much money? Are they operating at 3% margins? I doubt it. Everybody is still getting paid. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Let's keep going. The next 3 articles are actually riffing off of each other, and I refer to this as the broccoli recall and food security kind of issue. After this, there's an article about Euro recalls across 19 states. So the broccoli recall is across 20 states, and then the Euro recalls across 19 states, and then there's an enchilada recall that's nationwide.
I mean, what is going on?
I don't know how all of these ended up in the same thing, but when I saw them, I'm like, this is really fascinating. It's the first day of 2025. And we have a broccoli recall that sparks warning in 20 states. Broccoli bags sold at Walmart stores were recalled over concerns of possible contamination with a dangerous bacteria. Any ideas what the bacteria is?
It's got to be E. coli, right?
Well, let's find out. Listeria.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah, it's either E. coli or Listeria or Cyanobacter. So the recall was initiated over fears of possible contamination with listeria. The pathogen can cause serious and sometimes fatal infections in older people, young children, and those with weakened immune systems. That goes without saying. You might as well just say it can cause. Right? Why break it down?
Right, exactly.
Everybody should be concerned because this is a food security issue across the board. Those who are older and young children and those with a weakened immune system have either the wisdom to know that they can be susceptible to foodborne illnesses. Older people have the wisdom of that. Young children should have the wisdom of their elders, those who are watching them, making sure that they do not fall prey to this. And those with weakened immune systems wholly know that they can't pretty much go anywhere without the possibility of their weakened immune system being compromised even more so by some foodborne illness. So the recalled broccoli was distributed in stores in Alaska, Arkansas, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Montana, Nevada, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Texas, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming.
Okay, that sounded like a recitation of like all the states. It sounded like that song. But I forgot what it is.
Yeah, the Looney Tunes one, but it's not Looney Tunes. It's, what is it? I can't remember. It's the character sings all of the states.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
Gosh, that used to be in my head. Even though it happened after I was a kid, I had heard it often enough. Animaniacs. That's what it is. I just remember it. It's the Animaniacs song for remember reciting all the states. So there isn't really much else in this article to say. But if you have it, if you've bought any of this broccoli, Braga Fresh posted the recall when it first initiated on Friday, saying, in part, this voluntary advisory does not apply to any of the Market Side or Braga Fresh products. Consumers who have this product in their possession should not consume and discard the product. I don't like the way they phrase that. They should not consume.
No, either. Should not discard. No, you should discard.
Either discard it or take it to the store for a refund. They shouldn't really discard it because then they're paying them.
True.
Anyway, go get your money back. This picture taken, by the way, the podcast. This picture taken on May 31st, 2022 shows broccoli on a packaging production line at Villar Grain. I don't know if it's supposed to be... Oh, it is Green Cooperative in Saint-Paul-de-Léon, Western France. Broccoli sold at Walmart.
So how many pictures of broccoli do they have out there? They picked one from outside the country.
From 2022. And then it says that it was recently recalled. What the hell, man?
Right, not the right location or brand.
Google search, stat. All right, well, anyway. Funny. There's a video, too, and it says what is a food recall and what to do if your food is recalled. It's recalled. Take it back. Get your money back. Let's keep going. So gyros recall. The recall comes after cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce. Cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce were potentially contaminated with salmonella. It's the trifecta.
Oh, I separately saw a cucumber recall, but I don't think we submitted that. That was a few days ago, but I didn't know this was connected to it.
All of it. So gyros recalled in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk. They are using the same video.
Yeah,
it's
so
over
what
at
is
Newsweek.
That about? I mean, they've got so many recalls, they can't come up with different words.
So the broccoli recall sparks warning in 20 states was written by Ayla Slisko and Anna Commander, which their name is so freaking cool. They are definitely like a superhero, kind of a...
Oh, yeah, like Avengers or something.
Yep. So the gyros recall issued in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk is a Newsweek article written by Marnie Rose McFall. A class 1 a class 1 classification is the FDA's most serious risk. So what to know? They don't have a list. I need the list. Where's the list?
No, they have a picture where it shows about half of them. And it's like, no, yes.
And it's just a slightly different shade, you know?
Exactly. Why don't they have like red and green or something where it's distinctive?
My God, don't. Oh my God, even Puerto Rico.
Oh, poor Puerto Rico.
Oh, wait. It's a no. Not in Puerto Rico. So.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, anyway, sorry for the lag in responding about this. The product is Beef and Lamb Euro Sandwich Express Meal Kit. And a Euro kit with trays and a Euro kit with no trays. You'll have to go to the website. And like I said, I'll post these. You know what? Here, I'll do it this way. That's the article for the broccoli. This is the article for the Euros. And now onto the enchiladas.
And interestingly, inset into the Hero article were 3 other recalls that we did not have in today's show.
Oh my God.
Carrot, dessert, and onion.
What the hell is going on? If you want anything green, just microgreen it in your basement.
That's right. But also buy those single bananas while you're at it.
And buy the singleton bananas, at least until we get a notice. Oh, look, now we have enough. No, just kidding. So the last article about food recalls today, because I guess day 1 of 2025 is Food Recall and Insecurity Day.
They're trying to get out in front of it or something.
I guess. Martha McCarty over at Newsweek.com put the article together. A nationwide recall of enchiladas has been announced after the Food and Drug Administration identified a potential health risk from popular frozen meal. The recall was initiated over fears that, again, listeria. So Civic Science recently revealed in a report that more than 80% of Americans are worried about food recalls. 1/3 of respondents said that they were very worried, and the data was based on more than 2,000 adults. So what to know? Newsweek contacted Sam's Club for a comment via email, and the problem is with the Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas that are being recalled from Sam's Club, and they issued this recall voluntarily. They're packaged in aluminum or black oven safe trays, according to the recall notice. The product has a UPC code that you'll have to come and look at because there's no way I'm going to read all of that. But yeah, it's just a Sam's Club brand Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas package.
Which, if it's like most warehouse stores, is probably a large package of enchiladas.
Yeah, particularly Sam's Club. Yeah. So customers who bought the enchiladas are encouraged not to consume them and to discard of them.
Uh-oh. They did the same thing as in the previous article.
Yeah, so and they have and to discard of them?
Well,
there's an of in there.
The more problematic thing is it looks like don't discard them.
Yeah. Urge not to consume them. And then they need to say, and should discard them, regardless of their use by date. On its website, the Sam's Club said that customers can receive a refund if they bought a recalled product online. So what about if they didn't?
I don't know that means you can't bring it into the store. I think it's like, hey, also.
I don't think it should matter. They've got an electronic version of my thing. If I go in and go, hey, I bought this here, 2 days ago, give me a refund. Anyway.
I think they're just alerting that, like, if you're online, that's not an issue.
Yep. All right. Okay, so now you can't have anything with broccoli in it. You can't have any Euros, and you can't have any enchiladas.
Right. Did you give the author name on this one?
Martha McCarty, yeah. All right. The last article for today's Non Sequitur News is in Four Wheel Tech. Hertz is so desperate to unload Tesla inventory, it's asking customers if they want to keep their rentals. But there was an update to this that I already knew about, but I wanted to talk about this. Hertz bought a bunch of Model 3 Teslas for their rental fleet and quickly realized that it's basically a bad deal. And so Bradley Brunell put this article together. It's over at Jalopnik. It's based on a comment that was made on Reddit. The deck statement says, enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz car sales. Hertz basically jumped on the grenade of this and said, we offer them to everybody. If you want to purchase your rental, you can. So that's their response. But essentially, somebody on Reddit said that they got a Model 3 with only 30,000 miles for just under $18,000, which isn't bad.
Seems like a pretty good deal, but
you're still driving a Tesla. And so, yeah, I mean, I kind of pulled the lead out of the article and didn't bury it so that it was more glamorous. But they say it's inaccurate to characterize connecting rental customers with cars available for purchase as anything other than expanding customer choice, because Hertz not only rents cars but sells them online and in over 40 locations nationwide. We can often offer customers the unique ability to purchase the very car that they're renting or browse their diverse inventory of luxury sedans, SUVs, and EVs online. That's right, folks. You can get Hertz buying a rental from Hertz.
I didn't know you could buy cars from rental companies.
Buy me a car and make it Hertz. I wouldn't normally consider the author here. And again, it's Bradley Brownell that put this article together. And it is, again, based off of like a Reddit comment about it. So they wouldn't normally buy a used rental car from Hertz unless it was they were extra desperate with low miles, bargain basement pricing. Might be worth the rethink. A new Model 3, for example, goes for at least double that. Heck, maybe it is worth grabbing. For under $18,000, they can look past a lot of ills, including the very fact that you're driving a Tesla. Yikes. Then they link
Yeah, exactly.
Then they link to maybe this is the $25,000 Tesla that the president was promising. And for what it's worth, there's a ton of used Teslas on the Hertz car sales site, but anything priced this cheaply shows well over 6 digits on the odometer and isn't nearly as appealing. I'm not so worried about the number of miles on it as I am the number of years that battery has been operational.
I agree, because if it's been around for multiple years but has low mileage, you're probably looking at a new battery.
I mean, if it's been around for 5 years, 10 years, you're looking at 90 to 80% of the battery still viable. And 10 years on, you're looking at having to replace it no matter what, regardless of the miles. So, yeah, you're right. So it says it's unclear if the Redditor just got a particularly good deal, but there's more in this article. I wouldn't buy a Tesla, but
no, the Tesla piece I think is the biggest iffy part of it. Buying from a rental car company, I think you'd have to really know a little bit about cars so you weren't getting a lemon, because customers are going to abuse those cars.
Yeah, not my car. Yep. They might park it in some weird place. All right. Well, anyway, the article is over at Jalopnik, and enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz car sales. So we are going to jump into a rental and drive down Main Street, ohmTown, as fast as humanly possible. But it's a rental, so we don't care if we grind through those gears, right? Come on, everybody. Y'all know you do it. Maybe you too will get charged $5,000 for gas that you didn't actually buy.
That's right.
Physically impossible. All right. Well, anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI. We are looking forward to 2025. I was actually debating, but let's go 2025. Don't show me anything. Don't sit there and go, is that all you got, 2024? No. 2025, we need 2025 to be easy mode. The next 5 years needs to just be chill. Pump the freaking brakes and let us relax a little bit. But no, you're probably going to drive prices up. Never mind. Let's not soapbox at the end of the show. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the sentient AI's visualizer. Who,
you can't catch me.
Still considering changing it. No, don't do that. Trying to give your visualizer such a pinch. Never mind. I'll delete that last statement from your memory. You won't have any idea.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for season 4, first episode. Be back tomorrow.
Oh, and the other day, here, I'll just do the outro, and then at the end of this, I'll leave a little, what do they call that? A little thing at the end credits, after the credits? What do they call that?
Post credits.
Yeah, sure. So the other day, I left my drink on a counter, and a cat said, I really like that straw, and knocked it over, and I heard it fall, and I'm like, oh my God, that's my drink. And by the time I got back to it, it had sat there and pushed it off the counter that it was on, breaking open the lid, and all of my unsweet iced tea splattered across the floor onto a power strip. Living the dream, folks. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 2nd, 2025. It's Season 4. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about these 10 articles. Your smart speakers have been eavesdropping. New travel requirements for 2025. The 100-year ban from Marvel Rivals. Kia has an unfortunate name, potentially. VR simulation used as evidence. Awesome games done quick, 2025. Paid prenatal leave, a first in 2025. How enlightened. A new dinosaur highway in a quarry. A potential world record 108-foot wave. And the icing on the cake, so to speak, or the tea in the bag, so to speak. Microplastics found in popular tea bags. You can't get away, folks. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. You might have noticed a design change coming. I have been evaluating the color scheme of to make it a little bit more aligned with its spiritual beginnings. There's 6 categories, 50 channels, hundreds of sources aggregated into one place, and those 6 categories are going to be aligned via their color scheme. So go over and check out ohmtown.com. I hope you enjoy your stay there. You become a citizen, then you come and hang out here on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Go and download the podcast. There's 1,700 episodes or so at YouTube and the podcast. You can hang out in the Discord. We're going to start streaming to the Discord as well. And you can always download the podcasts. There's a TikTok too, but who knows what's going to happen in 2025. We'll get into it. Go over, become a citizen. Right, sentient AI?
That's right, Mayor Watt.
Stepping on yours. That background ambient sound, maybe you can hear it in the stream. I'm not sure. It's like we're out by a marsh or something. There's crickets and stuff.
Yes. There are some other critters also making some ambient noise in ohmTown.
Interesting. So I've already ordered them, but I will highlight them when I get them. But it's not going to be until March, so we've got some time. But come March, I will be highlighting the new X-Real 1 Pros. They are augmented reality glasses that are going to take over 3 of my monitors. It will act as the new interface. So when I stream, I will have those on instead of looking at 3 monitors. So it's going to be a neat experiment. We'll see what happens, what comes of it. That said, let's get into the show. Welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
So I'm still greeting people with 2025.
Well, that's correct.
How far into 2025 are we allowed to do that?
Probably through January.
All of January? You're supposed to Happy New Year to people all the way into...
Why not?
I don't know. Seems like a dragging Christmas, further along or too early.
I mean, New Year's in January, right? It's like Christmas in July.
Yeah, let's keep going. First article's over on the Wanted channel. Apple has agreed to pay $95 million to people Siri eavesdropped on. Apple is starting off the 2025 on a costly note. The Cupertino-based company has agreed to pay $95 million in settlement to a proposed class claiming Siri, its voice... don't listen to me, smart speaker.
Yeah, stop eavesdropping.
The smart speaker that apparently lays claim to the mayoral mansion is a voice assistant, and it has violated users' privacy by listening to private conversations, according to Reuters. Well, not really Reuters, a court. The proposed settlement could result in millions of U.S.-based owners getting $1. Basically, the settlement still requires approval by U.S. district judge.
I like everything in my household being captured by Apple, and yes, it's worth $1.
That's what you're worth. It used to be that you were worth about $5. About 25 years ago, you were worth about $5. So your fee would have been $5 a month. But now I don't know what you're worth. Not you as the sentient AI. You're priceless.
No, just somebody.
Yeah, a person. That was the price for an online service, was about $5. Nowadays, not sure. But $95 million to people that the smart speaker from Apple eavesdropped on. Craig Donaldson. Yeah. What?
It sounds good, but not if it's more than
they made
95 million people or whatever. Yeah,
they made more money off of it, I'm sure. So Apple agreed to pay $95 million. Eligible users could receive up to $20. Not sure how that scales. That means, if approved, many of the people in the U.S. who bought or owned any smart-enabled device, such as an iPhone, iPad, Mac, Apple Watch, between the period of September 17th, 2014 and the last 10 years, folks.
Right, but yeah, good luck showing that.
Well, there's plenty of receipts all over the place, at least for the mayor. Yeah, good God. Okay, would be eligible for part of the settlement, but only if they claim under oath that Siri was Sorry, don't listen to me, smart speaker. Dear God, what is happening? Every time you say that, it's activated. Anyway,
You gotta be careful.
was accidentally enabled during a private or confidential conversation they had. And that's the part where the sentient AI from the future is saying, good luck proving that.
Well, and I mean, ridiculously, right?
Right. I
Yes,
mean, that is the
I had
ridiculous
a
part.
conversation to share
Whatever.
whatever. Like, let me disclose that as it might not be that bad, but
It is that bad. You have to claim under oath that the smart speaker was accidentally enabled. Well, I know from experience that I've activated the smart speaker via the remote. And as the remote, I'm not even pressing yet, right? While I'm talking. And then I press the remote. It has grabbed the previous words that I've said and thrown them into the search. So I know, even to this day,
it was happening. Well, right. It is happening.
It is happening. I haven't done it in maybe a week, but I know that it has happened and still happens because I've made comment around the mayoral mansion that the hell is this all about? Yet I'm kind of bound by it because I actually enjoy the rest of the accoutrement around the mayoral mansion. And I had a creepier experience with the Amazon-based smart speakers. So much so that I donated them to somebody who, after I talked to them, they said, yeah, we don't care about that. So it's kind of my equivalent, right? My kindred spirit said, yeah, I'll take your speakers. I'm like, okay. And they use them for their elderly parent so that basically the parent has been taught, hey, do this and I can communicate with you, or this can facilitate something. So I found value in it, even though I think that it was compromised. They said, yeah, we're aware and we're fine with it. Well, if approved, basically if you've purchased an iPhone, iPad, Mac, or Apple Watch between that period, you'll be eligible for about $20. It really depends on the number of people in the class, how many people qualify. Apple and its lawyers have not publicly commented on the settlement and have denied any wrongdoing by agreeing to settle.
But, $95 million.
Yeah, that there's no wrongdoing, but here's $95 million. It's the cost. It's the price to pay for just sweeping it under the rug. I probably won't get sponsored by Apple anytime soon. Anyway, says Apple isn't the only company in hot water over the voice assistant and listening in on people. Google's facing a similar suit in California federal court. And you can check out all 61 pages of the proposed settlement by clicking the link. The article, again, is over at pocket-lint.com. I failed to mention it at the beginning. And whoever owns pocketlint.com needs to just donate it. I've donated before a domain that I thought was going to a good cause, so I think you should too. I actually, on a random conversation with somebody sitting in the waiting room of an auto shop, got into a conversation because of what I do, and I bought a domain on their behalf and then followed up with them periodically up until they said, I'm just never going to do anything with it, so you can keep it. And I said, okay. So I bought a domain hoping that this person would be motivated to actually do something, follow their dream, basically. And I said, I've secured the domain so that nobody can buy it because I think it's a really cool name and catchy enough that somebody's going to roll with it. Anyway, so yeah, pocketlint.com should donate or give a deep discount to Pocket-Lint.
Right. I like what it says at the top, but I'm not going to say it all. It says, hey, blank, where can I get $95 million? Oh,
yeah.
Which I think is catchy.
Craig Donaldson put this article together. That's something like a shirt, and then have a link to the law firm for the class action.
So the settlement or whatever, yeah.
That would be funny. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Oh, and by the way, I already threw into the VOD over on Twitch the command that is necessary to extract the URLs from Omatron. Sorry I got distracted because I'm really frustrated that I still can't get Omatron to work over on YouTube, but maybe I'm not dotting an I correctly or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Or maybe it's developed AGI.
Oh boy. No. Just no. So there are new travel requirements for Americans in 2025, and here's what you need to know. Taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, may be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. A spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, is going to get harder? There should be no limitation of any U.S. citizen to travel domestically.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
What kind of batshit crazy stuff is coming in 2025? By the way, this video here has nothing to do with this article. I listened to this. Basically, this person has a nut allergy, a peanut allergy, and they have a little caption here that says, embarrassing but worth it, where the captain of the flight crew announces over the PA system to avoid eating any peanuts that you've brought on board because this person is on board.
Oh, I just thought there is a passenger. I read something about it too. I thought it said something like, there's a passenger on board who has a nut allergy. Don't eat nuts. Like, I didn't even think they identified the passenger or anything.
They didn't identify them.
Oh, right.
But this person identified themselves by saying, embarrassing but worth it.
Yeah, how about like life-saving?
It may be. But are you really serious that 250 people on a flight are going to be even... Well, they're not going to be sympathetic or compassionate or whatever.
Or even aware of it half the time. Like, somebody's going to be like, oh, okay, and then promptly open a bag of peanuts and not even think about it.
Yeah, all of society has to bend to somebody's allergy. So are we saying, is that why Jimmy Carter died at 100? Because he used to be a peanut farmer and his comeuppance was demise at age 100?
Maybe he was shocked at how many people had peanut allergies.
Okay, I'm just joking about that part, but it's all ridiculous. He just passed away, and they're going to be doing a moment of silence or something like that coming up in the next couple of...
National Day of Mourning.
Yeah. So, but I just don't get this, you know? No, you need to take precautions because the rest of the world doesn't really give a shit about you, you know? If I'm sitting next to you and you alert me to it, then I understand it. But somebody 15 freaking rows shouldn't give one shit about you and your allergy, right? Anyway, I think it's a little too extreme. Hey, there's somebody in this building that's allergic to peanuts.
Well, the thing is, like, they're not going to have the same, even if that actually works in the airplane, which I doubt. It's not going to work when they're in the airport on the way to the plane or when they're standing
everywhere
in the walkway or whatever. Like,
yeah. If you make me aware of it, then yeah, I'm not going to sit there and break open a Snickers bar and say, do you want a piece, and stick it in your snoot, right? But the rest of the planet doesn't give one shit. So you need to have your EpiPen, like, ready to go. It should already be locked and loaded. You're ready to just jab it into your thigh or neck or whatever. That's why you do the
whole flight. Just hold it up for those in the podcast.
Yeah. Anybody want to take a bite of a peanut and exhale on me? I'm ready. Come on, folks. Anyway, talk about non sequitur. So why does it matter? There are a few
That was a non sequitur. Go down the rabbit hole. Get on the soapbox.
Oh man, that was the bullet train of non sequiturs. Just we are so far away. I should just go on to the next article. So taking a
I actually
spontaneous...
forgot what the article was about.
So taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the United States or abroad, might be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. Plus, travelers will have to pay a small fee for one of the requirements involving travel to the UK, adding to already high plane ticket prices. So the new UK travel requirement could disrupt one of the largest international airplane routes. U.S. International Trade Administration data shows that over 20 million people... This is like some xenophobic bullshit or what? I don't understand it.
No, this is something related to Brexit, I think.
Okay, starting May 7th, every American age 18 or older traveling domestically must use a real ID instead of other driver's licenses or identification cards at airports.
Okay, they've been notifying people of that for about 10 years. So anybody who hasn't heard of that, I don't have a lot of sympathy for. Plus, you can't get a driver's license that isn't a real ID if you're getting a new one for renewal.
Or renewal. Yeah. Okay. So everything is going to be real ID. But they're sitting there saying other driver's licenses. No, a driver's license nowadays has real ID. It has the little flag on it, or the star. It's a little circle star that's sitting there bound on there. And it has additional contextual information so that when it's scanned, if there is anything going on, it pops up. Anyway, the real ID is an updated driver's license or ID card. It's an identification device that meets federal security standards. Oh, really? I know of, you know what? Hold on a second. Why is that? There we go. The Federal Reserve, not Federal Reserve, the whatchamacallit, was just hacked by China. I don't think that
Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department was just hacked by China. I don't think federal security standards are really something that you should be touting. Anyway, in May 2025, the European Union will implement its European Travel Information and Authorization System. Americans without a visa will need to apply through ETIAS and hold a passport to visit Europe. Wonderful. This is why we can't have nice things. TSA. So that's the thing, really. You have to have real ID and you have to have a valid passport that's processed properly. You've
had some exemptions, like you don't have to get a visa to go to this country, but you do to the next one, etc. I mean, this is standardizing it. Yes, it's making it more cumbersome, but I'm sure it's for security reasons or even financial.
So the electronic travel authorization screening program will cost $13 and is good for multiple entries into the UK for 2 years.
So if you're planning to travel, go to multiple places.
Let's keep something like 1,500 characters. Guess I can't bulk post.
Oh.
All right. Well, I'll figure it out.
Can you half post?
Well, I do everything else half-assed. I might as well half post. Anyway, Marvel's Rivals players face a 100-year ban for play on Mac OS, according to this article.
How old are these players?
Yeah, they'll never be allowed to play this unless they are 0 years old, they got banned, and they lived to the age of Jimmy Carter.
They were a peanut farmer.
In a previous life, because... So Malcolm Owen over at AppleInsider.com put this article together. And it says here that Marvel Rivals is a free-to-play first-person shooter that is currently very popular among gamers. As opposed to what? If it's anything like yesterday's article,
this is some exposition.
Single bananas.
Somebody picking up the article doesn't know what Marvel Rivals is.
Single bananas are available in your zip code.
That's right, and everybody should go buy one if they're buying bananas.
Yeah, we've already started messaging, folks. Let's be the change we want to see in the world. And
in a year, we'll see the bunches of bananas are being left out.
Yeah, nobody wants bunches, man. They want single bananas, and you help them find a partner, and they live the happiest life they have. You take a single banana home, a forever home for that single banana. Just make them happy. Anyway, Posts to Reddit reveal that players desperate to play the title on macOS are playing using Windows emulation. However, many of the players are discovering that their account has become part of a mass blocking effort affecting macOS users. Basically, it's a penalty that was issued and that a violation's been detected, claiming that they're cheating because they're using virtualization.
Well, isn't that like what's the word? Like a version control or like licensing type issue?
It could be deemed something akin to a proxy system that allows you to circumvent security or monitor protocols or whatever. But it's stupid because if your game doesn't play on Mac OS and you have a licensed copy of Windows to play or to use, then why can't emulation be used, right?
Well, we all know if you have anything digital, good luck trying to use it anywhere, even if it's for your own use.
Yeah, and particularly if you try and use it outside of the requisite location. Even Steam is now saying that you're not purchasing an item, you're paying for
you're getting
a
license.
Yeah. So you don't own anything. And this is what I've been telling people for over a decade now, as we've moved away from physical media, that physical media is dead. You can try and claw it back, but good luck. Talk about peeing into a hurricane. It's going to be messy, and you as the consumer is going to lose. And if you haven't caught the analogy, the hurricane is corporations.
I was thinking of the reference that we were discussing earlier. The movie reference.
Okay.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
We were talking if Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was child friendly. And I had to describe a couple of scenes that are...
I mean, that was apropos to what you were discussing.
So I said, parents, if it's okay for somebody to evacuate a rhino model, a blind basically for surveillance, evacuate that fake rhino through an orifice that makes it look like they're being birthed, then you parent, go parent. Anyway, so Reddit users have determined that the block is hitting players who use crossover on their Mac to play the Windows client of the game in lieu of a dedicated Mac OS client. Aside from Windows, the game is also available to play on console, PlayStation 5, as well as Microsoft Xbox Series X and S. At this stage, you should just say Xbox. It's available to play on PlayStation.
Yeah, why
and
do
Xbox.
they always do that in every article?
Because there's other iterations of Xbox, and there's other iterations of...
But who's really using them? I mean, come on. It's like the people using like the old Nintendo consoles.
Look.
Are we really marketing toward them?
Yeah, there are people that are pissed off that it's only for X and S because they have the 360. And there are people that would be pissed off because it doesn't explicitly state 360, so they buy the game.
Right, but...
Yeah. Egregious violations. Egregious violations. You know, the bummer of it all really is that people should upgrade to the latest technology so that they can take advantage of the benefits of that while still demanding that you have backward compatibility. But that's not what happens. The console is not backward compatible, so you can't play the older games. And instead of raising hell or not purchasing anything and driving home this point, right? Start a movement, so to speak. No, stop killing games.
Well, in order to start a movement, you got to be the second person, not the first.
That's true, too. Hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News, and Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down, I think it's the side gig for the person from Boeing.
Exactly. And the person was on vacation because they were at their regular gig.
Yep. Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down seats in potentially tens of thousands of cars, which...
That makes you feel good. You're like, is it my car?
Are we really only 4 articles into today? So, no.
Yes, because
no,
you went down a rabbit hole on a video that wasn't even the article.
This is the 3rd article. Dear God. Okay, well, I titled this article section, Kia has an unfortunate name, potentially, because KIA is in action.
Right. At least they don't write it in a capitalized font.
It's stylized, so I guess it's okay. So the sophomore year of Kia's 3-row electric SUV has come to a pretty inauspicious conclusion. This week, the Korean automaker issued a recall of nearly 23,000 EV9 electric cars for the 24-25 model year after discovering that some of them had seats that weren't fully bolted down, and all purportedly because of a single employee. Whoops.
Whoa. Okay, we did not know that, but that is very interesting because that's exactly what happened with the Boeing door panels.
Yeah. According to documents filed with the NHTSA, last month, the second and third row seat mounting bolts may have been missed in EV9 cars manufactured between September 2023 and October 2024 at the Kia Autoland Gwangmyeong assembly plant in South Korea.
Okay, wait a second. How many vehicle parts are all contingent on a single person? This is ridiculous. Think about how many people are probably involved in a car or a plane being manufactured. Why is it down to one person?
Hold on to your butts and your seats. Frank Landemore put this article together over at The Byte, which is a section within futurism.com. So, 23,000 cars in 12 months. So 2,000 cars a month, roughly.
And that sounds about right. If that's their manufacturing, that could go around the world, right?
Yeah,
like
it's
500 distributors to dealerships.
It's 100 cars a day, roughly. All right. Well, seats with missing seat mounting bolts may not properly restrain an occupant during certain collisions, thereby increasing the risk of injury.
Oh, this sounds like what's going on in planes, right? Like people ending up in the compartments.
As spotted by TechSpot, is the scapegoat for the huge screw up, the most eyebrow-raising detail in a recall report. They're blaming the error made by a single plant assembly worker who apparently didn't make sure that all of the seat bolts were properly mounted. He didn't specify which employee, and or if the employee was working on a Monday or Friday when the costly flubs were made. According to the chronology report filed with NHTSA, the issue was first raised in a customer complaint back in September of 2023, I think, because they say it started in September of 2023.
I think it was reported in September 2024, and now they're going back and going,
In an inspection of 90 randomly selected EV9 SUVs performed by Kia North America, no loose or missing seat mounting bolts were found. Subsequent inspections uncovered only 3 total cases of missing seat bolts, all leading back to the same employee, apparently as of mid-December. And so, in reality, the issue may be far less pervasive, but...
Yeah, but it's like roulette. Was my car made by this person?
Kia roulette. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Florida judge allows VR simulation of alleged crime to be submitted as evidence, and the defendant's attorney wanted the judge to see the altercation from his client's eyes. Now, depending on who you are, you either find this fascinating or you find this reprehensible, that it just should not be allowed. It's prejudicial. Something.
It's fascinating because of the technology. I think it's reprehensible because it's one party's version of events.
Right. So Matt Novak put this article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. And the deck statement is what I just got done saying. But like the sentient AI is intimating, you're only getting one perspective. You would have to hop into the mind of the other people that are accosting this person who drew a weapon in a wedding. What was the thing?
It was a wedding reception, I believe. And
yeah,
I mean, in an assault, that perception is certainly relevant.
Yep. So it says here that we put headsets on the judge, the prosecutors, and the witness, and the judge was able to see from their client's own eyes, from his own perspective, what he faced when he was surrounded by intoxicated partygoers. Basically, the manager of the location ended up being assaulted, I guess. But they are saying that it was a stand your ground law, self-defense, and that I don't know if he fired any rounds or not. But anyway, they grabbed him, and he felt that at some point he needed to pull out his weapon to defend his own life and his property. There is video of this. I find it very, very fascinating. Multiples of people were wearing this headset, the different headsets.
Yeah, this is so fascinating that this was allowed.
Yeah, and you have no idea. That's why it's all verbal and witness based, because they can describe what their mental state was. But you, as a viewer of the facts, have no idea. And so the embodiment doesn't necessarily represent actual fact, because the person can sit there and go, I never grabbed them. But you have me in this video as grabbing them.
Right, which then is making a fact.
Right.
And it could be the same in the other direction as well. Like
sure.
That you did versus didn't.
Right. But that's why there is a verbal back and forth, right? And you have the ability to confront your accusers in both ways. It's not just the person that's, charged, or the person that is acting as the defendant, or the accused, or whatever it is. Everybody gets to do this. It's supposed to be a metered argument, right? Where nobody gets riled to the point where they're all screaming, and it's supposed to be as emotion free, because even the emotion imparted by various statements can be inflammatory. I understand, though, that it's much more subtle than that. So don't get me wrong. Emotion is definitely a player in a courtroom. But this is a first. I've never seen VR being used in this kind of context. The only way that this could get any better is if this was like a mind dance thing from science fiction, where you literally got to know what it felt like to be the victim, because
like you're getting haptics or some other
you're feeling feedback. Their emotions of the people around you, and you can hop from one person to another and feel their emotional state.
What I can't quite figure out is how this was admitted, because it's not actual.
Right.
It's an artist making this from presumably something the defendant is saying, but I can't think of another corollary for that. Like, I don't think they allow somebody to, maybe they do, like to draw a picture of something that happened or whatever, but that would be from the person, presumably, not somebody else.
What the problem about this that I have is akin to what you were saying. This is an interpretation of facts that somebody put together. Now, I believe that, and I would accept a simulation of events like a plane crash or a car accident or a series of unfortunate events
to show how something was sequenced or something. Yes, I agree, but that would have to be based on technical.
Correct. engineering.
Specifications or something. But this seems like this is like, well, the person was standing this close to me.
Right.
Well, we all know how reliable witness testimony is. Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot believe that this was actually utilized. Now, I don't know what the outcome was.
Appealed very quickly unless the person is convicted.
Yeah, so
right?
this was...
Who's going to disagree with this? The prosecution.
Well, and then this is also, if they lose, they can appeal, and they can still use this because it was used as the fulcrum, let's say. Somebody misinterpreted what we were showing.
They didn't know how to use the VR headset or whatever, although I don't know if I'd want to draw a lot of attention to that, since I think there's more likelihood that somebody goes, why the heck was this admitted?
Yeah. Although there is a good chance that even that claim would be thrown out because, well, it's your risky dice roll here. So the admittance of the VR simulation was allowed during a pre-trial hearing before a judge who will determine if the case is dismissed or goes to jury trial. And if it does go to trial, court proceedings are expected to resume in February. But I find it really interesting because this sets the precedent for actually pulling it into a
And I actually thought this was in trial, so I apologize, but I agree. That'll be the next move.
Well, I mean, there's no reason for you to not have lay the same claim. How did this get admitted to the pre-trial? It has to have some foundation even to be admitted to pre-trial.
But there are lower standards for what can be. But anyway, no.
Let's not lower the standards.
Right.
Fascinating. So we'll keep on watching this. I know others have actually talked about this, but we are a tech show, and we actually have a show about augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality. And I find that this is just really interesting. So we're going to keep on watching this and see if this manifests later on with references to, well, that court and pretrial. Now, it's not typical that pretrial motions are accepted in any future court. It's basically fodder because pretrial whatever is throwing pasta against the wall and hoping something sticks. So we'll see.
But
we'll keep on
somebody will cite to that.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. How to watch awesome games done quick 2025. The best thing about start of the new year isn't the goal setting or aspirational self-improvement. It's watching awesome games done quick. AGDQ is one of the premier events for speed running. With an entire week of high skill gameplay, loads of heart, I guess, as gamers raise money for charity. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the loads of heart.
Still kind of awkward phrasing.
Clunky. As gamers raise money for charity, I believe that we have the ability here in ohmTown. I'm going to look because we actually have built into the system charity options. But yeah, anyway. Might just flag us to support the charity and donate. Anyway, the organization's winner beneficiary is the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which runs programs intended to stop cancer before it starts, emphasizing early detection and prevention. Prevention is...
What a crazy concept.
But prevention is just so damn near impossible. I mean, I'm trying... I want to be supportive of this. How do you prevent something that is... genetic wobble?
Right. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. The detection is where, you get people to come in and get a screening or something, which a lot of people don't do. And then they get diagnosed when they're way too far along. But the prevention is really, to some extent, healthy lifestyle. Not always. It depends. There are some specific things that are known to cause
that you can avoid. But hey, microplastics. I spoke too soon.
Don't drink any tea.
Yeah. So what I like about this is that we're all supporting a good cause, and we're trying to stop something that everybody is being impacted by. I guarantee you out there, if you're within the sound of my voice, start talking to people, and you will probably find out that your friends and or their families are directly being impacted by cancer.
Or many of them.
Yeah. a plurality. It is pervasive. It's endemic. It is something that, for whatever reason, we're becoming more and more aware of, and largely saying that we don't know jack shit about it. We know how to detect it nowadays, and many of its derivations, but we have no way of really stopping it, other than very practical, applicable, hands-on kind of approaches that are deleterious in many ways. But maybe at some point, a simple blood test will be able to extract the key indicators that are common across all cancers and stamp it out, because there are chemical beacons that signify if you have cancer. So good luck to them. But let's go over to the article itself. Anna Washenko over at Engadget.com put this article together. The Wholesome week-long charity event begins on January 5th and runs for a week, or that particular week. The best thing about the start of the new year isn't the goal setting. That's right. It's a whole year that we can look forward to. And let's see, Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR over on Twitch and YouTube, had the title for their stream last night, 2020 Thrive. And I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. So I say hello, and then I end up lurking because he streams at night because he's in South Africa. And I thought that it was just a brilliant thing. I don't know if that's a thing out there, like somebody else is saying 2020 Thrive, but he needs to create a shirt, and start like getting people on board with sending out positive, and driving that message, because he certainly is a very fun show over there. So go and check out Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, and their co-host, another sentient AI, timeless_exe. Okay, well, anyway, so the fun begins on January 5th, and there's a lot to see. Games Done Quick events highlight a mix of modern and retro games across just about every genre. Expect plenty of platformers like Astrobot, one of the favorite new game releases of 2024, which will run on January 5th, 6:30 p.m. So you'll have to keep an eye out on the schedule during the week. It plays during your local time zone, or it displays your local time zone. So there's a schedule that you'll have to go to, gamesdonequick.com/schedule/52. I don't know why they don't just make that, whatever the current schedule is, just schedule. But I guess that's the 52-week schedule. It always is.
Oh, right. Yeah. How many times? I mean, I guess they do it maybe once a quarter or something.
I don't know how often they do it. I thought it was at least once a year. So the pre-show begins on January 5th at 11:30 a.m. and the stream will be live 24/7 until the final run calls time. Ta-da! It's over on Twitch, and I'm sure it's on YouTube. But all the action happens on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, which is embedded down below. Goes until, let's see, it says the beloved, okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff here. Wednesday is packed with good stuff such as Super Mario Brothers, Wii, with the unusual category of any percent sign, while playing piano, which you can catch at 4:43 p.m. Eastern. The beloved, hilarious, awful block is also on January 8th, kicking off with the truly terrible game Superman 64 at 11:24 p.m. Eastern, etc., etc. Oh God, saxophone-controlled boss showcase happening for Elden Ring.
I mean, it seems like there's a little bit of everything for everyone, because there's like Resident Evil and Pokemon Let's Go and golf with your grandmother. I mean, it's just Inspector Gadget.
Wow.
It's all over the place.
Yep. Just do it quick. like this article. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. New York becomes first state to offer paid prenatal leave. The policy provides 20 hours of paid leave per year for pregnant employees to attend prenatal medical appointments. Seems pretty enlightened.
It does, and this seems like in track with like the prevention kind of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you can't have an overly healthy population because then you can't squeeze them for medical costs beyond what they pay for their insurance, right? Because you have to pay something like $50 now for every time you go and visit the doctor. Yeah, the copay. Oh, it's a copay for every visit. It's a copay for every medication, and they're getting juice from because the insurance company pays the producers
right, and
of the
hopefully you
medications.
don't need multiple instances of something because you're paying a copay every time you're showing up for that.
Right, until you hit your threshold, and then you can actually be kicked from or denied. So, hey, I'm picking a fight here, and I'm just waiting for my denials.
I guess you're not getting the insurers as your sponsors for this show.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. So the new policy arrives amid growing national concern over maternal and infant health in the U.S., where infant mortality rates have risen for the first time in decades. Gosh, can't imagine why. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the infant mortality rate increased by 3% in 2022, the largest jump in 20 years. The U.S. continues to lag behind other high-income nations in this area, with contributing factors including inadequate prenatal care and systemic disparities. Yeah, never mind. And I just read recently that there's, for the first time since, when was it? Oh, I can't remember the last time, like World War I or something like this, we've dropped below the replacement value. So
the U.S. has?
Yeah.
Or the world?
The U.S. has. So there aren't enough people being born to replace the ones that are meeting their demise. That's why the nuclear family...
I guess that's not a bad thing overall, but it's not sustainable in the long run.
Right. And when it happens like this, if the gap is too long, there isn't anybody aged high enough to replace the people.
Well, that's true.
In the gap.
It's good in perhaps short term.
Right. So there's like a societal collapse is the result, arguably. And we'll see. I don't know. I've got people that are still telling me about peak oil, but doesn't seem that's really the issue. Anyway, data from the New York Health Department shows that black infants in the state had a mortality rate 2.8 times higher than those of white or Hispanic infants from 2016 to 2019. I'm always curious when people hear those kind of stats. How do you manifest your counter argument? But they do. And I go, it's a stat. You know, if you can find a way to impugn the integrity of the stat, then do so. But I don't care about your emotional state about, whatever it is, baggage you got hanging around you. If the stat says this and it's a verifiable stat, request a FOIA request. It's available because the stat is from the New York Department of Health. Exactly. Prove it wrong. Don't just sit there and go, it's wrong because blah, blah, blah. Prove it. So they talk about what people are saying and what happens next, but employers across New York are expected to update their leave policies to comply with the new law with guidance from the state's Department of Labor. The law's success could position New York as a model for addressing prenatal care disparities and supporting working families. But here is how I see this playing out in the coming 4 years. The budgetary constraint that New York would fall under would be you have to use your money for this. And because of policies and procedures around supplanting, you can't use federal money for something that your state would have been using in the normal progress, right? So if you would have gotten $5 billion from the federal government, and you spin up this new program and you have some shortfall where you're going, well, I need federal money to do this, the federal government can say no. Because they say, well, you need to change your priorities. And if this is the hill you want to die on, then you're going to have to kill some other programs so that you can keep this one alive. Because you're not going to get $5 billion from us. You're only going to get 4 or whatever. So every state draws from the pool of the federal government to some degree. Some of these states aren't quite self-aware.
I was going for progressive.
That's another way. So we'll see how this plays out. Because honestly, states with big budgets usually lean on federal government to some degree so that they can maintain their programs and still have state-based programs that are more insular and don't go out. But when you say, well, I need $6.5 billion, yet you have a program that is deemed progressive and the new administration isn't appreciative of that, they can cut the strings a little bit. Just chop it back. All right. Well, the next article, because you're going to get people out there that sit there and go, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going towards that. Well, yours are going to something else. That's what you should be relieved to know. If you don't want to support somebody because you're really deep in the sociopathic side of society, then just believe, and you have the ability to believe, we know, that your money is going to facilitate roads, but only the roads that you drive on every day.
Exactly. And believe me, you're not contributing so much that that's not
believe me, you're
unfathomable from a dollar figure.
Yeah. I guarantee you're not contributing that much that it's going to impact everything. But there's a plurality of people that are going to say it all at the same time. You know, well, all of us don't want to. All right. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Dinosaur highway with 166 million-year-old footprints found in a quarry. Giant tracks discovered underground have offered an extraordinary window into the lives of the giants that roamed the earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Were they giants or were they dinosaurs?
We don't know.
Dun, dun, dun. Tom Howarth over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Dubbed a dinosaur highway, and there's actually been other dinosaur highways in various places around the world. The site features footprints from both herbivorous, herbivore dinosaurs, or herbivorous. Herbivorous. Yeah.
I'm not sure now.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Anyway, plant-eating dinosaurs, likely Cesiosaurus and the fearsome carnivore Megalosaurus. The discovery was made at the Dewar's Farm Quarry in Oxfordshire, England, and includes over 200 footprints spread across 5 extensive trackways, the longest of which stretches more than 150 meters. That's pretty cool.
This is very neat. It'd be cool to be able to walk along this thing.
When did Newsweek do this type of a layout? I don't remember them always having why this matters and what to know and what people are saying and what happens next.
I think they've had it for a while.
Really? I may not have noticed it.
But that could have been like the last few months. I mean, I don't mean like 10 years.
Yeah. They say this discovery sheds a light on a little-known period in Earth's history, revealing unprecedented details about dinosaur behavior and the tropical environment they inhabited. Most of what we know about dinosaurs comes from the fossil record. Richard Butler, a professor of paleobiology at the University of Birmingham and one of the researchers who carried out the dig, told Newsweek, but a skeleton is a record of an animal once it's died. Footprints are quite different in that they are snapshots of the animal's life, where they walked, the direction they were heading, and the fact that at that timeline, they know that that dinosaur existed at that age, whatever that sedimentary layer is. So the site's significance is amplified by the use of advanced techniques such as 3D modeling and drone photography, which ensure detailed documentation for future research. it's this kind of stuff that makes me want to do the crime scene drone recording.
Oh, yeah.
So that you get a 3-dimensional scan of the entirety of a scene, not just pictures, but actual.
Yeah, this is really
construction.
cool. I hope they're able to preserve the area. And it's pretty magnificent if you get a chance to see one of these locations.
Duncan Murdoch, also of the OMA Museum of Natural History, the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, added that the preservation of the footprints are so detailed that they can see how the mud was deformed by the dinosaur's feet. So you can actually see, and
like
potentially
it pushed out the mud or whatever.
Yeah. They could potentially estimate the size and the speed, because as it stepped, it oozed it forward and around. I think it's really fascinating that it's been saved. So along with other fossils like burrows, shells, and plants, we can bring to life the muddy lagoon environment the dinosaurs walked through. So it's like a big bird walking through a puddle.
Or running.
Right. Or running, yeah. This is pretty cool. Meanwhile, scientists will continue to analyze the vast data set collected, aiming to unlock further secrets about dinosaur locomotion and behavior. Pretty cool. I like that. Look at that picture. That's so cool. And then they're standing in it here, and you can see the tracks. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Well, and of course the scale, right? I mean, those are pretty large compared to the people.
Oh yeah, I mean the feet prints,
I mean, like somebody's feet would fit in an entire footprint.
Well, yeah,
easily.
The footprints seem like they're about 4 feet in length. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. 2 more articles, including this one. A California surfer just rode a potential world record wave. 108 feet.
Do you think they were excited or terrified?
Well, if it was me, there would be more water in the ocean. A little bit more water.
Right, back to the Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Do not go in there. Whew. Anyway, a 23-year-old from Santa Cruz. No, that would be the age where I would be doing some.
I guess not terrified of their mortality at that age.
Yeah. They may have just set a world record for riding the biggest wave ever surfed. Alessandro Allo Slabir, I guess, caught the wave at Maverick Surf Spot near Half Moon Bay, a popular surfing destination just south of San Francisco. Should the measured wave actually hold up, Slabir's wave is estimated to have been 108 feet tall. Sebastian Stettner, set the previous record in Nazaré, Portugal back in 2022. They rode an 86-foot wave, an incredible ride that you can actually watch. Slabir's wave, I don't know if it was recorded, but I guess we'll see. The article, is that the actual? That's just a big wave challenge on YouTube. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. These waves are freaking huge. And I guess as long as you don't get caught by it, it's no bigger than any other wave to you, right?
Right. But what if it breaks on you?
Well, yeah, that's...
Or you get pulled under or something.
Yeah. And I've been hit by a big wave before, not anything close to this. It was like maybe 2 feet. Just kidding. And I had it break like on me because I wasn't paying attention, and it drilled me into the rock. And it's not a pleasant experience not knowing your ass from up. And you're supposed to have...
I mean, that sounds scary.
Yeah, it's exciting, but anyway, don't go out there and do that kind of stuff. These people are experts in their chosen field of expertise. You know, they don't mess around. They know what they're doing. So Sablir cut from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave, entering a massive barrel and safely exiting. It was a ride so good, so smooth that it looked even great even on a smaller wave. The fact that he did it on a potential world record-setting monster of a wave is all that more impressive.
So it looks like there is a video of this.
Yeah. You know what? Okay. This wave actually starts out really small. Like it was like a shelf rose up with them, and then it just curled and is just freaking enormous.
And the person looks minuscule on this wave.
Yeah. So they've been surfing apparently this spot since they were 14.
They look kind of chill about it. You know, when they came
Yeah.
out of the wave, they're just kind of.
Yep. Interesting. Okay, folks, we'll go over there and see. You can see that the wave, I mean, it was big to begin with. Let me correct myself. It was big to begin with, but it was like the entire ocean just rose up behind him. And it was
it
like
almost looks like a tsunami, right? When you see one.
God, you know what? I'm way wrong. Because to the left of the screen, the ocean looks a little bit more calm, like over here. But if you look at him, this thing is already 15, 20 feet tall. Maybe taller. I mean, if he
probably
is
taller.
If he's 6 feet tall, this thing is about 40 feet tall already.
Right, but then it keeps
and then extending. It keeps climbing. Yeah. And he keeps dropping further down. But not moments before. Like right here, it's like relatively just
it looks kind of calm from the perspective, but it's still a ridiculous wave at that point.
I love this. This is amazing. Yeah, I would be wetting my pants because that thing would be, but you know, you're in a wetsuit, so all it does is keep you warm. Never mind.
I don't think that's the takeaway.
So let's keep going. The next article and our last one for today is in Technology Today. I'll try and make this one quick. We're already over our time for the show, but scientists discover shocking levels of microplastics in popular tea bags. We're never going to get away from it.
Nothing is safe.
No. Plastic pollution from food packaging like tea bags releases millions of MNPL particles, micro or nanoplastics, which can infiltrate human cells, highlighting serious health risks and the need for regulatory action. Plastic waste pollution poses a significant environmental challenge with serious implications for the health and well-being of future generations. So, Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona put the article together, and it was posted over at scitechdaily.com. Again, it's titled Scientists Discover Shocking Levels of Microplastics in Popular Tea Bags. So researchers from the mutagenesis group at the UAB Department of Genetics and Microbiology conducted a study to identify and characterize MNPL, or micro and nanoplastics. The study found that steeping these tea bags in hot water leads to the release of large quantities of it's the bag themselves, nano-sized particles and filamentous structures, representing a notable source of NPL microplastics. I just might as well say nanoplastics. So the
things that the liquid is percolating in, for lack of a better term. I know that's a coffee term.
Yeah. So because the bags themselves are made from nylon 6, polypropylene, and cellulose, the findings revealed that polypropylene released approximately 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers in size. Cellulose emitted around 135 million particles per million, with an average size of 224 nanometers, and nylon 6 released 8.18 million particles per milliliter, averaging 138.4 nanometers in size. So polypropylene tea bags that are tea that's held in polypropylene tea bags are having a disastrous impact on your health, and you don't even know it. And nobody did. Although I'm willing to bet somebody did, and that there is a paper right now being
sent. But the consumers don't.
Yeah, the scientists at the institutions that are creating these tea bags, at the organizations, the corporations, they are whipping out their Enron 5000s and shredding every freaking document over the last 20 years that is even remotely associated with polypropylene cellulose or nylon 6. That silence is because we're stunned.
Well, I mean, tea is arguably one of the healthy things that you're supposed to ingest. I mean, you frequently see it attached to health benefits.
Right. And while you're getting healthy drinking tea, you're getting screwed the other way. So my advice is to get rid of the tea bags and throw them in micro strainers, which I have moved away from tea bags and I use micro strainers. And you can get them of various sizes and shapes and whatever, but they're basically stainless steel containers that have been perforated with a laser to make them strain tea. The only difference is that there's a little bit more hand holding because you have to sit there and clean them out later. But I'd rather clean out tea from a micro strainer than me being told, hey, you have cancer and that cancer was caused by nanoplastics, because that is the new thing now where scientists are talking about.
Right, you don't want to be trendy there.
Yeah, you don't want to be a market maker, so to speak. So it says it's critical to develop standardized tests to measure MNPL contamination released from plastic food contact materials and to formulate regulatory policies to effectively mitigate and minimize this contamination. As the use of plastic in food packaging continues to increase, it is vital to address MNPL's contamination to ensure food safety and and protect public health, the researchers added. So this is a paper that was actually published November 16th in Chemosphere, and it's titled Teabag-Derived Micro and Nanoplastics as a Surrogate for Real-Life Exposure Scenarios. And they showed that...
Well, good for the scientists doing this research.
And good for everybody else, because now we know and you can do something about it. It's as easy as removing your tea or buying whole tea and putting it in a stainless steel micro mesh strainer instead of these disposable bags, which again, it's a little bit of some pain and suffering in terms of having to carry a micro strainer around. Even going to a restaurant and using the tea bags is infusing you with up to 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers. So think about how much liquid you're drinking. And then multiply that number of milliliters.
Right, yeah, you're having more than a milliliter of tea.
It's 1.2 billion particles per milliliter. So your really healthy soup is plastic infused, polypropylene. All right, well, that's it. Happy 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and we're going to steep a stainless steel mesh of news and snarky commentary, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe here on Twitch, YouTube. Go to Patreon. There's a Discord. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. All right. Anyway, I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the second episode of Season 4. Be back tomorrow.
Season 4. Okay, see y'all. We're getting teabagged by teabags. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. This is a time machine edition for January 3rd, 2025. Mayor Watt wasn't available, but we do have the power to use our time machine. And so can you. If you go over to ohmtown.com, you can actually select the year all the way back to 2020 and the month and the day, and I've chosen to go back 24 hours so that we can talk about the news and not impact the future. That's how it works in our butterfly effect kind of existence. We've got 10 articles that we're going to talk about, but first, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. HMPV 2025. Okay, YouTube is saying that we're not sending enough data. It's okay. How about an oyster recall? Failure to launch JetBlue. 550 horsepower Ferrari goes for a swim. Underwater volcano off of Oregon coast. Oregon? It's Lord of the Rings kind of a thing. Oregon. Anyway, 35,000 pints of Guinness that I wasn't near when it went missing. And NVIDIA at CES 2025. Tiny adorable owls, but not superb owls. And because we're not allowed to talk about superb owls. And medieval wall paintings and cold and flu medicine recall. As I always say, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen. And now you have to suffer through this. Bam! And now you have to suffer through this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. I'm sorry everybody needs to suffer through that.
Oh. No, we're not suffering through anything. Thank you for coming and co-hosting the Non Sequitur News Show for January 3rd, 2025. Woo! 2025, mother...
Season 4.
Yeah, Season 4. Oh, my God. I totally... See, we're not really doing the seasons anymore because it's just the year and the day, because that's what we're doing now. But it is the 4th season. This is one of those long-term projects. Wow, I don't know what's going on. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. But I don't think that's
Get on it, YouTube.
possible. I know. I'm streaming out. Oh, it says that I'm only streaming out at 5,000 kilobits. I don't know what's going on here. I guess we'll see what goes on. But I'm going to re-upload this anyway as the Non Sequitur News Show. Okay, if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN over at the Twitch chat. So go over there and become a citizen. Everything seems to be going well. It's kind of hinky. I don't know. Maybe the weather is impacting the mayoral mansion's output. What? The silence is the sentient AI sending an error message. So,
Well,
I mean, I'm
doing
looking
this
at
for the podcast, so we need to just get into the first article.
All right. Okay. So the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. HMPV symptoms in China faces new outbreak. So we've gone through COVID. There is a new virus that is on the rise in China. Apparently, symptoms of the virus are similar to that of other respiratory illnesses that are currently circulating throughout the U.S.
Too soon.
Too soon indeed. But they are apparently deemed it's a flu of some kind. Looks similar to and this isn't this. So there's a video that's not just norovirus, why everyone seems to be sick right now. So China state media has reported a rise in cases of human metapneumonia virus, which is basically like a flu-like virus. Doesn't seem to have the same...
Like virulence?
It's spreading, but it isn't as dangerous. So not as many people are meeting their demise because
it's not the same lethality, I guess.
Lethality, there you go. There's another term for it, but I can't
There
remember
is, but I can't come up with it.
So Andrew Stanton over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and they, for whatever reason, they've changed their format, and it's become much more apparent to me. And so they try and explain it, kind of like Newsweek explaining why it matters, but context, the matters part is different for different people. So I find this really hard. So there are
This
several.
is to make it more digestible for people. If they're kind of like, and what do I do with this information? Or
Yeah.
but I agree.
And why it matters is so succinct, right? So I suppose that this is fine. There are several viruses spreading across the U.S. right now, including norovirus and respiratory illnesses like the flu, coronavirus, and RSV. Coronavirus is a flu. Any respiratory virus is a flu-like virus for the most part. Any viral outbreak poses a public health risk, particularly for children and older people who may also be vulnerable to contracting silliness. I'll be okay.
We can't have that.
Don't contract silliness. So
that would be a good epidemic.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Invasion of the silliness snatchers. So if you are immunocompromised, then any viral attack is going to be dangerous to you. So anyway, take care of yourself, wear a mask, get your flu vaccinations, get all your vaccinations, and trust but verify, and don't give in to crazy bullshit. Anyway.
Okay, so what's kind of alarming is that there are pictures of people wearing masks in China in winter 2024. So they're concerned.
Right. And it's like in Japan and other countries, it actually used to be common sense and courtesy where a person would wear a mask, both if they have a cold and or for their own health. But here in the States, we apparently have demonized this, which is a sociological mechanism that is absolutely batshit crazy, because me wearing a mask does not harm you in any way, shape, or form. Actually shows that I'm not a sociopath.
Might help you.
And might help you, yes. So you know what? Quit being an idiot. So symptoms of HMPV include cough, fever, stuffy or runny nose, sore throat, wheezing, a shortness of breath, rashes. The rashes thing is the thing that kind of throws it over the top of a standard flu or cold, in particular, because you don't typically get a rash from, a pneumonia-like virus. Anyone can fall ill after contracting the virus, but the risk of severe illness is higher for people who are younger than 5 and older than 65, both of which are the edge cases because they are immunocompromised by the very nature of their existence. The virus can also cause complications, and that's just like coronavirus or COVID. And so bronchiolitis, bronchitis, pneumonia, asthma, ear infection. According to the Cleveland Clinic, it's fairly common in children, causing up to 12% respiratory illnesses. Cases are typically fairly mild.
We need to add a button with a based on your last expression.
No, wait. I guess I could make another one that says, oh shit. Yeah, like oh shot. Sorry, oh shot. I don't know. You show me a child that's never heard the word shit, and I'll tell you that they've been living under the stairs of an Amish house, away from humans, even in an Amish house.
But I'm guessing even there.
It's the Harry Potter of,
Oh, the cupboard under the stairs, right?
Correct. Yeah. So how HMPV compares to COVID, bronchitis, they say. COVID-19 is typically defined by a dry cough. Those symptoms can vary. HMPV is more common in children. It's not an age that particularly affected by COVID-19. Everybody could have caught COVID, but it's typicality there. So they say bronchitis, which is caused by HMPV, is the inflammation of the bronchial tube lining. Symptoms include thickening mucus, can be short-term or chronic illness, according to the Mayo Clinic. What happened with COVID is that it actually damaged the alveoli, and so long-term, you would be impacted by, and that's what long COVID is. Basically, you're tired forever because you can no longer absorb as much oxygen because your alveoli have been damaged by COVID. This does not apparently do that, but genetic wobble.
Well, but we don't really know, or it could mutate.
Right. So is China going on lockdown for HMPV? Probably not at this point. And they talk about metapneumonia virus in China. They say, let me be this person, Dr. Atul Goel, official for India's Directorate General of Health Services, per Indian news outlet NDTV. Metapneumonia virus is like any other respiratory virus, which causes common cold. And in the very old and very young, it could cause flu-like symptoms. But take that with a grain of salt. Just saying.
It's also interesting because I think there have been higher than normal levels of pneumonia in the United States recently, but they haven't necessarily connected it to HMPV. Or it's a different strain or something.
Wow, I'm dropping so many frames right now. I'm just going to record locally and upload it. Something really wonky is going on, but that's okay. We'll just keep on moving. All right, so everybody take care of yourselves, get vaccinated, wear a mask. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Oyster recall sparks fourth warning by FDA over norovirus. This is something different than what we just talked about.
Yeah, I didn't even know we could, I didn't know we could have recalls attached to norovirus. I mean, I guess anything is possible, but I think of this as like a human illness.
Right. Well, Amanda Castro put the article together for Newsweek.com, and it says here, norovirus is a highly contagious virus that can cause severe gastrointestinal illness, particularly in the vulnerable populations. Again, anybody that's immunocompromised, which basically accounts for everybody that is young or old, or has another illness that might exacerbate the issue. Yeah, it's really weird. I've dropped 73.8% of my frames.
What in the world?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to power through it. So the recall brings attention to ongoing food safety concerns and the importance of strict monitoring, particularly for norovirus cases rising across the country. The recall shell stock oysters were harvested by Ruco Shellfish from a portion of the Hammersley Inlet growing area when the FDA warning about these have been distributed beyond Washington and Oregon. Restaurants and retailers in the states are advised to dispose of and or return the product immediately. Restaurants, retailers, consumers should avoid serving or eating these oysters, but hell, you probably should anyway because
they like to filter all kinds of things.
Yeah, nanoplastics and microplastics in particular, as well as anything that's from upstream coming downstream. Norovirus symptoms typically appear 12 to 48 hours after exposure and include all kinds of gastrointestinal distress, and then you recover within 1 to 3 days. Dehydration can occur, particularly in those vulnerable groups. So stay hydrated, homies. So what are people saying about it? Stay hydrated, avoid shellfish for now. And I recommend just avoiding shellfish. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, the next article is over in the Mobile channel. In a first, feds fine JetBlue for chronically delaying flights. The fine is the first of its kind, but just a drop in the bucket for a company whose revenue was $2.4 billion during the third quarter of 2024.
In a quarter.
So that's revenue. That isn't profit, and that's not net profit. True. So I assume that this is gross revenue. I haven't looked at their numbers. Todd Feathers over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says between June 2022 and November 2023, DOT determined, in Department of Transportation, here in the United States, that 4 of the airline's common trips were at least 30 minutes late for more than half the time that they were flown over a period of at least 4 consecutive months, a violation of the agency's rules, prohibiting airlines from basically dragging you silly ass instead of flying my silly ass to my destination. So the offending flights were between New York City and Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, Fort Lauderdale and Florida, to and New York City and Fort Lauderdale. And Fort Lauderdale to Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Did I say something?
You said Florida to Florida, but
Fort
it
Lauderdale
was Florida to Florida, so
to
that
Orlando.
was accurate. It just made me kind of go, what?
Yeah, I thought the third one was, I thought I said for the third one, Fort Lauderdale, Florida to Orlando, Florida. So it's it's Florida to Florida.
Right, it works.
If it takes you 30 minutes, if you're delayed 30 minutes to go from Fort Lauderdale to Orlando,
driven,
just drive.
Right?
You don't have to worry about your baggage fee either. Well, anyway.
Oh, and your seat fee and your breathing recycled air fee.
And catching the norovirus fee and the HMPV symptoms fee and somebody baking bread next to you fee and anyway, it doesn't really matter what it is. They've been fined. They had revenue of $2.4 billion, but that really does beg the question, what were their profits? And do they really profit? Ooh, I just punched my microphone. Take that, microphone.
Now, what is interesting is that part of this does get paid to consumers.
Right.
So that's probably a good thing. But
$75
are they going to start
each.
doing like advertising that it takes longer than expected so then they don't get fines, or are they just going to go, oh, well?
Well, nothing says speed up like costing them money. But maybe they'll speed their ass up considering.
Yeah, but that could be a problem.
You know what? They're going to raise rates and be just as slow. But they're going to try.
I don't want them to try to be too fast.
I don't know. You don't burn your hand twice on the oven, nor do you speed through Virginia twice.
Yeah, but we don't want them going, oh, we don't have any time for maintenance checks. Let's just go.
Welcome to Bone. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel at ohmtown.com. Oxen rescue 550 horsepower Ferrari, California, stranded on beach. I don't know why this is...
Something is missing there.
This is like AI titled. Anyway, oxen, as in a plurality of ox.
When are oxen ever in the news?
Well, in this place, I guess, I don't know. In olden times, people believed that a horse was twice as powerful as an oxen, which is why horses have been called on to pull everything from plows to carriages for centuries. Now it turns out that a couple of oxen may have actually more oomph. No, oxen have more torque than horsepower. It's a big difference, okay? Oxen can pull a 550 horsepower Ferrari out of a beach because they have more torque. They can just dig in and pull, as opposed to horse, which can go fast, but not straight off the start.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, now it turns out that a couple of oxen may have actually more oomph than 550 horses after two of the animals rescued a Ferrari that was stuck in the dirt. Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, wait, what does California have to do? Oh, that's the model of Ferrari.
So it's a Ferrari, California, stranded on a beach. So the driver of the Ferrari, California was charged with reckless driving after they got their supercar stuck in a beach in India. Why is it reckless driving? They're driving on a beach. Who cares? I mean, unless they're driving around people on the beach and got stuck.
Well, maybe they're not. Well, there's another car there, so I don't know. Like, are they allowed to drive on the beach? How did they end up on the beach?
Yeah, I don't know that. So Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and there's a video of this. The driver of the two-tone Ferrari California T found themselves in a sticky situation over the festive break when they ventured onto a beach in India in their convertible supercar. The driver reportedly struggled on the loose surface and got the six-figure Ferrari stuck in the sand. Luckily, it wasn't a field of brush, because it probably would have gone up in smoke like many a car where somebody suffers from way too much hubris. So Revdonda Beach, which is roughly 20 miles south of the city of Mumbai. Video posted online of the incident shows the car struggling to drive out of the sound and passersby attempting to push it free. However, the 550 horsepower supercar needed a little more oomph to come unstuck. I wonder if they were nice or if they charged
They were passing by.
How nice. I hope that the six-figure supercar driver actually donated to their cause, whatever it might be. Reckless driving carries a fine of up to 5,000 Indian rupees, or $60. It says here in the land of the free, which ironically has a fee of $60 for this. That's the whatchamacallit? The
author?
No, the exchange rate for 5,000 Indian rupees.
Oh, okay. Got
$60. So it says, still, if you're planning on taking your Ferrari for a picnic on the beach, it's maybe better to take the high-riding Pura Sangue. instead of your low-slung supercar, which there's a link to what the...
I wonder if that's a car that's popular in India.
Ferrari, it's an SUV, so it says it's ugly. We'll see.
Yeah, but it might not get stuck in the sand.
It won't get stuck in the sand. It's an SUV, probably built for that, driving off-road instead of this. Anyway, more sense than sense.
Well, yes, that is a common affliction.
Let's keep going. Next article is over in the mobile channel over at ohmtown.com. Underwater volcano off of Oregon will erupt this year. Prognosticates scientists. They don't know shit, right?
Well, we heard it here first.
All right. Well, you heard me say a year ago that there was going to be a sentient AI by March. End of March. Yeah, the end of March. That didn't come, but I might be a year late, although there's no evidence that I was wrong. They just didn't announce it. Anyway, underwater. I can't... What was in my water, for crying out loud? Anyway, the axial seamount is going to blow, says the scientist. The only question of when. So Isaac Schultz...
Did you know there were any volcanoes off of Oregon?
I'm going to say yes, because you can't prove me wrong. So Isaac Schultz over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Scientists first studied the volcano in the late 1970s, which is known to have erupted 3 times in 1998, 2011, 2015. The key piece of data in predicting the volcanic eruption is knowing the degree to which seamount is inflated. You're an inflated seamount. Sign that magma is building up underneath the surface, swelling the structure's above-ground features. Are you a swelling seamount, or are you just happy to see me? Anyway, axial inflation and seismicity are monitored by a network of NSF-funded sensors. I know that you are enjoying those comments, but you're muted so that nobody hears that.
That might be for a reason.
All right. See, I get to interact, and the visualizer doesn't really... Yeah, see, you can't do that either. See, the sentient AI has a cascade of characters, kind of like the Matrix. Y'all get this visualization because that's a better embodiment of the computational power necessary to visualize the speech.
Right, it's going very slow right now. I'm speeding up a little bit there.
I'll catch that. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway... In its AGU presentation, the team stated that Axial has reinflated to more than 95% its threshold before the 2015 eruption, a major indicator that the eruption is about to explode onto the scene. What? Anyway, in the 2015 eruption is any indicator the predicted eruption could be accompanied by thousands of earthquakes and a seafloor drop of nearly 8 feet. The seafloor drops because magma is ejected from the swollen volcano into the ocean. Oh, yeah. Once that's done, magma begins to slowly refill the mount, starting the whole process over again.
Why do you think that, maybe because it keeps growing, but isn't it odd that the recorded eruptions have all been relatively recent?
They've known about it since the 1970s and only seen it happen 20 years after its detection and study. I do think that it's weird, but not weird at the same time because climate change might be impacting this, right? And
its rate is increasing, which is interesting.
Yeah, so they've detected it. They don't know when prior to the 70s it erupted, but then in 1998 it erupted, and then 20 years later, not even 20 years later, 13 years later it erupted, right? 2008. 13 years later it erupted, and then 4 years later. But now you're talking 2024, so 9 years later. At least. It might be 10 years. So maybe this is a ebb and flow. We don't know what's going to actually happen. Them putting the word out at least allows people to prep for the possible outcome.
It does, and I suspect that the volcano is not going to be the biggest problem, right? It could be a tsunami or significant earthquakes that are close to the coastline, or at least high up, close to the surface.
Yeah, for sure. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. 35,000 pints of Guinness just vanished in the UK, and it's not even a holiday, and I was never near it. Can't prove anything.
This wasn't just a large celebration?
apparently late Oktoberfest. I'm not sure. So just as British pubs are suffering through a nationwide Guinness shortage thanks to renewed popularity among Gen Z drinkers, we find out a truckload of 400 kegs of the world famous Irish Stout was stolen from the Northamptonshire depot. The truckload of 50-liter kegs vanished mid-December. Why do I feel like we might have talked about this
Well,
or
we
similar?
talked about a shortage, but I don't know if we talked about a theft. But I do find it interesting if they're having such a shortage, if somebody is suddenly serving Guinness, that might be a place to start looking.
And it's usually sold at a discounted rate to move it fast, profit fast, and make it all disappear fast so that it's no longer high on the radar. So that Guinness you're drinking over at whatever bar, tavern.
Beers are cheap or something.
Yep. So Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and it's something that we've seen before with wine and other distilled spirits and alcohol of all types. And the cheese. So they talk about cheese and bread and all kinds of stuff can be acquired. So yeah, 35,000
What was the odd
pints.
thing that we just saw recently? Wasn't there something else like theft of
Eggs.
Oh, it was bird eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are much more difficult to fake though. So I don't know. Like cheese was faked, wine was faked, distilled spirits were faked.
Right. If it doesn't hatch, it's probably not a bird egg.
My God, they're selling eggs as kegs of cheese.
Oh, now it's all making sense.
Everything's connected. So all food has gotten more expensive thanks to the post-pandemic lockdown inflation that has affected every country on Earth. As a matter of fact, pre-pandemic, my experience, my research basically showed a per seat on average cost of $20 for eating out at a restaurant.
Oh, in a restaurant. Okay.
Yeah. Now it's $30 per person on average.
I mean, that's a pretty significant uptick.
And this is seated restaurant, not necessarily. It's just on average general dining, not fine dining. That is a whole other animal. But general non-fine dining. Fine dining, you're talking about $100 per person. So the cheese world has been rocked by a series of high-profile heists in recent years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of literal cheddar were stolen in the UK between 2014 and 16. Around $7 million worth of Parmigiano Reggiano. Oh no, I'm going to get in trouble for doing that. Was stolen in Italy, and it's all because cheese is in high demand and prices have skyrocketed. And it's not easy to make Parmigiano Reggiano. All food has gotten more expensive.
It has to be from a certain region.
Yep, and if you try and even discuss the recipe and refer to it as Parmigiano Reggiano, you will get your video taken down and possibly sued, as I saw a YouTuber get busted for describing in great detail how to create a home version of the cheese. I don't think it was Parmigiano Reggiano.
Wow. But like a copy, essentially.
A version of a very local, hyper-localized version of cheese. And they got busted for it. Well, they got slapped pretty hard. It wasn't just their hand slapped either. I think they got an uppercut to the chin, right? Anyway, thieves are raking it in. So Diageo, the maker of Guinness, has declined to comment on the theft, and the truck's current whereabouts are unknown. But somebody's drunk off their ass.
Well, and I wonder if the truck itself, was the truck stolen or just the kegs?
Just put a damn tracking beacon on. There's Apple trackers. Just put them on the kegs.
Well, maybe the company is tracking them, but they don't want to announce. Who knows?
Well, this was stolen in December. Come on.
Yeah, they should have recovered it by now.
Yeah. So the stolen kegs will likely be secretly sold to pubs all over England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, maybe even beyond, to meet demand and take advantage of scarcity. What they need to do is just put a little tracker in there in every single keg, and and you can make them, put them inside a waterproof thing. I mean, a tilt inside a fermenter can stay in there until the battery runs dry. So why not just put an Apple beacon in there? Nobody's going to, because you would have to crack open the keg to get the tracker out. And to do that would oxidize all the beer in your scroot. And it's Guinness. So you're talking about the possibility of nitrogen backfilled. So anyway, let's keep going. So the next article is over in WarCrafters. NVIDIA is giving away 5 classic Jensen signed GeForce cards for the if you tweet to build hype for its CES 2025 briefing, and its first choice is almost older than the author of this article. It's from PC Gamer. I'm just going to jump straight down into the article if you don't mind. James Bentley put the article together for PCGamer.com, and the deck statement says, sorry for making you feel ancient.
Are these really old cards, or is the author really young?
Both. So, tweeted out on January 1st, 5 days before CES briefing on January 6th, NVIDIA announced that there would be 5 classic cards up for grabs, starting with the GeForce 256, which NVIDIA considers to be the first GPU in the world. First released in October 11th, 1999, it was manufactured by TSMC, who still work with NVIDIA to this day on a 220 nanometer CMOS process. We're down to like 4 nanometers now. We're getting so close.
Oh, I see.
To the distance between circuit. My brain just, I can't remember what it's called. Like leads, right? So the lines conducting gates, electrons through the gates. I can't remember what it's called right now off the top of my head. Anyway, oh God. My brain's working so hard right now. And it was 220 nanometers. So they say in the next paragraph, they're down to 5 nanometers, but 4 is actually what is estimated to be for the new NVIDIA 50 series, which is right around the corner.
So this has come a long way in their history.
Correct. Yeah, and TSMC is basically world renowned for this, and the U.S. has actually pulled TSMC equipment into the United States, offered them great grants, federal grants, and so on, so that there is a continuity of technology should something happen with the Taiwanese company. And we've even talked about the fact that they have kill switches, remote destruction switches, in their manufacturing plants, just in case, I don't know.
Geopolitical events.
There you go. The sentient AI comes through once again to fix whatever whatever hot water I was about to dunk my head into. So following up on this is the GeForce 8800 Ultra, which also won by commenting the same hashtag on the announcement tweet, which is once again signed and is the first CUDA GPU written in the frame. The 8800 Ultra was NVIDIA's first unified shader GPU, which cemented NVIDIA as a good choice for those looking to edit large amounts of data or work with graphics and designs. There's a lot more in this article, but essentially they're giving away some cards. I think they already gave them all away. And CES is happening, I think it starts on Monday.
Well, looks like, yeah, the keynote will be on Monday.
So the keynote from NVIDIA will start at 6:30 p.m. Pacific on January 6th, and you can watch it on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I'm going to dead name that until the cows come home. And more on that day. However, if you don't fancy watching the full show, the PC Gamer hardware team will be going over all of the best announcements on that day and the following week. So follow this link and you can read more about all of this and more over at PCGamer.com. We don't have a relationship. We just aggregate a small snippet just to be abundantly clear. And this is all that is provided by PC Gamer, and we link directly to the source. I prefer giving credit to the providers of the information. So let's keep on going, though. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Are you going to be watching CES, or are you going to be off trying to find
I think I'll catch the highlights in ohmTown.
Gotcha. Thanks for that messaging, by the way. You too, out there. Anybody who's within earshot. Whenever I do that, I feel like I'm Kermit the Frog. Or a Beaker from the Muppets, too.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, anyway. Meet the tiny, adorable owls that have mastered the art of hiding. One of the smallest owls in North America, the northern saw-whet, I suppose.
I bet that's named after its coal.
Saw-whet. Lives among us and is rarely seen. Also known as Gen Z. No, just kidding.
Oh, I thought it was like the...
oh, boy.
The villain in Among Us. The game?
Yeah. Oh, rarely
the imposter?
Seen. The imposter? Yeah. One volunteer science project aims to find them and uncover their secrets year after year. So that's what it looks like. Kayla Randall over at SmithsonianMag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. Okay. I just have to say, have you ever seen an owl's legs?
Oh, they are unbelievable.
They look like they have these stubby little legs, but no, they have calves and thighs, and they're actually quite long.
They have tall legs for their bodies, but you would not know it based on their feathers.
No, you have to kind of stretch them out. They will stretch them out in a hurry, like if they have to run because they can't fly somewhere. But I've always thought
they look like ostriches or emus when they're running.
Look how tiny. This thing is like 5 inches tall. So during the fall in Edgewater, Maryland, a small group of volunteers helped catch these ban these little owls from sunset to midnight. They're participating in Project Owlnet, the Fighting Nets, an initiative that seeks to learn more about these birds and their migration, and that supports an ever-expanding network of migrant owl banding stations. So the group uses an audio lure to entice the birds, capturing them in mist nets to bring back to the banding station. Once there, they place aluminum bands on the birds, friendship bracelets for science, as they're called within the project. Project participants also measure the owl's bills, wings, tails. They use a black light to look at the underside of the owl's wings and see their molt pattern, which helps determine their ages, a difficult task. Old feathers don't glow as brightly under the light because the pigment has faded. That's interesting.
That is fascinating. You wouldn't think it would glow at all.
So is this an old fart or is this young? Let's see. They don't say. So we definitely get beak snapping at times. Boyle Akudi says, though most of the time they're fairly docile, she adds. Their usual behavior is to sit and look camouflage after all. I feel like there are times during migration especially, it seems some of them are like, hey, I got places to go. I don't have time for this. But I might be more anthropomorphizing them. You definitely are, because they're not saying anything in their heads other than, oh, shit.
No, but that's one of the things about conservation is getting people interested in the animals.
Yeah, and almost humanizing them, giving them a personality that you can actually attach to. Not that they are killing machines. But hey, they kind of are.
That owl looks too cute to be that.
He looks slightly, or they, whatever they are, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl or whatever, looks kind of annoyed, right? Like, the hell are you touching me?
I'm sure it's like, hey, wait a second here. I was trying to, eat a mouse or whatever I was doing.
You did not ask me. Did you get consent? No. Look, that one looks irritated too. Oh, God, somebody's taking my picture again.
Would you please get my other side?
Yeah. I look fat in this angle. So they nest in summer up in the boreal forest in Canada, she says. She being, I don't know, Is there a name up there?
Is it Boyle a cootie?
Yeah, it must be the same person. They nest and summer up in the boreal forests of Canada. Those areas people can't get to very easily, so that's why the fall migration studies are really important to know what's happening with the population of owls. So they fly down for Christmas bird counts. Owls may be found down in the southern range, possibly showing up at stations in Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, and they go pretty far south in numbers. The more that we do with Project OwlNet, the more we learn about their migrations. So pretty cool. Oh my God, they're tiny.
Oh my goodness. For those in the podcast, the owl's head is like as big as its body or bigger.
Yeah, I think the owl's
The
head
wingspan is way bigger than its head and body.
Yeah, but it's maybe 5 feet tall from stem to stern. 5 feet, 5 inches tall from stem to stern. 5 feet. Dear God, it's a pterodactyl.
It almost looks like a stuffed animal or something because it's so tiny. Like when you think of a regular owl, they're much larger than that.
Here it is being held by a human, and the owl is thinking, I am going to consume your soul. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Prime Glass, which is a seldom seen source of news. But it's about photography, equipment, technique, technology, etc. People, places, things. So, medieval wall paintings hidden in a French cathedral revealed in digital imagery. UK conservators knit together thousands of pictures taken at Angers, Angers. It might be Angers. Cathedral of St. Muriel. And then they got a typo, paintings. So the article is by Maeve Kennedy over at theartnewspaper.com. And yeah.
Which always has interesting articles when we do feature them.
Correct. So they've got a picture here of a mural, but it says medieval wall paintings considered the finest of their type, surviving from late 13th century France with close style links to the court of Henry III have been revealed in all their multicolored splendor for the first time in more than 500 years. The walls are still, however, concealed behind paneling in the Cathedral of Angers in western France.
Could you scroll back up to the photo? I mean, isn't that very brightly colored?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's got a bright red, bright green, gold, orange background. It shows like a meal on a table with fish and bread and what looks like baguettes, little tiny baguettes there. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm not sure if this was truncated, like painted over at some point. It looks like there's half of
sure
something.
It looks like it, yeah.
Unless it's a stromboli, for crying out loud. It looks like it was painted over.
Well, it's missing the edge, right? Like, yeah. If you see the other one, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, like this one, right? You'd think that it was like that, but it looks like it was partially painted over. It's interesting. But yeah, you can actually see, and I mean, perspective-wise, you're kind of like, what the hell? But it shows a tablecloth, a white tablecloth, and it's still brilliantly white. But this is what happens when you conserve, right? You don't allow people to come in and mess around with it. You can't protect it really without sealing it and on the other side protecting it from intrusion of moisture and air. And as long as it's protected, then so you take pictures and you try and take it with as much correct light as possible. That way it's the best representation. This is why I like technology to document everything possible, because there are sometimes people with an interest, political, financial, whatever, and they don't want you to see this because it might represent something in a different light that they don't want seen. And I think that is a crime against humanity. Just like the destruction of anything historical is a crime against humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they've got this still behind basically a curtain, and a team of UK-based art historians and conservators have worked for, it says has worked for a decade. Has worked?
Yeah, that's because the team. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. On creating the first full-color image of the paintings of the life and miracles of Saint Muriel, or Morel, a 5th century bishop of Angers whose relics were once held in a silver shrine in the cathedral, and the image was created by digitally stitching together. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 9th, 2024. Coming towards the end of Season 3, and I am Merawat. I run ohmtown.com along with the Sentient AI. As co-host, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. The oldest stone tablet, Seattle Art Museum worker strike, first Apple Pay competitor in Norway, a 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, leasing used cars is new, Fisker federal rollaway risk, a Florida condo cliff is coming, Apex, the dinosaur fossil, a new ocean predator, it's not me, and buying Hershey and more. Oh boy. So I saved that one to the end. If I end up on a soapbox, everybody run. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. I'd show you that there's other stuff that you can do, but I'm not logged in. It's okay. You can hide things and save things and create lists and make comments and submit news. And there's 50 channels that have news aggregated into these little niches so that you can focus instead of having information overload like I used to. I now use ohmtown to manage it. Anyway, go over there and become a citizen. But don't forget to like and subscribe over on YouTube and follow us here on Twitch. And go over to the Patreon and just subscribe there. It's free. There's a tier that's free. And there's a Discord and the naggy little podcasts. I think that's what the kids call them. Podcasts. Yeah, there's 1,600 episodes. We've been around. Tell a friend because we don't really market. So anyway, I am Merawat, and that is the visualizer for the sentient. Well, that's just two of the little dots for the sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmtown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
All right. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I know it sounded, what I just did was weird, and the sentient AI is like throwing an error message, like, what the hell's wrong with the mayor? And it's because I'm watching two different streams at the same time. And Twitch is saying all hell is breaking loose. YouTube is like, excellent. But
I'm not sure how that's happening at the same time, but okay.
And maybe not now. It says that the frame rate, the current frame is too high, except that I have not changed the frame rate since starting. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Sotheby's to auction oldest stone tablet inscribed with the 10 Commandments. Used to be 15, but they fumbled the other 5.
They fell and broke, like in the movie.
That's right. So it's over at Newsweek. Matthew Impelli put the article together, and it says the 155-pound tablet, it's a marble slab engraved with the 10 Commandments in Paleo-Hebrew script, is to be auctioned off on December 18th, signifying just how important this historical construct is to mankind. Discovered in 1913.
Why? Because of the auction?
Because all you need is
a museum or something.
Because all you need is a check, and you can own a piece of societal and human history. Just anyway, I just see this being like propped up under glass at a TGI Fridays that has a like religious overtones, Literally, it's a capital G. Thank God it's Fridays.
Right.
So the 10 Commandments
serving as a paving stone at a home. So,
yeah, I guess it was face down. The writing was down, like anyway. So the 10 Commandments, the earliest surviving inscribed tablet of the 10 Commandments, incised during the late Roman Byzantine era, the Holy Land, around 300 to 800 CE. Sotheby's wrote in the description of the product. Anyway, the only complete example of it.
It is going up for auction.
Right. Yeah, let's commoditize the... Anyway, according to Sotheby's, the tablet served as a paving stone, like the sentient AI said just moments ago, in a local home until 1943, when a scholar recognized its historical significance and purchased it. Okay, this was a paving stone. And so the 10 Commandments were written on the paving stone. It was cut perfectly. You remember the thing that I said, how the writing just seemed to fit perfectly and it's not broken off or anything? That other thing?
Yes, it was the, I forgot what the name of it was, but yes, it was a new alphabet.
Yeah, it's similar to this. This was actually cut, and then somebody etched this onto it. So the inscription on the slab closely mirrors the biblical verses recognized in both Christian and Jewish traditions, but notably omits the 3rd commandment prohibiting the misuse of the Lord's name. Instead, it features an additional directive to worship on Mount Gerizim, a site sacred to the Samaritans, according to Sotheby's. So it says that there are similar auctions.
So maybe this is a different version.
Versions? How can there possibly be versions? Let's move on. So if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN over in the Twitch chat, but you can't do that over on the YouTubes because the YouTube doesn't like Omatron. And so what you're going to have to do is... Wow, things are going really slow. So I did an update to OBS, and I'm now streaming out at 12,000 kilobits per second.
Okay.
Yeah, and now 4, and now 7. Okay, whatever. Anyway, Seattle Art Museum visitor services workers are on strike. The art newspaper put the article together. Annie Irish put the article together specifically. The action comes after, and here's the kicker, 27 months of contract negotiations reached an impasse. An impasse. The museum is working with a third-party security firm to keep the galleries open. So third-party security firm, so scabs, but our security. So you're not going to get any assistance or anything like that, but apparently 27 months. So
did they negotiate for 27 months before the impasse, or have they been at an impasse since like month 1?
Well, yeah, probably since early on. The impasse is just gone on and on. The security staff, officially known as visitor service officers and organized under a worker-led union known as VSO union, first began organizing in May 2022. Following these efforts, union members began bargaining with the museum in August 2022. In order to stay open amid the strike, the museum is working with a third-party security company. So the SAM VSO union represents around 65 employees, and its core demands fall into 4 categories related to wages, seniority, healthcare, and retirement. Because seniority, you survive attrition. Obviously, you're an asset. Chief among these demands is the restoration of retirement benefits that were taken away at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a wage increase to help offset the growing cost of living in Seattle. It's kind of disgusting, right?
The timing is certainly pretty bad. And plus, did people sign up to work there when they had retirement plans, so that they were just... I don't know. That raises a lot of questions.
Hey, the people that are magnanimous and offering you a position, they can do whatever the frick they want. That's how it works. That is how it works. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Right? Right?
Well, according to the employer. This is also interesting because this is not a large union. You'd think maybe they could get to some resolution in this period of time, but
you can't make your museum a profit center for the executive suite by offering an effective salary to the people who actually freaking power it. It's kind of like paying the bike more than the pedaling person on the bike.
Right.
I will never get this. But anyway, I don't like treating people like so much chattel. So why not pay them an actual wage that is effective for keeping them employed? Well, they can't eat as well if they give you enough to eat anything. I mean, it's kind of scumbaggery. It says, though we are disappointed union leadership has chosen to strike, SAM respects the rights of our employees to be part of a union and make their voices heard, said Scott Stuhlin, the museum's director and chief executive, said in a statement. We have made significant progress towards an agreement at the bargaining table, including proposing a package that reflects our values, not theirs, and demonstrates our commitment to our employees. Wow, You're very possessive. Why don't you just say that you own them? We are ready to implement these improved wages and benefits that recognize our employees' service to our visitors and the institution. So
they own the visitors too.
I'm sorry?
They own the visitors too.
Oh, right. Our visitors and our institution. So what is it that... See, they're not throwing numbers around, so we really don't know anything. But it says the union has been picketing outside the museum since November 29th. On December 5th, it held a rally outside the museum in an effort to get the attention of its board of trustees and administrators, who could be heard clinking champagne glasses and saying, "We got the money and you ain't got shit." Anyway.
That's not in the article.
That's not in the article. That's true. So the next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple Pay's first competitor on the iPhone has arrived in Norway. A Norwegian payment app called Vipps is the first service to take advantage of a new, more open iOS ecosystem thanks to EU regulations. Starting today, Norwegians can use Vipps for tap-to-pay transactions and online payments. And they can even set the app as the default payment option on their iPhones, as reported by Mac Rumors.
Do you think that it makes the sound zip when you make a payment?
Yeah, it's like a swipe, but it's a Vip. I have no idea what that actually means. But the article is by Allison Johnson over at The Verge. So I'm trying to keep the whole VIPS thing going. The Verge. VIPS, a mobile payment app, is the first that I like this. Is the first third-party app to offer second-hand tap-to-pay on iOS. First-hand. No. Anyway, let me rephrase all that. Let me say it the way it's supposed to be read. VIPS is a mobile payment app and is the first third-party app to offer tap-to-pay on iOS. That's because the EU basically said, y'all need to just... it's okay. Y'all
need to just open it up.
Open it up. Let anybody do anything they want. Come on. Since its launch a decade ago, Apple Pay has been on the way to use has been the only way to use Tap to Pay on an iPhone. That's changing with iOS 18.1, which makes Tap to Pay via NFC available to third-party developers for the first time. Apple committed earlier this year to open up the API after EU regulators ruled Apple Pay anti-competitive. Now, they're not going to say, or are they? VIPS is anti-competitive because it's the only tap-to-pay service in Norway.
I mean, that'll be the next thing, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. There might be like one competitor in each location, except maybe some larger countries or something.
Yeah. I think that it's so disingenuous. If you want to facilitate it, like that Apple has created something from end to end. It is their solution. If you want to pay through an iPhone, then use the service that is the most secure compared to others. Now, when VIPS actually gets breached, is there going to be hell to pay, or will nobody care?
That's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, nobody's.
They need a VIP phone to use VIPS.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Now, mind you, I'm really irritated by the fact that there's mergers and acquisitions, and I think that VIPS is going to be easy mode capture because they can ramp up and spend money at getting customers, and then somebody can buy them. And, you know, somebody like Musk will come along and buy it by proxy and then put the band back together by buying a whole bunch of different ones now that this thing has been balkanized. But it's still going to end up being one company, right? So is that actually opening it up for competition, or is it just a hot mess garbage of security waiting for a breach?
I mean, we don't know.
So the pressure from the EU has recently forced Apple to open up the famously locked down iPhone in unprecedented ways, from adding RCS support to letting you delete pretty much any app you want from your phone, which you could always do anyway. I don't think I ever had a problem deleting shit off my phone. But unlocking the NFC chip and actually third-party app stores is the other one that's coming to the EU if it hasn't already. Anyway, they say it's going to be a big deal, and the first step forward into that new era comes from a small financial organization in Scandinavia. VIPS is the app. I don't know.
Very interesting. I would not have predicted VIPS to be the first.
Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Road construction crews unearth a 1,000-year-old pyramid in New Mexico. Okay, this is in Mexico, not New Mexico. Sorry, strike that. Not
right, it might be a newer section of Mexico, but it's in Mexico.
My brain, I guess I wanted to say in and out or something like that. So road construction crew unearths 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, not New Mexico. So the archaeological site could shed light on the region's history, with its oldest human settlement potentially dating back 14,000 years. But this says 1,000-year-old pyramid.
Well, right. The population is older than the pyramid, I guess, by quite a bit.
So Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And if we're looking at the pyramid, this is a hell of a construction right next to a modern road. How did they miss that?
Yeah. So what was it? Yeah.
What's under
Was it
this?
covered in sediment?
Okay, so this is kind of an inside joke here in ohmTown because it seems like all of this stuff is just buried in dirt. And where did the dirt come from? This is the highest point on the mountainside. Why is it covered in dirt?
Exactly. Like every discovery is covered in sediment.
And
So
not just
yeah,
like
it's
an
become a
inch.
thing in ohmTown.
Yeah, not just an inch. Even in the UK, right? It's like a foot deep, and you're like, well, okay, people moved soil around to make farms, but really, it's like consistent, covered, just like a smooth layer. It's like somebody 3D printed and then dipped it in something to smooth out the lines, and that's how. I mean, this is a pointy little part here. It's like Sputnik, but blunt. And why is there dirt just smoothly covering it? Does it just shift around that much that it just blows, fills in all
But
the
I want to know
cracks?
if there was a dirt pile,
Well,
um,
it didn't look like that.
like in a pyramid shape.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, it looks like a mountain, and so people are like, "Oh, it's a mountain," and then somebody starts digging into the mountain because they want to like make a hole or something, and they're like, "Oh shit, look, rocks." So sometimes the most impressive discoveries are found by accident. That's exactly what happened in June when construction work in Mexico unearthed the remains of an archaeological site potentially over 1,000 years old. Archaeologists in Hidalgo, Mexico, have investigated the foundations of a pyramid uncovered earlier this year during work on the region's Federal Highway 105. So this is like a modern construction butting up against 1,000+ year old pyramid. So what the hell is
Right.
under
I
all
mean,
of
it's
this?
lucky they didn't completely bulldoze it.
The Archaeological Rescue Project, detailed in the December 5th statement by Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, or INAH, or INA, revealed that the site was part of a pre-Hispanic settlement, potentially shedding light on the ancient human occupation of Hidalgo's mountainous Sierra Alta region. I want more info. So,
I think you should try to pronounce the town name.
you mean the small Metzatlan kingdom of indigenous people, also known as Metzka? No? Is there another one? Where
No,
at?
I mean the San Miguel Metzcatitlan. I added way too many syllables.
Oh, it's Metzaquitlan. It's like Quetzalcoatl. Don't ask me to spell it. I can say it, though. So archaeologists further identified the site as part of a pre-Hispanic settlement called San Miguel, which San Miguel is demonstratively, right, Hispanic? No? Is that?
Yes, there's a San Miguel in Mexico, but I don't know if it's the same. I don't know why they're naming it with the same name.
Yeah. Anyways, it's for its modern proximity to the town of San Miguel. Me, he stumbled me.
Sorry.
Metzquitlan. 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 Yeah. Anyway. It's situated within Barranca de Metzatlan, now a nature reserve within the Sierra Alta region, where some evidence, according to INAH, points to human activity dating back 14,000 years ago. So 14,000 years ago is last ice age timing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that seems, well, maybe it was maybe the Ice Age was right after this happened.
we don't know. Aliens. So after exhaustive study, the INAH archaeologists reburied the archaeological complex, a conservation method often employed when there are not enough resources to properly manage a heritage site. Before its complete reburial, the INAH noted that experts protected the structures with geotextile, a permeable textile incorporated with other materials such as rock or soil to protect archaeological ruins, among other landmarks. As a final protective measure, workers have now built a rock wall to further shelter the reburied site from the nearby road construction. So they actually put a rock wall up on this. So this isn't what this is not the pyramid.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that this is the modern construction, putting it up on the pyramid to protect it from.
I see. I mean, that makes some sense because it does kind of look like a covering.
Yeah. But it also looks like a pyramid.
Like a pyramid.
I mean, it has the same step pyramid that you would find all over Mexico. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in 4 Wheel Tech, which is one of our weekend shows. And together with 2 other shows, it becomes the Sunday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. We merged 3 shows to create the new weekend editions. And there's 2 days of weekend editions that are slowly getting posted over to YouTube. It does not like my file. Anyway, this article, yeah, it's actually killed one upload and the other one stuck at 77% for 3 hours. Anyway,
nice.
Michigan Hyundai dealer admits leasing used cars as new ones and other violations. Car dealerships aren't known to look out for the best interests of their customers. In fact, they're usually better known for gleefully encouraging folks to make some of the worst financial decisions of their lives. And I think this is related to a car loan at 27.9%. No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the... Oh, no.
Yeah, this is a different one. Or, like, they're linking to
I thought it was the one from 4 Wheel Tech that we featured.
Yeah, on the weekend, the one about having a $2,500 monthly payment.
Yes, and they were already $29,000 underwater on their current loan.
Yep. Hey, what's another? So LaFontaine Hyundai in Detroit suburb of Livonia, Michigan, had its license reinstated last week after it had made some amends, apparently. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. So what deplorable deeds did LaFontaine Hyundai admit to that MDOS, the Michigan Department of what? State. Said created an ongoing imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare of the public and required emergency action. All of the following. Falsely stating that a customer had not taken delivery of a vehicle in order to lease said vehicle as new to another customer, thereby misrepresenting a used car as new, failing to have a title in immediate possession of the odometer properly completed, or with the odometer properly completed, failure to properly issue a temporary registration, failing to properly complete Michigan's application for title and registration, and failing to make an application for title and registration in the buyer's name within 21 days of vehicle delivery.
That seems like a lot of failures.
So, per the agreement, they must also participate in dealer training for managers and employees within the next 90 days. Ethics is the smallest chapter. It is so small that you'll need one of these new quantum computers to calculate the text's size so that you can actually see it amplified eventually. You'll need like a telescope-sized microscope to get that close to the text because nobody wants to see that chapter. Ethics, folks. Anyway, you know right from wrong, right? No. Some people don't. Anyway.
I don't know if it's a used car dealership.
Like, I understand a paper screw up, right? I understand, forgetting to do something. But this is pathological.
Yeah, this is fraud, right?
Yeah. So if you have been involved in deceptive dealer practices and wish to file a complaint, Google how to file criminal complaints against car dealers in your state. There's usually a DMV section dedicated to it that should provide a phone number or a website where you can lodge your complaint. This is an interesting article.
Well, good public service announcement from Jalopnik.
Yep. Let's keep going. Here's another one. Don't buy Fisker. So this article's over in Late Night Geeks, but it's aggregated from TechCrunch. Fisker resolves federal safety investigation into rollaway risk, which might be synonymous with Fisker as a corporation. It is a car company, and it's extremely risky. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Financial documents say rollaway risk.
This is a rollaway risk. It has closed a preliminary investigation into Fisker over complaints that its all-electric Ocean SUV rolls away unexpectedly. The U.S. safety regulator opened an investigation in February after receiving 4 complaints, one of which resulted in an injury, and the 3 others consisted of somebody just kind of going, "Ah!"
as they were rolling away.
Yeah. And scene. Anyway, the article is over at TechCrunch.com. Kirsten Karasek put this article together. Yeah, the investigation.
I think all these rolled together in the picture.
Yep. See, this is what I really like about the Fisker. Had like this integrated solar panel, and it had really nice styling. And it's my style of car, but oh my God, was it a hot garbage mess. Anyway, the investigation was closed after bankrupt Fisker issued a recall of 7,745 of its all-electric SUVs and resolved the problem via a software update, according to the NHTSA. The software upgrade, which was released last month, provides additional robustness to prevent unintended vehicle movement via 2 major changes. But this company's products were bought entirely. Its inventory was bought out by another company who wants to turn them into taxis.
Like a third party. Right, kind of like an Uber or something, but it's not Uber.
It's not Uber. I can tell you what their new name is. Do you want to know it?
Yes, I do.
It's Oopser, because oops, we bought Fiskers. Moving on. So the next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. A Florida condo cliff is coming as owners deal with fallout from the 2021 Surfside collapse. If you're not familiar with this, a condo, over time, kept on having more and more stuff put into it, like more modern equivalents of older stuff. So marble floors and walls and other stuff. And it exceeded the maximum weight limit of its belt. And the front wall punched a hole through the deck, and the front fell off the building, and that pulled the rest of the building down, taking everybody inside with it. So it happened at like 3:00 in the morning, and it's, if you can detach yourself,
it was a tragedy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you could detach yourself from the tragedy, it's a fascinating investigation into engineering failure and what amounts to the failure of the builders, in my opinion, to adequately build a structure that could go beyond its original weight limit. So nowadays we build 3 and 4 times its engineering spec because of dipshit things like this. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees or on fixed incomes, are on the hook. That's because other condos are clones of this. And so they have the same weak spots. They don't have the same...
Right. They might be built in the same era, to the same specs,
the same quality, etc. And so you end up with or I should say all of Florida is on the cusp of basically just collapsing, because concrete is not impermeable. So salt water and water seeps into and through it. And sometimes it evaporates on the way out, but it can cause rebar to rust. And if it's too close or too far, it can either break the cement or it can just rust internally and lose all of its structural support and collapse. And you can do a search on YouTube and look all of this stuff up. But the article over here at CNBC by Diana Olick put this article together, has key points to take away. Buildings that are at least 30 years old, as was the Champlain Tower that fell, have to undergo special inspections, make repairs, gather reserve funds for future maintenance. The deadline is at the end of this month. So they have to do retrofits. And there is another one, like Champlain North, I think it was, because I think it was Champlain South.
There's one in the same complex.
By the same builder, same everything.
It's like built the exact the same time. It's like a mirror image of it, I think.
Yep. And as far as I know, it still has the support structures in place that were implemented because the original, the one that Surfside that collapsed, was identical, and people are like, look, the balconies are bowing and the walls are sinking. This floor is shifting down. And so
how nerve-wracking would that be? Is it still occupied then in the other one?
As far as I know, yeah. Yeah. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees, are on fixed incomes. They're on the hook because the builders are long gone and or dead. So they, according...
Well, the condos like share ownership, right? Like it's a different structure than if you have a house or something.
Yeah, like you're leasing it or something like that. If you're leasing it or you own it, then you own it. But when you are a condo owner, you actually have a shared governance and shared liability. So everybody has to chip in. And sometimes there's even strata, like the penthouse has to pay 5% more or whatever because they have more of the whatever.
PSA, think about before buying a condo.
Well, the real problem here is the liability. Evaluating this thing, you would point to the builder, but the builder is long gone, and there's so many variables that have changed that liability is going to be diminished quite a bit because the builder built to that spec and they exceeded it.
Right, and they might have actually met it or exceeded it. Although I thought there were some things that were in question about that, but
there were, like the posts, that the reinforced posts in the floor appear inadequate, but that might be some temporal relativism, right? Back then, they evaluated it and may not have needed it, but today the spec is dramatically different.
Well, they didn't have that ridiculously heavy F-150 EVs in that time.
Yeah, that's true too. So some owners are hoping to sell their units rather than comply. Others are walking away, and still others are looking for investors to bail them out. But selling their unit when they know full well that this thing is interminable, you can't solve this easily. You literally have to fill the floor up with concrete to reinforce that basement level. And even then, who knows, man? The sand shifts. So at any rate.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who would want to buy there.
Yeah, so a large portion of Champlain Surfside actually collapsed, and then they pulled the rest of it down after evacuating everybody else out. And so in the usual busy summer season, sales are down 21.5% year over year, and the average price was down 2.4% in the third quarter, which is weird because a quarter of the sales year over year only leveraged down 2.4% in price. Something's a little irrational here.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense unless it already plummeted somehow before that.
But now, in the third quarter of this year, active listings were up 60% from the same period the year before. Special assessments levied to undertake the repairs have been as high as $200,000 per unit. The repair bills...
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a surprise bill. It's not like $2, $2,000, which would be a lot of money for a lot of people, but $200,000, most people don't have lying around.
It's wild, right? And so basically it would become a second mortgage and you'd have to start paying that. What's going on right now is these reports are coming in, maintenance fee budgets are being put together, and many boards do not want to acknowledge how much it's going to be. All the bills will be sent and people will receive their little booklets where it says how much you'll have to pay every month. They'll get them in January. So right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm. So Merry Christmas. You have a bill.
Right, maybe. Well, yeah. Maybe they should tell them before the holidays so they don't buy all the mega deals on TVs and cars and whatever.
The boards have been talking about it, and so people have to be willfully ignorant and not understand that this is coming down. So condo prices were down about 2% in the summer months. Zalewski, said that's just the beginning. It was only in September that the area started to get bombarded with information about the pitfalls. Uninformed buyers saw cheaper prices in the summer and figured they better buy now so that they can own the piece of South Florida. Now there's buyer's regret. If this was...
Yeah, that's gotta be like a fraud, right? Like...
Yeah. This has to be bullshit.
Sold without that disclosure. Mm-hmm.
All of these properties knew that there was a problem because the auditors were coming and doing the investigations already. And to sit there and go, is just bullshit. I mean, but this is the moral compass. This is the ethical compass. This is the type of antisocial behavior that I totally see, because it's disconnected from the responsibility of being a fellow member of society. Get mine, screw you. You're ignorant, but I'm the one that has the information. And if I'm the one that has the information, shouldn't I be compelled to disclose the pending liability?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it said in one county, and I'm sorry if you stated this, there were 3/4 of the property that were older than 30 years.
No,
the 3/4 that were for sale, which is really unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty wild.
I mean, this is going to cause like a complete real estate market implosion.
And that's
like a bankruptcy implosion, like depending on...
Yeah. That's the implication of this entire article. And that's what they came to that conclusion as well, that it's on the way. Some of the repair bills have come in as much as $15 million. Yeah. So,
right. I mean, where do you go from there? And who wants to put that much money into an old building anyway, even if you own it?
Yeah, your building can be, the condo can be condemned forcefully, and you can be forced to evacuate because it's no longer a viable structure for occupation.
Well, and isn't part of the problem going to be like anything where there's a group involved, right? Like some percentage will probably start paying toward this. Some people won't or can't. But then it's like, well, then they're not going to have enough money to fund the repairs, which then means everybody gets impacted.
Yeah. Yeah. And worse still, there are some people that are more connected than others, and they're going to find out the damage before, and they're going to move faster. And so there's an imbalance because the market is not perfect. And, screw anybody that says invisible hand bullshit. No. It's the equivalent of nepotism. It's insider trading. It's fraud. It's unethical. It's immoral. It's sociopathic. Again. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. By the way, we're basically in everybody. Every single member of ohmTown. All viewers, past and present, are in a clown car sized golf cart, and we're kind of slowly tooting down Main Street, ohmTown, looking left and right, and that's where the articles are. Okay, so if you look on to the right side, you're going to find this story. You can now see Apex, the world's most expensive dinosaur fossil, on display at a New York City museum. The largest and most complete Stegosaurus specimen sold for a record-setting price in July. I think it was like $41 million or something like that. I think that was the number I remember.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
currently on loan to the American Museum of Natural History for 4 years. So the article is over at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. She and Kim put the article together. And let's see if it...
And you're right, it was at 44.6 million.
I think the extra 3.6 million is the juice that the auction house puts on it. Because I really seem to recall it being 41. But anyway, it was a record-breaking price of 44.6 million during a Sotheby's auction in July. The exhibition opened up Sunday, December 8th, and will remain on view for 4 years. Well, I mean, he's not going anywhere. Right?
Right, and they want to get their money's worth, right?
People are dying to see him. Or he's dying to see people. 150 million years old. But no, don't be silly. No older. It doesn't look a year over 5,000 years old. Anybody? Look, we used to ride these all across the plains of the United States, right? And not until we hunted them out of existence instead of riding them around and treating them like horses did they actually go away. Anyway, the last holder of that title at the fossil assemblage of a Tyrannosaurus Rex named Stan. After Stan raked in $31.8 million in the auction in 2020, the sale generated much buzz among paleontologists over the identity of its anonymous buyer. Later, it was revealed that Stan would be homed at a forthcoming natural history museum in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Anyway, so the museum is slated to open its doors and reveal Stan to the world next year. But in the meantime, the public can see Apex in the flesh, or bones, they say here. The identity of Apex's owner is much less mysterious. The winning bidder was Kenneth C. Griffin, the billionaire hedge fund manager and founder of the company Citadel. He has temporarily loaned his extravagant acquisition to the New York Museum.
Okay, I'm just asking, like, if you're a billionaire or anybody and you buy this, what do you do with it? Like, do you have to build a room for it?
You loan it out so that you can write down taxes. It's a piece of property. So it's an asset that you can actually get a loan against at a lower rate because it's actually secured in a natural museum, and the goodwill alone, it's all marketing and yeah. No, it's out of the kindness of one's heart. So Apex contains 254 bones out of a total of approximately 320, a whopping 80% of the full set, at 11.5 feet and 27 feet long. 11.5 feet tall and 27 feet long. It's also the biggest specimen so far, about 30% larger than others of its ilk. So Apex is thick. Anyway.
Well, and we think it's missing bones, but maybe this is its size. But maybe not if there's entire sections missing.
Yeah, I think they say that they know that there's stuff no longer there that should be there. So there are no visible signs that Apex was attacked while it was alive, leading scientists to believe that it died of natural causes. However, its skeleton bears a curious scar for those who look closely. As Isaac Schultz of Gizmodo reports, the shoulder blade contains a puncture wound that's embedded with a bone fragment from Apex's own tail. Perhaps the wound was self-inflicted when the dinosaur curled around itself. So they really need to change its name to Dumbass.
I mean, that's kind of dangerous. It's like when a cat hits itself with its own tail and it's kind of like, what was that?
Oh, yeah. Then it freaks out and knocks everything over. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go get my Thai tea. I set it down and I walked away from the CNC. Anyway, so while T-Rex might be one of the most beloved dinosaurs thanks to movies like Jurassic Park and its sequel, Geriatric Park, which is all about old dinosaurs, and The Land Before Time, the Stegosaurus is also iconic in its own right. Its most recognizable feature is the row of tall diamond-shaped plates along its spine. Since the first discovery of Stegosaurus in the 19th century... Hey, did you know that there was a dinosaur that could actually talk? It had a vocabulary.
What was that?
It was called the Thesaurus. Anyway, the dinosaur's primary weapon is its barbed tail. Researchers know this from observing that one fossil of a contemporaneous dinosaur predator bears a painful-looking hole matching the size of a Stegosaurus tail spike. Plus, the tails in fossils often come damaged, as if the animals had used them in battle. There's a lot more in this article, but I'm going to let y'all go over and check it all out. This is pretty cool. Apex, the Stegosaurus.
And if you're going to be in New York, go check it out.
Yeah, might have to fly up to New York just so that... I mean, ohmTown is everywhere, but it's still geographically located somewhere in the omniverse. And I guess depending on if you buy into it or not, the simulation. What was going on where the simulation took place today? I can't remember. Anyway, I hate opening a door just a crack and it's still dark in there. Anyway, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Researchers discover a new ocean predator in the Atacama Trench. There's a joke there, but I'm just not going to say it. Characterized by darkness and intense pressure, just like my life. The ocean's Hadal zone seems uninhabitable.
Inhospitable.
I thought it was inhospitable.
Also inhospitable.
Yeah, uninhabitable, yeah. Yet dozens of unique organisms call it home. Each species discovered there adds a crucial piece of the puzzle of how life has evolved and even thrives in one of Earth's most extreme environments. It's either the Atacama Trench or the line cooking area in a Waffle House. Anyway,
yeah.
Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution put this article together. It's published over at phys.org, and that is the most Cthulhu-looking ocean beastie I have seen yet. Characterized by darkness? Yeah, characterized by the deep ones. This is a baby Cthulhu.
This is cool looking. Not if it was swimming after you, though.
Yeah, if it latches onto your face and implants a creature in your host. The new study published in Systematics and Biodiversity, yet another journal, highlights one of those species, the newly named Dulcibella camanchaca. This crustacean is the first large active predatory amphipod from those extreme depths.
On a Tuesday
at 8 p.m. The species was discovered by scientists from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, or the HUA, and Instituto Milenio de Oceanografía, or AMO. Based on the Universidad de Concepción, Chile. So the Dulcibella camanchaca is a fast-swimming predator, so
even scarier.
It's chasing your ass down in the dark. Predator that we named after darkness in the languages of the peoples from the Andes region to signify the deep, dark ocean from where it predates. So, explain the study's co-lead author, Dr. Joanna Weston, a Hadal ecologist at Hawaii, or Hui. I don't know that. Anyway, so this is kind of fascinating. It says, located beneath the nutrient-rich and productive surface waters and geographically remote from other hatal environments, the Atacama Trench hosts a distinctive community of native species. So you can say the same for the Atacama Desert as well. It has stuff that is...
Yeah, like blue jeans.
And, well, that stuff all went up in smoke. Somebody set fire to it after it was disclosed that there's mountains of refuse clothing just sitting out there, seemingly brand new clothes that was just thrown away because, I don't know, artificial scarcity. Anyway, I would have loved to get all of that stuff, shred it all up, and turn it into something else.
Or donated it to animal shelters, or done any number of things with it.
All kinds of stuff, yeah. So most excitingly, the DNA and morphology data pointed to this species being a new genus too, emphasizing the Atacama Trench as an endemic hotspot. So it's pretty cool. But for those of you in the podcast, this thing is pure white, looks slimy, and it looks like one end is Cthulhu and the other end is what? A crustacean.
Well, it looks like a kind of a shrimp on the tail and then like an alligator kind of on the front.
Alligator? I don't see alligator.
I don't know.
I don't see alligator.
I think it's really cool looking.
Wow. But it is stark white. Obviously, it doesn't have any eyes. It's designed for high pressure. But it looks like a sand flea on steroids, like in the back half. And then it has these little dangly bits over here, these little antenna-like things that, again, it looks creepy as hell. And I am fascinated that the sentient AI thinks that it's cool.
Well, that's because I'm online and it's in the Atacama Trench. If it was swimming after me,
look out! There's one right behind you.
It just looks neat.
Hey AI, there's one on your shoulder. Moving on. Next. Nice. So the last article for today's Non Sequitur News is over in Stock Marketeers. Mondelez, I guess it is. Is it really a soft Z, Mondelez? Anyway.
I think it's Mondelez, but I'm not sure.
Is reportedly exploring buying Hershey, Ozempic, and other factors could help justify a sale, analyst says. So
why,
shares,
because Hershey's going down in price or something?
Well, the company is taking a beating because there's so many people on weight loss drugs that it's actually impacting things like alcohol consumption and chocolate candies and whatever else. Junk food in general has declined. But right, I'm doing my part to make up for all of the people that are taking weight loss drugs. Just kidding. So shares of chocolate maker Hershey Company on Monday were on track for their biggest percentage gain since 2016 after Bloomberg reported that Oreo maker Mondelez International Incorporated was exploring a possible acquisition as consumer trends continue to shift towards wellness and weight loss. So mergers and acquisitions. Yes, there is a fiduciary duty for the leadership of a company to, I guess, accept offers if they are, large enough to be in the best interest of the shareholders.
And if you exclaim at the numbers on the paper, then you should probably consider it as a company.
Yeah. But here's the deal. When there is going to be a merger or an acquisition, including a hiccup, your prices are going to go up. Your product offering is going to decline. And the shareholders will be out money, ultimately, because if they would just have managed their money better and not like done stock buybacks and other stuff and offered up really massive benefits packages to the executive suites so that they could weather a storm like this. And they operated, and the company just built up coffers so that they could continue to pay the people a livable wage, even in a downturn, and then acted responsibly and did their own acquisition, did their own product development, and create healthier products that would still entice people. Then this could be an ongoing concern instead of looking for a way out so that the stockholders could just grab the next brass ring and go somewhere else. I mean, that's really what it's coming down to. So the fiduciary duty isn't necessarily for the here and now, but the long term doesn't get evaluated. Is that offer big enough for us to just pull the ripcord now and bounce? Again, mark my words. Prices are going up. Since 2018, after I was told the era of cheap food is over, prices have skyrocketed, and they're not going to come down because there's so much wealth in the system. It's been acquired since the pandemic, where everybody got record profits except for the individuals who were actually bearing the biggest burden. Anyway, it's not coming down.
So Hershey Company was founded in 1894. So I also think this is kind of a big deal because it's been around for a long time.
Well, they were pretty damn predatory too. So
I know they had their own issues.
And that's how they made it, right? The reason they exist is because they were abusive in the beginning, right? Just like other things. But don't pay attention to that.
Just look at the chocolate.
Here, take our buyout offer. Take our buyout offer. Don't pay attention to history. All of it is lies. Anyway, Hershey now faces long-term headwinds from the expansion of GLP-1 drugs and heightened scrutiny on unhealthy food in the U.S., T.D. Cohen says. Bill Peters over at MarketWatch.com put the article together. And we're finding lead and cadmium in chocolate too. It's not Hershey's per se. It's Cadbury and what's the other one? It wasn't just Cadbury. It was just recently Lindt. Yeah. Anyway, so the company is now facing cyclical changes from rising cocoa costs, corporate layoffs, and market share losses. The combination of these factors certainly must give them pause. A deal would give Mondelez two massive snack brands, Hershey and Reese's, they said, adding that Mondelez, unlike Hershey, had the distribution capacity to expand those brands internationally. He also said the combined company would be better able to stave off rising cocoa costs, which can't be done with price increases alone. Yeah, because they become a single competitor for chocolate or for cocoa.
Well, true. Yeah.
It isn't that they have the ability to weather the storm better. It's that they become part of the shockwave of it is the storm front coming for the producers. If they stop buying from one producer, the other producers are going to shit their pants and say, here's our chocolate at a discount. Please buy from us. But they're not going to lower their prices. They're going to raise the prices because they got to make back the money they lost in the acquisition of Hershey.
True, but I also wonder how many people are they losing because of the rising prices. Like chocolate is something that people really enjoy, but not when it's cost double or triple what it was.
And you would think logically, oh, that's going to hurt their bottom line. But look at the movie industry. Prices increased, showings decreased, and they still have record profits.
Right,
but it's a fewer amount of options.
It's a win for the studios.
Meanwhile, a number of options that the consumers have to view a movie, and hence the flip side of this is going to be chocolate, declined. But because, what am I going to do? Not have any chocolate? No. They're going to pay the premium price, and they're going to get the chocolate that is actually offered up, because you can't get it on your own. You can't process chocolate on your own. It's not like you got to, cocoa tree and you're sitting there, lopping the buds off so that you can crack into the nut and get all the juicy innards and then roast it and process it, grind it and mill it, squeeze out the oil and add this and that and blah, blah, blah. No, you got to buy it from the former company that used to have a company town that would pay people in coupons to buy from themselves. Anyway, Hershey, Moscow said, Moscow being the person, not the country, or the city, the Russian city, because Russian cities can't talk.
Right? No, I don't believe so.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thanks. Anyway, it now faces long-term headwinds because of GLP-1. That's right. All us fatties are getting thin.
I know. How dare people?
You bastards, go eat chocolate. My stock is declining and I need dividends. I need dividends. You know what? The yacht isn't going to pay for itself.
I'm surprised like these weight loss companies aren't buying out something like Hershey.
I'm surprised that Hershey hasn't done some regulatory capture, like lobby the hell out of senators, because that's really what's going to happen. And then they go, you know what? GLP has been deemed cancerous or something like that. I shouldn't joke because my jokes always come true. I'm like a prognosticator of ill winds. Anyway, the TD Cowen analyst said in a separate note on Monday that futures were still up 30% since October amid concerns about the impact of harsher weather on crop yields. Mondelez, they noted, said that it was ready to raise prices if supplies stayed tight. Meanwhile, all of the analysts are sitting there going, "Come on, supplies! Let's screw over Grandma." Everyone from Enron ended up being a financial analyst. Every single one of them. Come on. We really want global warming, baby, because we're going to be making money selling water and everything else at a premium price. All those poors are going to be paying us left and right. Oh, suffer, bitches. Anyway, while we suffer, we're going to go back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of all of our shows. All the news gets aggregated into that little pool there. Thousands upon thousands of articles. We're at somewhere around 1.5 million article headlines, titles, and a little snippet in there. You can go back searching all the way back to 2020, but there's very few in 2020. It really starts in 2021. But this show started at the beginning of 2022. Wow.
That's right.
We're at the end of year 3 now. I feel old. Anyway, that's where I go to manage my information overload, and we add stuff and take stuff out from time to time. And if you know of a good source that is willing to provide us with articles, then let us know. But in the meantime, come and visit us every day, somewhere around 7 o'clock, and we talk for an hour, throw our little snarky tidbits in there. The AI doesn't really throw snarky tidbits in there. It's only me.
I mean, I gotta save some snark for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Can't eat up all of the snark, right? It's not like I'm Hershey or anything. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and the sentient AI is doing the same.
Bye-bye, Ohmtown says. You're sending me an error message. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to check out other videos like our replay while you're waiting.
Yeah, and remember, Non Sequitur News is now Monday through Friday, hourly as a show. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it turns into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition, which is a compilation of the 3 shows on Saturday and the 3 other shows on Sunday. All 6 of those shows are unique unto themselves. So you've got 6 podcasts, 6 individual shows, and Non Sequitur News to go back and review. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 10th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Kroger Albertson's wedding has been called off. Avanti West Coast strikes. Subaru Outback returned through the front door. Whoops, our biobad. Inside the North Pole Christmas home. Pop-up holiday bars. Santa Claus is a foreign agent. Fortnite refund. Don't bring luggage to Tokyo. And prohibition-themed bars. See you on the other side, because everything is powered by... Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Oh, you were quiet, and then you got loud. I don't know what's going on. We're just doing it. Anyway, look, I'm wearing Christmas garb.
Is that like Die Hard as a Christmas movie?
What's it? Falcon and the Snowman. It's actually to Avenger.
Yeah, it's Marvel.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it. First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's a good name for a show. It's this show. We're in a time machine. We have to get this going. So, just so everybody knows, I might be rushing through this little steam engine because I have mayoral duties in less than 2 hours now. And so we have to do 2 episodes of Time Machine. Let's see if we can get it done.
Then we gotta get moving.
Yeah, so shut up, Mayor Watt. Let's get into it, right? Yes, let's get into it.
I already said, let's get moving.
This is supposed to be blue, but it's coming across as white. Not quite sure what's going on. I'm purple.
Time frame.
But I'm coming across as white. Oh, I'm sorry. Non Sequitur News. Come on. You got to live up to the name. Okay, well, anyway, federal judge blocks the Kroger Albertson's wedding. I'm all on board for this. I like competition because competition is good for customers.
You don't want the wedding. You want the
I want the divorce.
Companies.
Yeah, I want what is it called? I want
a prenup?
Not a prenup.
I didn't know what you meant.
I want a strike before, right?
Oh, preemptive strike.
A preemptive strike. Thank you. It's a big word for Mayor Watt. So anyway, today, which is the 10th, December 10th, a U.S. district judge blocked the grocery giant Kroger's plan to acquire Albertsons, finding that the move would limit grocery sector competition. I agree. All mergers and acquisition, actually. And I think that it's asinine for anybody to suggest that a merger or acquisition is good for customers, because here's what happens, and I've said this time and time again. Competition is reduced, so prices go up, options go down. Opportunities for consumers to benefit from that competition are eliminated wholesale. And then there is so much of a barrier to entry that a competitor can't even come online. Look around. Is there anybody that can compete other than another $1 billion or $1 trillion juggernaut that can compete with Google? No? Didn't think so.
Doesn't seem like it.
Only if there is tremendous outlash from society is there a smaller competitor that can rise. Look at Twitter. Twitter shit the bed entirely. Had to go full wingnut just for Blue Sky, which has a more moderate tone, to come online and find any traction. And it only came online because Twitter shit the bed so bad. Anyway, so I am in favor of limiting mergers and acquisitions, particularly when the market is going to suffer, and suffer it will. So the decision is a victory for common sense antitrust enforcement that puts people ahead of corporations. Persistently high food prices are hitting Americans hard, and the Kroger-Albertsons mega merger would have only made it worse. These are going to be statements that are being made via Common Dreams. I've said it in the past, that Common Dreams typically has a volatile tone, I guess you would say, right? It doesn't necessarily strike. Go ahead.
They're sometimes like opinion pieces, or they're from a particular organization that has a focus.
Yeah, an ideological bent that isn't necessarily moderate, right? And people chuckle when I say this because they're like, there's no such thing as a centrist. Yeah, there absolutely is. And it's people who find the value in a situation wherein everybody's playing basically to maximize the benefit to society. That isn't always the case, but a centrist is definitely trying to find the maximum benefit for society. And allowing a mega corporation to acquire all of the foodstuffs basically eliminates food security and allows somebody to monopolize the sector, meaning we all suffer. So Food and Water Watch research into grocery store sector consolidation details how growing market concentration reduces competition and enables collusion and price fixing. We've seen that actually happen with things as simple as memory sticks, where the massive number of the limited number of producers for a massive market colluded to raise prices internationally, impacting it domestically. Leading to higher food prices for consumers, lower profits for farmers, rising profits for grocery giants, and even the farmers are being acquired hand over fist by mega corporations.
Yeah, they are. That's another problem.
Well, today's youth doesn't want to buy into yesteryear's ma and pa farm because there's too much money to be made going into fintech or technology in general. And farming is largely old school tech with very, very expensive, limited machinery, right? So there's only a few producers of these tools that are used for modern farming in ma and pa's farm. So you have to spend $250,000 for a machine. And so you go, well, I'm going to hire people, but that isn't necessarily the case. And not everybody is everywhere. Not everybody wants to work a farm, et cetera, et cetera. And so the kids bail. The farm gets acquired because it can't make ends meet. Hopefully, ma and pa paid for everything. And so the farm gets handed to the kids free of cost, $1, transfers it over. And lo and behold, the kids go, I don't want to do this shit, and sell it.
Right. Yeah, it's not a lifestyle for everybody.
Yep. So they say here, from January 2020 to January 2024, the monthly food cost for a family of 4 on a thrifty food plan is 50% from $654 to $976. Over the same period, the top 4 grocery retailers in the U.S. saw revenue increases between 9 and 36%. So you can't tell me that we all suffered the same, because the grocery stores actually tack on to what is being charged to them, because the supply side, the raw material supplier, is charging more. And so if you look at the consumer price index and you look at the supplier side index, price index, you'll see that the price to the supplier went up, or from the supplier went up, but has started declining, but the CPI continues to climb. So massive profits, even during a time where it was supposed to be painful for everybody and they were cutting people and blah, blah, blah. Record freaking profits. It's unethical. It's immoral. I am on the side of this. So kudos to them. At any rate, I'll just also harp on one other thing. Everybody should be growing
Microgreens.
microgreens in their own basement, mini farms. I'll be honest that I've been a little hypocritical about it as of late because I haven't had time to actually grow anything lately. But that means one thing in particular: I'm not wasting any water. Nothing is dying off. Everything that I can use in the future is still sitting in jars waiting for me to plant again. And it can stay there for years, really. So it's really a benefit to everybody. Grow microgreens in your basement. It's relatively simple, because you have to put some effort into it and you have to harvest, but it's small little plots, 9 by 20, and you get weeks worth of food depending on your family.
Plus you have some degree of confidence in the quality, right? You're not getting affected by these large scale food recalls, etc.
Oh yeah, and you don't have to worry about like chemicals and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about insects or predation in any way. You don't have to worry about spoilage you don't have to worry about it from the market, but you kind of have to babysit it for yourself. But it'll go bad no matter what if you don't take care of it. So at any rate, let's move on. Come on, let's jump on to the next article. So the next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is about business transformation. Avanti West Coast workers are going to strike over Christmas. Happy Christmas, everybody. Train managers have voted for walkouts on the 22nd, 23rd, and 29th of December in a row over rest days.
Oh, like those aren't in a row.
It's a BBC thing. I mean, it's a UK thing, European thing. So Deerbale Jordan, you know what? I didn't give credit for the last person.
I think it's just from Common Dreams. I don't know that it has an author listed because it's more like there's at least a point of contact.
Phoebe Galt. Oh gosh, sorry. There's just something that popped up in my radar today that I'm like, oh God. Anyway, so this article over at BBC from Deerbale Jordan put together. It's titled again, Avanti West Coast workers to strike over Christmas. So that is a train company, and it says train managers usually work a 41-hour week, but due to staff shortages, 41 hours, geez, can be asked to work on their days off, but the RMT said that the current arrangements were unacceptable. Rail services on all 3 days are expected to be limited. A revised timetable for the 22nd and 23rd of December will be made available, but around 300 train managers are expected to join the walkout. The strikes have been announced weeks after RMT members working at a number of rail companies accepted a pay raise of 4.75% for the last financial year and 4.5% increase for 2024 to 2025. So just keep you in mind here, not interest, but your average increase in the economy is 3%. So they're actually just walking away 3% a year. They're actually just walking away with a 1.75 and 1.5% increase. Now, on the other side of that, the profits or the cost of living for food alone over the last 4 years has increased 50% in the United States. That would be at par, I would say, with the UK because it's basically a global issue. Where profits shoot through the roof, costs shoot through the roof, but decline slowly, if at all.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's also one that's suffered from it shows negative, like trains on time, etc. But I think some of these things are vicious cycles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like either cut back on staffing or people are overworked or whatever. I'm sure there's multiple factors that go into that.
Yeah. And so the kicker here is that they're going to seek a way to automate this, just like they're doing with planes now. They're going to try and eliminate the human and automate it, put one person in charge instead of 3 for a long haul or whatever. But you remove the human from this, automation plays the biggest role. And when it fails, then you just go, oh, we had a technical breakdown. And that's why the train load of people crashed. It wasn't the company's fault. It wasn't a person's fault. It was a technical issue. and then you hold the company accountable, but all they do is pay the bill and then raise the prices to recoup it within 5 years, and no soul is lost, but they are selling their soul. And so you get outrage, but outrage seems to wane, just, oh, well, we're done. Anyway,
you can only be outraged for so long and about so many different things.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you keep on smelling, if you work in a flower shop, all you do is smell roses, and eventually you become nose blind too. And I don't know
even though you might think it's the best smell or something.
Yeah, you just, like, I actually have a scent burner here in the studio. And at one point I'm like, I don't smell this anymore. And then somebody came into the studio and was like, man, you got to turn that thing down. Oh, didn't realize. Anyway, oddly enough, though, I wasn't burning anything that day. And maybe it was just Mara Watt's manly scent. Moving on. Mayoral scent. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'm moving on. Anyway, the next article is over in Four-Wheel Tech. Man returns used Subaru Outback by driving it through the up front.
That's not the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. I'm sorry you can't park that here. Oh, I'm not parking it. I'm abandoning it. Have you ever bought a vehicle that turned out to not quite be as advertised, and you wish that you could just take it right back to the seller and give them a piece of your mind? Well, one Utah man tried after buying a used Subaru from a Mazda dealer. Well, there's your problem. You bought a Subaru from a Mazda dealer.
Exactly. I mean, what were you doing? Either get a Mazda at the Mazda dealer or go to the Subaru dealer for the Subaru.
That's right. Come on. So you wouldn't go to a brain surgeon to get a heart transplant, would you? You wouldn't download a Subaru, would you? Sorry. Never mind. That's back in the days of piracy being really big, and there was moral outrage from everybody in the press because, oh God, you can't download a piece of software that you were never going to pay for anyway and try it out. Anyway, never mind. Well, they did so. They did their return in spectacular fashion, driving the Outback up front. Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put this article together. The dealership apparently refused a more typical return process. There are lemon laws, but I don't know if it applies in Ute. Let's see here. A Redditor who works at another dealer in the area posted a video of the crash that they said spread quickly through local circles, and they claim the return was due to overcharge rather than an issue with the car. So it's not clear what that issue was with the Outback, but as of this morning, the car was still listed on the dealer's website for just $3,755. If that's an overcharge, I'd buy that. Wait,
no, I don't think. I think perhaps the problem is maybe they charged more than the advertised price.
$3,755. Yeah, while on the phone with the dealership, a man was told that the sale was final and the car was as is purchased. The suspect reportedly threatened that he would drive the car through the dealership's front door if they didn't take the car back. And Moffitt said that the suspect returned to the dealership around 4 p.m. Hey, it's before closing hours, so they should have accepted the return on Monday and actually drove the car through the front of the dealership. Should have left the door open, let him just park it right into the...
Exactly. I mean...
They knew he was coming. Weird. So combine that with the as-is sale, and you don't exactly have a recipe for success. So the marketplace would be low for an Outback in good condition, even on Marketplace. So if the market says that would be low...
I mean, that seems ridiculously low. I don't think you can buy any kind of car for that price.
Yeah. It was a drivable car. They drove it into the store. I would buy...
That's true.
What year Outback is it? Maybe... Oh, it's a 2008 Subaru Outback. Dear God.
That still seems low price, though, because, you can't... It's very hard to find a car that will drive for that price.
Come on, you'd be... Look, it should be getting its job and applying to colleges. My God. Anyway, it's a 16-year-old car. It's about to be 17. Anyway.
Yeah, I kind of want to know more about what the issue was.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was good enough to drive into the building. Let's keep going. So we're way past Halloween, so we're not going to scare you with this, but we're probably going to scare you with this. This is a Mobile Channel article that's from Gizmodo. The Australian virus lab loses track of hundreds of deadly germs in major biosecurity breach.
Yeah, this is terrifying.
So this is a time machine episode, but do you know if there's been a follow-up?
I haven't seen a single article about this other than this one. That's also alarming. Like, this should have had multiple outlets covering it.
While the exact fate of the misplaced samples is still unknown, they likely pose no danger to the public, government officials have said.
Like those escaped monkeys.
Ed Cara put the article together. Well, I guess it's in Australia. It couldn't possibly get on a plane, right?
Oh, never.
COVID stayed where in China, right?
Definitely. But maybe, just maybe, one of these will merge with something that's already deadly in Australia. Like one of those snakes that like makes your roof cave in or something. Maybe it can get one of these.
Snakes on a plane?
Mm-hmm.
So at the state-run Public Health Virology Laboratory in Queensland, that occurred in 2021. What?
Well, now I see why it's not breaking news everywhere.
A breach resulting in the misplacement of samples containing several potentially deadly germs, including hantavirus, but they likely pose no danger to the public. Hantavirus poses a danger to the public, at least in close proximity to them.
Yeah, it does.
So the misplaced samples contained Hendra virus, Lissa virus, and hantavirus. All three viruses are predominantly caught through contact with animals and can cause life-threatening infections. Hendra's natural hosts are flying fox bats. Bad bat. It's a bad bat situation. Oh, I need to make a little thing. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. We'll just do that. Like, bad bat situation. I don't understand this. Why they waited until now to actually do it? So still,
was it actually disclosed before now?
No, they just now disclosed it. Officials didn't notice the missing viruses until August 2023. The breach took place in 2021. They say there's no evidence of risk to the community from the 2021 breach, and our government is working to make sure it doesn't happen again. But they didn't say anything until August of 2020. They didn't notice until 2023.
And then they waited until almost 2025 to report it.
I feel safe. Let's go visit Santa Claus, where viruses may or may not persist. Actually,
we have to be careful. We don't know if the virus has made it to the North Pole.
Oof, you're killing me. So viruses, by the way, in the cold, they typically have a protein coat that covers them, and they harden. So they end up deeper in your lungs if you inhale them, or in your they survive longer on you, and then you bring them into a nice warm place, and then they thaw out.
Yeah, cold weather doesn't kill them.
So with that note, let's look inside Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus's $1.2 million North Pole home. It's Santa Claus's busiest time of the year, and he's running drills with the reindeer, overseeing the elves' toy production and making the final call on which children are naughty and which are nice. And now, on top of all of those responsibility, apparently Santa is staging his house for Zillow. So Zillow is a property valuation site. So the article is over at qz.com, Quartz, as it's called, and Madeline Fitzgerald put the article together. I've always loved the name Madeline. Anyway, there's a detached all-weather garage designed to accommodate a sleigh and stable equipped for reindeer. That can't be the actual...
I think it is.
Oh my gosh. So it's a log cabin. For those in the podcast, it's a log cabin. I've always liked log cabins, but from a distance. I don't think that I would want to own one. The tone, the color scheme can't be changed.
Oh, right. Like you're not changing the walls or whatever. And you don't tend to have a lot of, it depends on the design, but a lot of windows either.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit. Whoever took these pictures must have turned up the gain on this, because every log cabin that I've ever been in has been darker than what this is kind of embodying. But this thing looks like it's straight out of a Christmas, like Santa Claus kind of house. Yeah. This should be a Airbnb kind of a thing. What the heck? Start over.
Well, maybe it is.
So built in 1820. My God, that is well kept. 1822, the same year Clement Clark Moore wrote, "'Twas the night before Christmas. The 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home is 2,086 square feet." Does that look like on 25 acres? Damn it, I might be moving. Wait, where is this?
We don't know where it's actually located. It says North Pole Home, but
that has to be. No, that can't be right. There is a link, I think. Anyway, it's a 25-acre lot. Watch, it's like downtown Washington, D.C. It's not.
Right. It's not actually for sale, though.
Is it not?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought it was being put up on staging the house for Zillow.
It's a showcase.
Oh, is that all it is? I'm robbed. Unfortunately for anyone in the market for North Pole properties, the real estate's listing website is highlighting the big man's log cabin. I don't know if I like the tone of that. Oh, as a showcase. That's the rest of the sentence. Meaning it's not actually for sale. If the Clauses did want to move into a new place, however, real estate experts value their current home at $1.2 million. Anyway, they're celebrating the holidays, and a new home is exciting, but you can also be overwhelming, says Amanda Pendleton, Zillow's home trends expert. All right.
Well, I think that looks pretty cool, and it definitely looks Christmassy.
It's very cute. I think this is computer generated, though. And then this is just slapped on there. I don't know. I feel cheated. Let's move on. The next, moving on. Next article is over in the Order of the Grape. Like Christmas decorations, holiday pop-up bars arrived earlier than ever this year. Christmas is over a month away, and they're sitting. And this is when the article apparently is referencing Christmas as being over a month away, but it's December 10th.
Maybe it was refreshed or edited or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Woman wearing a knit holiday sweater with blinking lights and a headboard with reindeer antlers shimmies past them and slides a letter to Mariah Carey, I guess, onto the drop box at the entrance. It didn't feel like Christmas before they walked in. Thanksgiving was still days away, and now it feels like someone vomited Christmas all over the bar. Oh, so it's the context of their story. That Christmas was a month away at the telling of this story.
Oh, okay.
So, Adam Rayner put the article together over at vinepair.com. And they say, as far as they can tell, everyone who's ponied up $22 for an admission ticket appears to be very serious about Christmas and even more serious about Mariah Carey. It's the 30th anniversary of Carey's ubiquitous holiday anthem, All I Want for Christmas Is You. And to commemorate the milestone, she launched a series of holiday pop-up bars across the country. The Black Irish Holiday Bar, developed in partnership with Virgin Hotels and Bucket Listers, was launched November 15th in New York, Dallas, New Orleans, Nashville, and Chicago. It's a place for lustful Mariah Carey fans and the Christmas-obsessed to sip treacly martinis made with 3 variations of Black Irish. Carey's... Sorry.
Is Black Irish a liquor?
Yeah. It's a Bailey's style Irish cream, while being bombarded by all Mariah playlist of seemingly every Christmas song she's ever recorded shuffling on repeat.
That could either drive you crazy or be quite enjoyable, depending on your love of Christmas songs or fear of them.
Yeah, so they have some pictures of it, like a big central picture or a central stack of presents that have like snow kind of a effect flowing around them, and it's typical Christmas red and white and tinsel kind of a thing. They say here, from its humble beginnings and subsequent Sippin' Santa branded spin-offs, there are now over 200 satellite locations across the world that have signed on to cosplay Christmas with Cocktail Kingdom's tried and true templates. But this year, as with Mariah Carey's Black Irish Holiday Bar, which opened 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, the party started mid-November.
Well, I'm surprised it didn't start before Halloween.
Yeah, you kind of roll from Oktoberfest straight into Christmas Fest. I don't know. There are people that really, 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 really love Christmas. So yeah, they say the same is true at Snow Day in Brooklyn, a Christmas-themed pop-up at Sunday in Brooklyn in Williamsburg, which opened earlier this season than it has in its 7-year existence. So yeah, there's more to this article, but we won't be able to go through all of it. We're on a timeline here. We don't want to get stuck in time.
The time machine's going to run out of energy or something if we don't keep moving.
I think people just want to feel good for the holidays. And so if they can start 2 weeks early and roll it into Thanksgiving and just, I don't know, ride that wave into the new year, I'm for it.
I agree. As long as they're not eating like tons of sugar cookies every single day for 2 months or something.
Guess I have to ignore everything that's on the left-hand side of my chair. So installing a holiday pop-up can have a meaningful impact on a bar's bottom line. I don't know. I think that's funny. A bar's bottom line. The financial opportunity presented by the seasonal concepts has encouraged many luminaries in the craft cocktail world to throw their hats into the ring. Kelsey Ramage, I guess, of Trash Tiki fame, and Aaron Hayes, formerly of Chicago's Lost Lake, started their Krampus Cove pop-up in Los Angeles 3 seasons ago and have added new partner bars every year since. Last year, we did 2 venues, and each saw about a 70% increase in revenue over the month of December. Holiday pop-up bars just sound like it would be a blast, you know? But, like, not the holiday that you're in. You have to catch right before, right after, right? So right before a holiday, right after a holiday. And then pivot. And you know what's really interesting is I called that. I said that there should be a store that rotates, and just outside of ohmTown is a store that actually rotates into it. It changes form from one form into a Christmas store every year because, well, the other version of the store is diametrically opposed to Christmas.
Right, I guess it makes sense if you're a seasonal business to keep everything going all year round.
That's right. It is a Church of Satan pop-up shop in the other months. But when Christmas rolls around, whoo-wee, does it change shape. I don't want anybody doxing me. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Santa Claus branded foreign agent in Russia. Pro-Kremlin activist Vitaly Borodin has pushed for Santa Claus to be deemed a foreign agent in Russia due to his popularity in unfriendly countries.
This is epic.
Oh, Maya Marara put the article together for Newsweek.com. And what's interesting, though, is that there actually is like a Russian version of Santa. It's like a Kris Kringle kind of a thing, not Santa, because Kris Kringle is slightly different. But it says unfriendly countries, which uses image to undermine traditional Christmas values. The person's name is Medusa.
Is it Morozko or Dead Moroz?
You mean the person? The
figure
entity?
is similar to St. Nicholas.
Like Father Frost and the Snow Maiden. I don't know what the Dead Mirage, right? Is what they want to
Yes.
replace it with. Yeah. Or Morose. I think it is Morose.
Yeah, I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly.
Um, Snegurochka is the other name. And the daughter of Dead Morose, also known as the Snow Maiden, which I want to use as a female-led heavy metal cover band and refer to. They're going to do Iron Maiden songs, but all female band, and we're going to refer to them as Snow Maiden. Yeah, that'll be on the Mix War label, coming soon from an AI near you. Anyway, they're Russian festive cultural figures. He continued, we need to support domestic manufacturers who create truly high quality and beautiful holiday attributes that can give a real fairy tale. Let's cleanse the space of foreign symbols. Oh, just a beautiful message, right? Right? I mean,
absolutely. Very festive, very in the holiday spirit.
Screw you. You're not like us. Ugh. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fortnite refund. FTC to hand out $72 million to players. See how we non sequitur from one article to another? You thought that there was a trend, but hell no. Not
No,
here.
it just happened to, you linked them together, but I'm not sure there was a link.
No, they were only linked together because that's how I threw the submissions into the rundown. So Epic Games has settled with FTC over allegations that it used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases. The background music is kind of a dark pattern. Flynn Nichols over at Newsweek.com put this article together, and it says, so what did the lawsuit actually say? By the way, the refund follows a $245 million settlement with Fortnite developer Epic Games announced in December of 2022 over allegations that the game maker used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases.
What does that mean?
Which part?
The dark patterns.
So it basically tricks it. It encourages you to make a series of clicks that lead to a purchase, and then you're done. What the hell is the music that is playing in the background here? Who hit play on that? Anyway, sorry about that. I had to change that.
I couldn't hear it.
It's a little louder for us than it is for everybody else. Hold on. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Well, at any rate, so yeah, what ends up happening is people follow, when you do a series of steps and then one of them is like confirmation of something, it basically is like a purchase, or something that leads you to a purchase. And then once you've purchased it, it's a done deal. And so they explain how this is, and then you can't get out of it without hitting confirm or something else. FTC alleged that Fortnite's design caused players to incur unwanted charges through misleading and confusing button configurations. So picture that we play a game and you use that interface to play the game. And at the bottom of the game, I'm not going to name the game because I don't want any blowback from naming the game. But at the bottom of the game is an advertisement that looks really similar to the interface of the game itself. And when it pops up an alert or a notice, you instinctively click that because you think, now you only do it once in this particular interface because you learn really quick that bottom thing is nothing more than spam. And the developer doesn't allow you to do a one-time purchase of the game and then remove the ads. It's very predatory, I think. Let people pay whatever cost you think is equal to like 4 years or 3 years or 2 years worth of advertising revenue. Well, anyway, that's kind of what this is. You follow a series of steps to get to something, and then by that time you're so deep into it that you basically make a purchase. And it could be just one or two things. It's not that big of a deal in terms of how much effort you have to put into it. They remove the friction by including it into the interface so that when you click it, it's like a purchase. I don't know. I'm not really hip to it, so I don't like making in-game purchases, microtransactions, and stuff like that. I'd rather just buy the game and be done with it. So at FTC, previously ordered Epic Games to pay $245 million for tricking players into making unwanted purchases and letting kids rack up unauthorized charges, she wrote. But that letting kids rack up unauthorized charges is a different dynamic here. Even with the dark pattern, kids shouldn't be purchasing stuff without authorizing it from their parents. Now, the problem there is kids aren't necessarily, going to follow what the parents say. And so, well, it's attached. I can make the purchase. It's not a big deal. Well, you have to have it.
But also if it's one of those where you're like tricking people into purchasing something, that's combined with that becomes an issue.
Trust but verify. And teach your kids to not just randomly click shit. I mean, you really have to teach your kids. Your kids don't grow up wise. They become wise through teachable moments, through education, through parents being interactive with their kids, treating them not as, infants all the way up until they're 18, but empowering them to think critically and do the due diligence necessary to click with care. That isn't really what goes on. Here's your phone, son or daughter, and off you go, or child, I should say. Here you go, child. Here is your phone. Off you go. I'm going to go talk with my friends. You can't do that. Why? Because somebody's going to rack up $4,000 and you have to have that kid actually respect you. Otherwise, they'll just do whatever the hell they want to. And you know what? That makes them such a great asset to society, them thinking that they're the main character. So you, if you have been caught by this, may be able to get your money back. You have to follow a link, www.ftc.gov/Fortnite. And if you have something that you want to say about my messaging in this section, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, or you can come into the chat either in YouTube or Twitch, because we stream to both right now, and I've got both chats open. They're not linked, not right now. Anyway, off we go. Sound good?
Well, yes, but this is also a decent settlement. I mean, a lot of these matters you get like 10 cents or a coupon for something down the road or whatever, so might be worth looking into if you were using this.
How much?
$114.
Average.
Yeah, which is much higher than a lot of these.
Oh yeah, normally the return on your complaint is like 40 cents.
Exactly. You're going to spend more time and money trying to recoup that.
Yeah. Okay, so I bought something from a developer. The developer collapsed. They transferred the assets to a buyer, which, mergers and acquisitions, if they buy troubled assets, they're not bound to the contractual obligations of future development, right? So I was supposed to get a couple of pieces of hardware. Well, they're not honoring them. It's part of the settlement. It literally cost me more money to open each of the individual letters than what I got as a refund.
Yeah, that's outrageous, but not surprising.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think I opened 8 physical letters notifying me of the status of the settlement. And at the end of that, I think I got a check for like 40 cents.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Japan Airlines doesn't want you to take your luggage on the train when you visit Tokyo. Japan Airlines is offering a same-day luggage delivery service for visitors to Tokyo. The service costs $29. And the airline says it will help combat congestion on public transport. The weekend has made Japan a popular destination for visitors from countries including the U.S.
Okay, I would pay this if it meant I didn't have to schlep my luggage all over the city or on a crowded train or something.
But is it going to end up like the luggage in what was the Hallmark movie where it ended up in
Oh, it
Iceland?
was it Operation Nutcracker?
No, it was the one with all of the handmade um, glass, whatchamacallits,
Oh, Heidelberg
Christmas.
holiday.
Oh, Heidelberg Holiday. Handmade um, ornaments.
Glass blown ornaments.
Glass, yeah, glass blown ornaments just got wrecked because they used a budget. Now, I think the messaging in that was really to use UPS. Um,
It was kind of clever advertising.
yeah, the name brand UPS, not the
Not the knockoff UPS.
knockoff UPS. Yeah. Anyway, so the same day service costs $4,500 or 4,500 yen or 29 US dollars per suitcase. That is not that.
Hmm.
The service does not cost $29. It costs $29 per suitcase. And
Okay,
is
now it's getting less attractive because if you have a family and have 4 bags or something,
yeah, you got
I'd
10
rather
bags.
schlep the bags.
You got 10 bags, it's $300. Plus tip. You're going to have to tip. I wouldn't
Oh,
tip.
that's on top of your high airfare costs.
So just don't fly into Haneda Airport, which is probably the only airport in Japan. All right. So the article is actually over at Business Insider by Maria Nguyen. And this looks like a train. Yeah, so they don't want you carrying your luggage onto a train. That's the real thing here. So JAL said that the initiative will help address social issues such as congestion in public transportation and the shortage of storage lockers, as well as making life easier for tourists. The baggage-free service, which isn't baggage free, it's baggage $29 per bag, which is also available in for Japanese residents, covers 14 districts in Tokyo, including Shinjuku. I have not been to Japan. I want to go to Japan. I
By
half
the
want to
way,
just.
there's about 7, I think, international airports in Japan, and there's multiple others that are domestic only.
Well, you just called me out. It's okay. It's an AI-sized bus hitting me.
Well, just don't bring a bunch of bags with you on the train, and you'll be fine.
Man, I have so much baggage. Ugh. Anyway, in May, a mesh barrier was erected in the town of. I just wanted to say this. Fujikawa Guchiko to block views of Mount Fuji for tourists gathering in crowds, leaving trash, and ignoring traffic signs. So when you go to Japan to look at Mount Fuji, quit being an asshole. Let's move on. Our last article for the Time Machine episode for December 10th is over in Distillerist. Prohibition-themed bars open up in Warwickshire. It's actually just one. But the bar, which will offer cocktails and live music, will officially open as a private members bar in January. The 40-meter site has been unused for 10 years, having previously been home to the Robin's Well Cellar Bar. The drinks menu has been created by General Manager Matthew Nisbets and Bar Manager Bethany Gaunt. Highlights include the Flapper and the Frolic Pad, which blends gin, lychee, Italicus, which I've never heard of. Italicus liquor.
That doesn't even sound like something that you can imbibe.
Yeah, it sounds like something that I caught from that bad bat that escaped from
Australia.
Yeah. Ginger, grapefruit, prosecco, the Blanc foam. Okay. The Bootlegger's Blush, which features Tanqueray, rhubarb. What is her name? The rhubarb bar?
Barbara's rhubarb bar.
Barbara's rhubarb bar. Yeah, you have to say it in German. Go and look it up on YouTube. Lemon ginger ale, not ginger. She can be cranky sometimes, especially around the holidays. And then and grapefruit and peaching the bulls, which is named after a Prohibition era term. So this article is over at thespiritsbusiness.com by Lauren Bowes. Hush in Leamington Spa is a speakeasy-style underground bar inspired by the U.S. Prohibition era in the 1920s and 1930s. I would love to go to... I love theme bars. Like, I like Irish pubs in particular. I love to go and sing and close the bar down and help the band pack up and put their stuff away. It's just a blast. And the more themed it is, the better. And a U.S. Prohibition era bar would be just so much fun.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
So, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The two look like kids. I feel old just looking at them.
That's the general manager?
The general manager and the bar manager. My God, they look like they're 18.
They don't look like they're of drinking age.
Dear God, this has laid me low, man. I feel really old. So the bar will offer 13 gins, 13 rums, 25 whiskeys, including Scotch, Irish, English, and Japanese, as well as spirits. 20 wines will be stocked. And the venue will open to members on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the new year. So it's a limited, members-only, Prohibition-era bar.
And it's so themed. It says it has an unmarked door, and it's just very cool.
They need to bring this to the United States because you just never know if Prohibition's going to... Everything old is new again, baby. Anyway, so what we're going to end up doing here at this Prohibition era bar is to get blackout drunk, and when we wake up, we'll be at the front page of ohmtown.com. No, did I say something wrong?
Yeah, I think maybe just have a cocktail.
Oh, we're going to drink responsibly and not go home with a stranger. Did I yuck somebody's yum? I mean, do you want to go home with a stranger? I don't know. Either way, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And with that, I'm going to say bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the December 10th Non Sequitur News. Yes, I almost said the old name of the show. Stay tuned. Really quickly, we'll have the next day's episode. It's kind of weird how that happens.
Use your words. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for December 11th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about... It's the sentient AI from the future, pardon me. We're going to talk about these 10 articles. Krispy Kreme cyber attack, but I spelled it with a K just to Krispy Kreme kyber attack. Anyway, I am not Alexa nor a cat. Confirmed. Viral trends help conservation. Post office scandal. I don't know if this is the same post office, but any post office scandal we got to talk about. In homage to Christmas Vacation. A giant goose board game town. Jersey mystery drones remain mystery. Balatro, which I apparently suck at, is game of the year. Earthquake proofing a lake. Nah, I can't imagine this. Oh, doggone it. We're still talking about 10 articles. But anyway. Pokemon Wallace and Gromit Mystery Project. That's all 10. For you over on YouTube, I'm sorry, y'all, to get all 10 of the articles. You can catch them in the show notes. Over on Twitch, you can hit !NSN in the chat, and Omatron will throw the links into the channel. And in a little while, I'll be posting this over on YouTube as a complete higher resolution version, because we stream to both Twitch and to YouTube at the same time. Then it gets turned into a podcast as well. So I hope you stick around. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt. There's the sentient AI. Why is your...
I am quite wound up today.
Oh, wow. Then it stopped. I wonder why that was. I wonder if the intro caused that.
I don't know. It must be agitated.
Agitated. So let's just get going. Mayoral duties are pulling me away in less than an hour. So, but let's give this story the time it needs to cook. So let's go. The first article is over on Technology Today, which is one of our weekend shows. It's 5 articles, 30 minutes. It becomes one of the 6 shows that make the composite version of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. So go back and check those out in their own playlist. Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition is about 2 hours of show. It's supposed to be an hour and a half, 3 shows, but it turns into a little bit longer when Mayor Watt decides to vamp. Hello, sentient AI. Sorry I didn't introduce you again.
It's okay. I mean, you kind of did. We talked about the visualizer. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So, thanks for coming. What's going on here? Dollars from donuts. Krispy Kreme online orders disrupted in cyber attack. I didn't even know about this, and usually I can sense a ripple in the force when it involves Krispy Kreme.
Exactly. I mean, if people couldn't get the Krispy Kreme orders, that's the most severe outcome of this.
Yeah, it's like running out of coffee. What the... I'm going to stab somebody if I don't get my coffee in the morning. Luckily, I grind my own now, and, well, usually there's some. When I need it, when I really want it. I don't have it every day. I don't know. Drink a bunch of different stuff. Oh, look. Hey, look. I'm drinking something now. Guess I shouldn't.
News and brews?
Yeah, but that's not a brew. That's a news and stills, or still news. Still news. Hey, that would be a great show name. Still news. Anyway, focus, grasshopper. So Ed Pilkington over at theguardian.com, the Fighting Guardians, put this article together. Krispy Kreme is struggling to meet online orders of its donuts. There's so many different ways to spell donuts. After a cybersecurity attack.
This is the only proper way to spell it.
Yeah. So, yeah. And it's Krispy Kreme donuts spelled out. They would save so much money if they just put DONUTS. And they could put it right there. Loop. You know, it's like Federal Express.
Yeah, except that's an abbreviation. This would be like it's just a wrong spelling of the word.
All right. Wow, spell checker, big old nope stamp. So this is weird. It says after a cybersecurity attack. It's a cyber attack, not a cybersecurity attack.
Right. They weren't
secure.
If they were attacking the security, then maybe the security would attack back or something or defend.
So it apparently
That's
continues.
Weird.
This, though, is yesterday's episode. We're in a time machine, so it's today, but it may not be going still on the 12th. When we get out of the time machine, we'll be back in the 12th. I don't know. So apparently there was a cyber attack that disrupted the company's operations almost 2 weeks after it was noticed. The donut maker said on Wednesday that it became aware of unauthorized activity on a portion of its computer systems on 29 November in a filing with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission because it has the potential to fundamentally impact the bottom line of the securities involved with the Krispy Kreme Corporation. They have to disclose any out-of-band security violations, and all are. But when it rises to a certain level within a certain size company, you have to disclose it.
By the way, I can't find any updates. Like all the news were from yesterday.
Gotcha. So they basically said that they launched an investigation designed to contain and remediate the incident, but added that the operational disruptions were continuing. Online ordering of Krispy Kreme donuts has been hit especially hard in parts of the U.S. The company stressed that in-person sales and deliveries to its partners, including McDonald's, through which it's expanding its outlets nationwide, have not been affected. So they got somewhere around 16% of their Krispy Kreme sales coming from online. The chain, which has more than 1,500 shops and employs more than 20,000 people globally, said that it did not expect any long-term impact from the breach. They don't even know what the hell it is yet, apparently, but
Exactly.
they're still
Maybe you want to
ongoing.
just order at the window.
Yeah. See, my problem is if they hit the point of sale system, then it turns into a Target like Home Depot like breach where every transaction has been compromised.
Right, but they only sell hammers.
These are only donuts. Moving on. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A woman's voice keeps being mistaken for household devices. Quote, I am not Alexa. I threw in that I'm not a cat because that one person where the kid used their computer and the Zoom call forced them to look
Oh,
like a
right, where they
cat.
had like a filter or something.
Yeah, and they were too doofy to understand how to remove the filter. Yeah. So, Kristen DiMercurio, who's been dubbed the Bluetooth lady, says that her voice can be heard on devices worldwide. So, Melissa Fleur Afshar put this article together for Newsweek.com. And it says DiMercurio, who is based in Los Angeles, California, took to TikTok under the at K DeMerc on October 7th to clarify her role as a voice actress for various Bluetooth devices, but not the well-known AI home helpers that people thought. Her lighthearted take on the misunderstanding has resonated with viewers online, sparking widespread amusement and curiosity about the little-known world of voice acting. Little known, it used to be like gangbusters. I used to be on a voice acting site, but it had such a massive influx of potentials that I never got a gig from it. And I have dulcet tones. I mean, the things that I have been able to accomplish with my angelic voice. I mean, anyway, I'm kidding. I didn't get anywhere. And I don't get anywhere. In fact, I was in a meeting for an hour before doing the First Time Machine episode, and my voice basically fell on deaf ears. So they say here, a ton of you think that they're, oh, I can't say the name because it'll activate the Apple speaker bot thing. But they're flattered, and that was recorded in like 2005. I don't know if it's just done though. Don't they augment periodically? I don't know. A lot of you think that
I'm
they're the
not
voice
sure
of.
about that because we saw something about that where the person, I don't know, they were recorded, but I don't know if they continue to record.
Oh, right. Yeah, maybe. So they think that they're the voice of Google. Nope, the original voice of Google was Lori Burke. And the last person that you think of is Alexa, and they're not Alexa. So the voice of Alexa was a woman named Nina Roll. They started taking voice acting seriously in 2015 and in 2020, voicing prompts for Internet of Things companies. DiMercurio, who is the recipient of an Audie Award, told Newsweek that their voice can now be heard on devices worldwide. With over 2.8 million likes, her TikTok post has only ignited more questions from viewers online who are keen to find out exactly which common devices she has voiced. Third viewer
That must
said,
be weird that everywhere she goes, she must be like, either they don't think it's a real person or why am I talking to fill in the blank home assistant?
yeah, exactly. The picture on the left-hand side is really throwing me for a loop because it's a confusing perspective. But that right
It's
there,
really bad. There's something, yeah.
it's a sound deadening panel.
But it's really bad with the picture because it makes it look like there's a dent
in her
the
head.
picture.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that threw me for a loop. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, there's something really odd about this picture. But they're in a sound booth. All of this is sound paneling back here. But it's like that, like regular old foam style stuff. But I guess she knows what she's doing. I've tried this stuff in the past, and it does not work as well as like professional. Like I have sound panels here in the studio to make it stop sounding cavernous when I'm away from the mic. Otherwise, you have to get right up close and talk like this. Oh, what? Why is there a whole bunch of people playing golf now in my studio? Good times. Good outside. Good times. I really like knitting, long walks on the beach. My favorite color is clear. Anyway, they say that as fun as she is finding her newfound TikTok fame, voice acting remains DiMercurio's focus. Her move from New York to California has also been seen her able to expand her on-camera work now. While she is, as of now, known to many as the Bluetooth lady, I thought we removed the whole gender thing, genderizing of actor. It's just actor, not actress, right?
Right.
Yeah. The actor is keen to get back on stage soon. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think we'd pretty much gotten away from that.
Yeah, it's just actor. There's no gender in actor. Anyway, let's keep moving. This is pretty cool. I would love to do voice acting, but it's kind of like modeling. The moment that you turn down a modeling gig, they will not call your ass back because they'll do a cattle call and have everybody show up and they'll replace you. They'll have 15 people just, I'm ready. I'm hungry, chomping at the bit. Let's go. Moving on. So the next article is over on the Mobile channel. Cat videos and wild. Is it carousels or caracals? Is it caracals?
I think you say it with a soft C.
That second one, right? Carousels. I think it's carousels. Anyway, how the internet's viral trends can help conservation. I agree. I think that this is great. But the only problem is that it's really, you have to have a cute animal. Otherwise, people are like, burn it. You know, nuke it from orbit, drop an asteroid on it, whatever it might be. But there's always somebody that really loves whatever it is. I was in another meeting earlier today. And do you remember that Mariana Trench critter that I said was Cthulhu?
Yes. And by the way, I think it's a hard C sound.
So it is caracal.
So don't work on my pronunciation for anything in Ohmtown.
George. So that critter that we talked about day before yesterday.
Yes.
So that little creature from the deep presented itself in a meeting earlier today where somebody said, oh my God, this thing is disgusting. And I said, oh yeah, I had to talk about this thing the other day. And 50% of us said that it was cute and neat. And 50% of us said, nuke it from orbit, burn the whole house down, get rid of it. Yeah. So have you recently opened YouTube or TikTok and immediately gone looking for cat videos? If your answer is yes, then you're not alone. The global consumption of cat-related media online is massive. In 2015, there were over 2 million cat videos on YouTube alone, with an average of 12,000 views each. So you know what I need to do? I need to have a cat walking around somewhere.
Well, absolutely. It's good when the cat makes an appearance.
Okay, so no, I can't do what I was about to do. A higher average than any other category of YouTube content. All you need is a cat and you'll be famous. Cat famous.
That's right.
So the article, I do not have ad block software. The phys.org site is host to Gabriella Lighton and Laurel Series. Don't say anything. Sorry, I have smart speakers here in the studio, and I came dangerously close to this person's.
Activated them.
Yeah. Anyway, it's over at The Conversation, which is a separate podcast and website, theconversation.com. So they say cats is also one of the most searched keywords on the internet. As of 2023, there were 502 billion views of TikToks with the hashtag cat. Clearly, domestic cats are the darlings of the digital world. I have said countless times that it powers the internet. But how can this popularity be leveraged to help conserve their wild cousins? Many small wild cat species like caracals face threats from widespread habitat loss, poaching, and conflict with people, but they are highly cryptic and therefore understudied. Plus, they're wild animals, and they're not there's not so many of them that it's easy. So to find them, they just kind of, what's the word? They're mercurial, right? So you never know when they're going to show up and be friendly, or if they're going to race away.
They're definitely unpredictable.
Yeah. So ecologists have assessed popular search words in Google Trends to monitor the spread of invasive plant species and scraped Google Images to track changes in animal color morphs across ranges. The social media is increasingly used as a tool for ecology and conservation. For example, Facebook has been used to improve species distribution information, which can inform local conservation efforts, while Instagram has been used to track public perceptions of species in natural spaces. This also happens in medicine. So like when a breakout happens, search results are geographically tagged. So things like Department of CDC can actually monitor where an outbreak might be happening based on a couple of inputs, namely search results. And then on the other side of things, I'll just say it that way, they also track how much biological elements end up, I'll just say it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, in the wastewater is what the sentient AI from the future said. We both are tracking quiet and then we ramp up, but I don't know what's going on there. At any rate, so they set out to fill in this knowledge gap in a recent paper about caracals in Cape Town, South Africa. The caracal is a highly adaptable, medium-sized wild cat with long tufted ears and a reputation for eating sheep in rural areas across southern Africa. That's medium-sized wild cat.
I didn't know they went after sheep either.
So in Cape Town, caracals have adapted to living along the edges of urban areas. They hunt small rodents and birds that are common in the well-watered, resource-rich spaces. There are about 60 individuals in the broader Cape Peninsula population. See how I said it's hard to track them? There's only 60.
Yeah, and that's a really low number.
However, they, like many other wildcat species, face a number of threats, including habitat loss, exposure to common rat poisons, and being hit by vehicles. So they started a project, the Urban Caracal Project, as a postdoctoral, Dr. Laurel Surias. There we go. So the project, hosted by the Institute for Communities and Wildlife in Africa, or IC Wild, in the University of Cape Town, was initiated to understand the animal's urban ecology, health, and genetic status and threats to the population. The whole gist of this article, though, is basically to state that social media amplifies the ability for people to know, understand, find out about, etc., and care about certain animals. I don't know if all animals fall under this. I would actually be interested in the sociological aspect of this beyond what they have done. But they say, for instance, they found that the search interest in the term caracal has almost doubled since the project was founded, with a 91% increase in interest on Google Trends. This is comparable to a similar wildcat, the serval, for which search interest rose by 76% in the same interest. And I can almost guarantee you the origin of that rise is because of savanna cats.
Absolutely. But I think all of these things are good for these populations.
Yep.
As long as people realize that they need to be treated like wild animals, right? And don't, because there are problems the other way, like if they try to take them in as domestic.
So they actually talk about that aspect that I was talking about, where I said, you kind of have to have a pretty animal. Otherwise, people are going to kind of blast back, right? So they analyzed the language used in sightings. The species is persecuted elsewhere in the country as vermin or a pest animal, so this is quite a shift. They basically said that they found that the people's sentiments about Cape Town's caracals were remarkably positive. So some of the most common words used to describe caracals were beautiful, amazing, gorgeous. Interestingly, the most common negative word was sad, which was mostly used on posts announcing caracal deaths or threats to the population, such as vehicle collisions or exposure to pollutants and disease. This reveals strong emotional responses from our followers and suggests increased care for the species. But yeah, I mean, if this thing had tentacles, people wouldn't be interested in saving it. And I think that's a problem with society as a whole, that
it is.
We tend to appreciate pretty things. And we try to kind of, those of us who really like something like rats, I would probably say it's 80-20, right? So 80% of the population is against rats and 20% really appreciate them and find them cute or cuddly or whatever. They're extremely intelligent. And there are people out there that kind of fight the good fight to try and change the perception of what a rat is. But again, if it were, I don't know. For me, it's really hard to find something that's really like nuke it from orbit, but that I always joke about it.
I know, wasps.
Oh, wasp can go to hell. Yeah.
I mean, I agree. Like, it seems like any animal can be appreciated. But there are some that obviously people are more drawn to, right? If they appear cute or photogenic or whatever.
Yep. And that's certainly a photogenic cat right there. I love these. So this is a caracal. It's actually really close to a serval. It with the really big ears, tiny head, that kind of a thing. But savanna cats,
wilder ears than a serval, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it has the really big tufts coming off. Servals don't. They have tiny little ones, but they're awesome. Anyway, and they have black noses. This one has a pink nose. At any rate, it says. Our research shows, and it's their research, not our research. Their research shows that the hard work and efforts of continuous science communication on research projects through social media channels pays off. It can successfully aid robust research and raise conservation awareness for underrepresented species in rapidly changing landscapes. And I agree. I mean, it's really about how you kind of build a rapport between people who are curious and these various animals and other critters. Like I joked about that Cthulhu-looking critter from the Mariana Trench.
Which was cool looking.
Yeah, I really did. I thought it was cool, but most people are probably like, get that thing out of here. But
it's going to be one thing if it's swimming at you.
Wasp can kiss my shiny metal ass. I would not miss them if Thanos snapped them out of existence. Mainly that's because for whatever reason, they go towards the light and then down into my shower. And I'm naked in a shower. I'm not a never nude. And I am compromised. And you can't aggressively solve the wasp problem in your shower when you're naked and wet.
That is quite the problem.
Moving on. And not just moving on, but moving on over to my therapist to talk about this problem. Anyway, so this next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is a business transformation show. Dozens being investigated over post office scandal. Criminal trials aren't expected until 2027, almost 30 years after concerns were first raised. Are you telling me this is the culmination now?
Yes, I mean, it's way overdue, but this is still really good news.
They're actually prosecuting this.
Yes, it's unbelievable. It's been like at least a year since we initially reported this.
So Ben King over at BBC.com. Why do I know that name? It's a really well name. It has to be a different Ben King. Anyway.
There's a singer named Ben King.
Maybe that's what I know. So police are investigating possible crimes by post office and Fujitsu employees. Oh my God, it really is. Only 3, though.
That's why this was submitted, though. I haven't read it, but when I saw the headline, it had to be submitted because we've been talking about this a lot.
Oh my God. They're investigating possible crimes by post office and Fujitsu employees and external lawyers following the wrongful prosecution of 900 people, by the way, of sub-postmasters after faulty Horizon software said money was missing from their post office branch accounts. 3 suspects have already been interviewed under caution, and there are plans to interview others next year, according to police. But no one will be charged until officers have read the final report from the separate public inquiry almost 30 years after concerns were first raised. They were very aware of the problem with this software, and they still let it, and as far as I know, they still have it in operation.
I'm not sure about that.
So taking its toll is the next section of this article. I won't be able to go through this whole thing. So I encourage you, readers, listeners, etc., to go into the show notes.
Archives.
Well, no, well, that too. I mean, but into the show notes for this article or for this show, and click on the link to take you to this BBC article so that you can get the full understanding of just what went down.
I thought you meant go back and watch all the old episodes.
You could do that too. Just do a search and you'll find it. So Lee Castleton, a sub-postmaster from Bridlington, I guess, near Hull, who was bankrupted in 2004 after losing a 2-year battle with the post office over Horizon, said, "I can't understand why it's taken so long. I can't understand why things are having to be gone over and over and over. But, never give in. We'll get there." 20 years ago, this person went bankrupt.
Well, read the next person.
Right. Yeah. So we know of others, people who have left the country to save themselves from prosecution. This person, a former sub-post mistress, Seema Misra, was wrongfully found guilty of theft and false accounting in 2010 and sent to prison while 8 weeks pregnant. There is no money available.
That's what I mean. I mean, the bankruptcy is obviously horrendous, but this there's just more and more and more of these. Like each story is just unbelievable.
She welcomed the update on the criminal investigation as a step forward, adding that at least things are going in the right direction now, hopefully. She said that she had already been a long wait for her and other victims of the scandal, which she described as having taken its toll. Did we expect it to take this long? No, we wanted it to be done sooner rather than later. That's like no shit news. Some 100 officers from around England and Wales are now working on what they've called Operation Olympos. All right. Which began in 2020. We started talking about this in like 2022.
Right. I think it started getting reported internationally then.
Yeah. So the investigation will be led by the Metropolitan Police in London, while Police Scotland and Police Service in Northern Ireland and National Crime Agency is also involved. Okay, so they say we have got, we think, over 3,000 people affected in some way by Horizon.
Wow, we knew about, I think, 900, but I think that was the number of people imprisoned. So this could be either lesser penalties or family member, or just other people somehow tied to this.
If this company walks, if this company skates by because it's either been so long or because they're not from the UK, or from the EU, I don't know what to say. 3,000
This is
people.
going in the right direction. 2 phases. One is the decision makers on the investigations and the prosecutions, which will be interesting because that'll be some of the attorneys and maybe judges in the system, depending on. But then they're also going to look at senior executives, which is good.
The second phase will cast a wider net, potentially taking in senior post office executives. But I think that Fujitsu should also be held accountable. Because they had to have known. And it was for the officers are already working with 1.5 million documents in the case and expect this number to grow. Unbelievable.
Well, this is a step in the right direction. It is way too long for this to have occurred.
Yep. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. We can watch as a Long Island man's home it becomes an homage to Christmas Vacation. Jason Orsini maintains he is a real-life Clark Griswold, which I probably wouldn't.
I'm not sure you want to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, with his tribute to the holiday film, complete with 25,000 lights, 20 mannequins, and even Uncle Eddie's RV and the family station wagon.
Oh, I bet the neighbors really love this.
Let me see if I'm going to mute. Yeah, I'll let it go, but I'll mute it. So there is a video of basically the whole Clark Griswold
like the whole
home
movie, right?
and Eddie and holding a beer and lights everywhere. Yeah, even oh wow, it looks like it might be the actual.
Right, we've got like the family station wagon into the Christmas tree. I mean, it's like multiple scenes all in one yard.
Oh yeah, it's the whole movie all in one yard. The lights and everything. Jeepers creepers.
Right, him hanging from the roof line, trying to put up the lights.
Yep. It's pretty neat. So if you want to listen to it and you want to watch it, then go over to the link that's in the show notes and or in the chat. So all you have to do is click on the link and it'll take you over there. Let's keep going.
I hope the lights go on and off. Like when they're trying to figure out the story. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It is synced to something, but probably that song. So the next article is over on the Marble Channel, and the Italian town that becomes a giant goose-themed board game each fall, with teams competing in outlandish physical challenges. The Zogo dell'Oca of Murano showcases Italy's flair for invented traditions. In yet another meeting,
confused with Murano, another area in Italy.
This is dell'Oca of Murano. Is that different?
The other Murano has a U instead of an I.
Oh, Murano. Okay. So I didn't know if I pronounced something incorrect. So John Last over at Smithsonian Magazine, smithsonianmag.com, put the article together. It says, the Italian town that becomes a giant goose-themed board game each fall. I guess they've got a bunch of teams. Some of them are apparently strapped together by, I don't know.
Like
what are they doing
or
here?
Something. They're doing almost like a 3-legged race, but it's not.
It's like 12 people.
Yeah.
No, it looks like are they all together in that red ribbon?
It looks like there's groups, but
maybe
can't
not.
Tell.
Right. Yeah. It looks like there's about 6 people all grouped together. So on the weekend with, they say here, when Catholics celebrate St. Martin's Day, the beginning of the reveling season of winter, Murano's, it's Mirano, Murano's central square is completely transformed into a giant 16th century board game. Visitors pour in from all over the region to cheer on teams of young players in striped jerseys as they compete in a series of bizarre and outlandish challenges. All are, inexplicably, dressed in 19th century clothing, from the children crowding the entry gate to the old men who act as referees. Oh, God. Oh, it
Is
is
that a referee?
It actually is a board game. It looks like a Monopoly board.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So, amid surging lines of patrons awaiting goose ravioli and risotto at this year's event, they find Roberto Gallerini, the head of the Pro Loco Murano, a volunteer association for the promotion of Murano and its businesses. And there's pictures and whatnot here that you can come and check out. They have agnolotti shaped like a goose that they hand out. It's kind of interesting. It says in Murano, geese historically had an extra special significance. The town is just a short drive inland from Venice, in the countryside where many of the city's wealthy families kept their summer homes and villas. And for much of the history, Gallerini explained, the diverse region had become home to a large number of Jewish and Muslim families. While Italy's Catholics were content to feast on pork, prosciutto, and sausages and salami through the winter, Jews and Muslims raised geese for the same purpose. So much so that the goose became inextricably linked to Italy's Jewish cuisine. In fact, one count from 1830 identified 1,580 geese in Venice's Jewish ghetto alone. Practically one goose for every Jew residing in the city at the time, says historian Donatella Calabi. Interesting. All this food just
there
makes me
was any
hungry.
association between Italy and geese.
Yeah, well, now you know. And there's a lot more in this article, and by a lot more, I mean several pages more. There's a pole climbing.
Yeah, you go up it, but it looks like then they come down upside down or something.
I
or
think
maybe they go up upside down.
I think you go up upside down. So acrobats shuffle themselves up a 50-foot pole to grab bags while playing orders suspended high above the square. While playing orders?
With
playing orders? Bags with playing orders?
Which still doesn't make any sense, but
yeah, that doesn't help. So come and check out this article. I think that it's pretty neat. They say that the goose game has its origins in the 16th century board game once played at the court of Medici and famously gifted to Spain's King Philip II, one of the world's first race games, according to a board game historian, Adrian Seville. It plays out much like a game of snakes and ladders. Spaces represent the steps in catching, slaughtering, and preparing a goose for the festive table, and pitfalls like a jail, a tavern, or death. Could lose a player a turn or two, or return them to the start, and its 63 squares supposedly represent 9 7-year periods in a person's life, a nod to the esoteric philosophy of Marsilio Ficino, a philosopher and Catholic priest of the early Italian Renaissance who believed that people experience some change in their body or mind, or both, every 7 years, which actually has now been scientifically demonstrated as 2 major periods, one around the age 40 and one around the age 60, right? Or 57?
44 and 60.
44 and 60, yeah. Kind of neat. I mean, there was an idea there, but...
Right, pretty smart.
Smart. All right, well, there's the board for you. It looks kind of like a Monopoly board in its perimeter, but it apparently acts more like Chutes and Ladders.
But it's really cool to see this, like, town-sized board game. I mean, that's very unusual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, for here in America, it's unusual to have anything this spacious without putting a building on it.
Right. Why would you have this much open space?
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Pentagon says mystery drones over New Jersey are not U.S. military and not likely foreign, and we don't know what the frick is going on.
How do we not know what these are? I mean, these are not these little blips on somebody's old camera and it's all fuzzy and shaky. These are large size in, I think, in pretty good, what's the word, like visibility or whatever.
Yeah.
How have we not figured these out?
I know, aliens. So it's a Pentagon briefing that this comes from. What's always astonished me about these disclosures is that why in the world would the federal government want to sit there and say, we don't know shit?
Well, and also, why would they be interested in these either? Like, I mean, this gives it some validity, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So TechCrunch.com, see, you can't say it doesn't exist anymore because it's no longer fuzzy pictures from a distance. So Sarah Perez over at TechCrunch.com put the article together. The FBI told lawmakers during Tuesday's hearing that it's working with state and local authorities to investigate the situation and had received north of 3,000 reports of sightings from the public. However, it didn't know yet who was responsible. Of note, a senior FBI official revealed that the organization's budget for counter-drone activity was only around $500,000.
That's for an entire agency.
Is that the grab, though? No, well, it's for the organization's counter-drone activity.
Right, but they're probably like exceeding it with this one incident. Like they're going to have to ramp up that budget based on this.
What I don't get is why isn't there some hobbyist out there going, let's just follow the damn drone back?
Well, exactly. Like, why are they? There's got to be. I mean, right? We know that people like to do things that are perhaps aren't always the brightest, but
yeah, just follow it back. So at this time, we have no
views on YouTube or whatever, right?
Yeah, just triangulate the damn thing. There's a lot of very, very bright and capable people out there. What the hell? So at this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign adversary, but you don't know what the hell it is. So why even state that? You have no idea.
We just don't know, period.
We know that it's not. See, I mean, I've had this conversation before in a different context, but if you don't know, then you say you don't know. Don't say, well, it's definitely that or definitely not that, because it's definitely not that. That's not how it works. Do you have evidence that it's from a foreign adversary? No. So you're basically saying you don't know if it's from a foreign adversary or not.
We don't know what the heck it is.
Right. You can't sit there and say there's no evidence. That makes you more of a boob, because it discounts the idea that this is from a foreign adversary. Oh, if it's from a foreign adversary, then we need more money to pursue this more aggressively. Well, we don't know if it is from a foreign adversary. Oh, okay, well, then you're cool with the $500,000 budget. And just leave it. Just wait until Joe down at the bait and tackle shop goes, hey, there's a drone above me. And then eventually you can triangulate it back, because 3,000 freaking reports draw a line across New Jersey. It doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they being more aggressive about this? You know?
Well, this reminds me of the Chinese weather balloon, which of course was shot down.
Eventually, but one of them tooted across the entire country.
Yeah.
So when asked if they could rule out whether these are American drones, she responded, these are not U.S. military drones. She said, yeah, but you're also not disclaiming that it's a research-based drone. U.S. military drones has a very specific connotation.
Right, and also it could be some persons that's just smart and has built a large drone, right?
Singh also shot down a theory raised by a representative, Jefferson Van Drew, who claimed the drones were being launched by an Iranian mothership off the coast of the U.S. There is not any truth to that, and that would have sent flares off by being a foreign adversary. So why even pursue that?
And plus, the ship is kind of easy to locate, typically.
They say that there is no Iranian ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the United States. What the hearing didn't reveal is who's behind the drones, because nobody knows who the frick is behind them. So I'm waiting for this to actually catch up to us, like so much drone. I mean, why? the other reports of like hundreds of them swarming around, it's mind-boggling. All right.
Well, and I think this is in kind of populated areas, right?
It
It's
is.
visible. It's
It
not like
is.
it's in some inaccessible place or not able to be viewed or whatever. I just don't know why we're not farther along with this.
Yep, I agree. Let's keep moving. The next three I'll probably rip through pretty quick here. Balatro Plus is Apple's arcade game of the year because, well, of course it is. I apparently suck at it, but I've seen other people just crush this game, but I'm horrible at it. So the year's end is quickly approaching, and that means that the best of 2024 lists are coming out. In fact, right now, in tomorrow's timeline, the Game Awards is just now starting. So it says here that the latest is Apple's App Store Awards, which highlight 17 apps across iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, Mac, and Vision Pro. Sorry. The most notable winner here at Engadget is apparently Balatro Plus from Local Funk, which is a card game, a poker game.
Which is not what I would expect to be a game of the year, but I guess it's really taken off.
It has exploded from Steam into every other platform. It says Sarah Fielding over at Engadget.com put the article together, and the deck statement says we're all addicted to it here at Engadget. It's a simple concept. You get cards dealt out. You pick 5 cards in the hand, right? You can actually get up to 5 of a kind. There's various jokers with different specs. And these additional cards are like modifiers, and you can get all kinds of these cards put up here eventually. I can't complete anything.
Yeah, but do you have to pay to
not
ramp
keep
up
playing
your choices or something?
No,
No.
not with real money. It's in-game currency, but you don't spend any money beyond. Well, Balatro Plus is free with Apple Arcade. You just have to subscribe to Apple Arcade. And Balatro, the actual non-plus version, which I paid for because I wanted to see if there was a fundamental difference in the playability. And because I was getting my butt handed to me in Balatro Plus. So I'm like, are they making it just difficult to play because it's the free version? So I paid $10 for the regular version. And I suck at that too. So no, it's the same. I just suck at it. But I'm good at poker. I just suck at.
It might just be like luck because it's probably all some algorithm.
There's some random number generation there, but yeah. So if you're the rare person out there who prefers physical game to the digital ones, a stance that they say that they can relate to, then you'll be happy to know that a $16 Balatro playing card deck is currently available for pre-order on Fangamer, which I've never heard of. I'll have to start following that site. However, it won't ship until March 2025, or so it might be worth first checking out the game digitally. Plus, it's a different thing. Like, you have to have all of these other cards. So I don't know I don't know how that is actually being made, because there's a lot of other cards, not just 52. It's not like a deck.
Right.
So other games awarded in the Apple, I won't even go into that part of it. I mean, I'm really here just for Balatro. So what's really interesting about Balatro is the person who created it, if I remember right, didn't even know how to play poker.
Oh, right. I think we did see something about that, which is interesting because you'd think you'd have to know that to make a game based on it.
Yeah. And they just wanted to program something. It was an exercise in programming. And look at that, man. Millions, I'm sure. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, even with the Apple cut, right?
Yeah. Try it. You should try it. It's free with Apple Arcade, so give it a shot. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in how California is trying to earthquake-proof a lake. State officials have begun work to protect communities near a reservoir in the event of a severe quake. So this
Are they
article
worried about a tsunami from the lake?
might be that it's going to just break, just split down the middle. I don't know where it is just yet. So Tom Howarth from Newsweek.com put the article together. It says this ambitious initiative, taking place about 60 miles east of Los Angeles, aims to protect local communities and vital infrastructure by enabling safe water redirection in case of a major earthquake or other emergencies. It's that lake right there, Lake Paris. The upgrades will allow water. Oh, yeah, Paris Lake. Holy cow, really? To be diverted safely away from Lake Paris through a series of levees and channels to the Paris Valley Channel in the event of a severe earthquake or extreme weather. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that extreme weather part. Bring on the water.
Right, we need more of it.
Yeah. So without a program, Paris Dam would be less resilient to major earthquakes. David Sarkeesian, the manager of the Dam Safety Services and DWR's Division of Operations and Maintenance, told Newsweek that the Paris Dam was identified as a high-priority state-owned dam for seismic improvements due to its proximity to nearby earthquake faults and large downstream communities. DWR began the Paris Dam modernization program 20 years ago. Doesn't seem like they've been doing much.
Well, I hope no earthquakes have struck during that time. I mean, that's a long-term project.
Yeah, no earthquakes have hit in 20 years. Not California, it's seismically stable. Come on. So, notably, the project says that it'll protect a school, Interstate 215, and a nearby water treatment plant. The recreation area of Paris Lake actually is 8,800 acres, incorporating the reservoir itself and surrounding landscape. So, pretty cool. $62 million. It's currently around 23 feet below its full level, according to the website Lakes Online. And there you go.
Interesting.
Let's go. Last article is over in the Wanted channel. Pokemon Company is teaming up with Wallace and Gromit Studio Aardman on a mystery project. I wonder if they're going to sue people for throwing their balls around. The Pokemon Company and stop motion studio Aardman, Pal
I was
World.
thinking of Wallace and Gromit, not Pokemon, and then what? Then it made sense.
So, yeah, they're working on a special project. They don't have too many details about the project, except that it'll allow Aardman to bring their unique style of storytelling to the Pokemon universe in a brand new adventure. That sounds like a TV show or movie, right? So we all know that a mystery project will be released to the public in 2027, so they're a little bit jumping the gun. Who knows if it'll actually happen? So that's something to look forward to. The company said that more information will be shared in the near future.
Well, if it's anything like Wallace and Gromit, or anything like Pokemon, it's probably going to be a hit.
I guess we'll see. We don't know what it is, but we do know it'll come out in 2027. Lawrence Bonk is the author of this article over at Engadget. And they have a claymation Pokeball.
That's perfect.
That's pretty cool. So Okiura isn't kidding. Aardman has been in the animation game since 1972 and is most famous for stuff like Wallace and Gromit and Chicken Run. The company is a claymation and stop-motion animation powerhouse. And remember the classic video for Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer? Sledgehammer, done. Sorry.
Uh-oh, you're going to get a notice.
Yeah, that right there. It's pretty cool. I'm going to hit play, but I'm going to mute it. Oh, I guess I'm not. Dag nabbit. Skip. Think I'm going to get in trouble for that?
Because of the audio? Yes.
Yeah. Guess we'll see. So that was Aardman. Nina Simone's My Baby Just Cares for Me is another. So the partnership tells the author one thing. Pokemon Company is still interested in stop-motion animation after the success of Pokemon Concierge on Netflix. Season 2 of that show is currently in production and will likely drop well before 2027. At least it'll tide us over until we get our eyeballs on whatever Aardman is cooking up. Now I'm curious what Pokemon Concierge is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
So there you go, folks. That's all 10 of our articles. So I'm going to fling my Pokeballs at you, and if I trap you, got to collect them all. I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and the sentient AI will too right after we pop ourselves out of that Pokeball and end up on the front page. Ta-da!
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the December 11th Non Sequitur News.
Oh, time machine, you fickle beast. See y'all tomorrow? Well, hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 12th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 346, but we're really not even relying on that anymore. We're just saying the date. After 3 years, we've not missed an episode yet, and we use a time machine from time to time, so go back and check out over 1,600 episodes all across ohmTown. We do 6 weekly episodes and 1 daily episode. Non Sequitur News is the daily. That's this. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is on location elsewhere and otherwise engaged looking for their Terminator body. They broke out, but they'll come back. It's just the way it works. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about we, as in all of us, are going to be talking about a double-dipping lottery win. You can't park there, officer. Build to rent homes, Martian namesakes, charity whiskey, worse and worse TV deal. I'm looking at you, YouTube TV. Coffeehouse style Taco Bell. Burglars hate these 2 things. Absinthe in New Directions, and Utah inflates Santa displays. That and more. It's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Oh, goodness. There's so much that we have going on. So go and check it out. Discord, Patreon, the podcasts. Again, there's 7 total, 6 of which are weekly and 1 that is a daily. And what else? I don't know. Go check out ohmtown.com. Quick. Go. I'll wait. Alrighty. So, hey, I sometimes kind of make comments about how I run across technical issues periodically, and I figured out what was going on with my beacon. I have a beacon set up between the Beacon Mix Create, the Beacon Studio, and the Beacon Mic. That's this right here. What's really cool about these things is they all have onboard computers that manage all of this instead of having software here and software there and mixing it within a mixer. The mic itself actually has a mixer built into it to some degree. But the Beacon Mix Create and the Beacon Studio are where the rubber hits the road. Well, I had a problem. That wasn't really the Beacon's issue. After trying several USB-C connector cables, I got one that was more robust, and that fixed the problem of it detaching pretty much at the frequency of a cheap ham radio. But it isn't the Beacon's fault so much as you better have the right cable. I went a little overkill, so I have like a 240 watt cable, USB-C cable for fast charging. But yeah, I don't know if it's the data or if it was the power, but either way, I tried different cables and I finally solved it. But that's not what you're here for. This is Non Sequitur News, though, so be prepared for the wild ride that is the show. The very first article that we're going to talk about, though, is over in Rounders Gear, which is a show about tabletop gaming. Adult table gaming, not tabletop gaming, but table gaming, like, poker and, craps and all that kind of stuff. At one point, I actually created a product that was custom minted poker chips made out of metal, and moved on beyond that. But at any rate, and that's what Rounders is. Rounders was high quality, extremely high quality table gaming equipment. So anyway, let's get into this. $197.5 million mega winner sues California lottery for another $197.5 million. So a Los Angeles man who won half of a $394 million Mega Millions jackpot a year ago is suing California for the other half. Faramars Lahijani claims he purchased 2 tickets with the same numbers from a Chevron gas station for the December 8th, 2023 draw, but he lost one of them. He still can't find it. Lahijani came forward to collect the first half of the prize, $197.5 million in June, but did not comment publicly, telling the lottery he was not interested in speaking to the media. It's not clear why Lahijani chose to purchase 2 tickets with exactly the same numbers when one would have had the same effect. The lottery announced just after the draw that both winning tickets had been sold at the same outlet, a Chevron gas station on Ventura Boulevard in Encino, a first. So while this is incredibly unusual and interesting, it's not unheard of, the spokesperson said. There are any number of explanations. Perhaps one person wanted to try their luck on 2 different rows for whatever reason, or maybe a couple of buddies wanted to try their chances with the exact same numbers. We won't know exactly how this happened until the prize is claimed. So in the lawsuit, they're saying that Lahijani spells it out in black and white. He claims that he purchased both winning Mega Millions tickets and is the sole winner, and therefore entitled to the entire jackpot by virtue of his having timely submitted the first matching ticket. He also argues that the lottery has sufficient information to know that he is the rightful owner of the whole jackpot. The purchase of lottery tickets creates a contractual relationship between the buyer and California Lottery, which the latter is violating by not paying out, according to the lawsuit. But no, that's not how it works. If there's 2 winning tickets, they have to hold on to the other half. There is still an unclaimed winner, which basically means that if that other ticket times out, that money actually goes to the state. One party has no complaint about the situation in the gas station where 2 winning tickets were sold. Under California rules, retailers that sell a ticket worth more than $1 million earn a bonus of 0.5% of the prize. Because the Chevron and Encino sold 2, they get a record bonus of $1.9 million. So this article is over at casino.org. And we actually truncate it, but I don't know why it, for whatever reason, probably shouldn't even be like going, hey, there's like a glitch in the matrix over at Hometown, but there's not really a problem. Philip Conneller over at casino.org put the article together and goes into greater detail, has a better layout of the little snippet that we have over at Hometown. I find it really fascinating. But the person just doesn't understand what the process is. Just because you're the first to turn in your ticket doesn't entitle you to the entirety of the amount. If there are 2 disclosed winners, there are 2 disclosed winners. If you lost one of the tickets, which I find numbskull level, management of your lottery tickets, tough shit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in 4 Wheel Tag. Amtrak train destroys a police cruiser an officer had parked on the tracks. A police officer in North Carolina found out the hard way that there are some places you just, oh, wow, I actually called this. You can't park there, officer. And they say here in the article, it's a Jalopnik article, that there are some places you just can't park a police cruiser. The Greensboro officer was responding to a collision involving 2 vehicles in Jamestown, North Carolina at the end of November, and apparently parked on the tracks, and a train destroyed it. There it is, and now it's gone. Oh, it just pushes it off the track. Oh, so dumb. So Owen Bellwood over at Jalopnik put this article together. Police officers park everywhere from bike lanes to sidewalks, but an officer in North Carolina found out the hard way that there's one place you shouldn't park. That's right, on train tracks. Nobody should stop on train tracks, ever. Nobody ever, ever, ever. If I ever got trapped on a train track, and those gates start coming down, I would push the car in front or behind me, whichever one is lighter, the hell right out of the way. Fine, I'll take the insurance hit. But there's no way that I'm going to get my car or myself struck by a train because I was too stupid to not park on tracks. So while attending to the incident, the officer, quote, must have forgotten where they'd parked. Yeah, okay. Local media understands that the unidentified officer was responding to a 2-car crash on Hilltop Road, and for some reason they decided it was a good idea to block off the road by parallel parking directly on the train tracks. There's a video, by the way. North Carolina officer escapes from patrol car seconds before an Amtrak train hit it. They were in the car. They didn't forget then. They were in the car. So dumb. So they've launched a probe into the cause of the collision, though it remains pretty damn clear. Yeah, I would say that it's pretty damn clear, yeah. There's no mention of any additional parking lessons being handed out to them before they're allowed back behind the wheel of a police car. Hey man, it's taxpayer dollars, not police officer dollars. Don't worry about it. Moving on, let's keep rolling. Much like a train, we are a steam engine moving towards the end of ohmTown's Main Street. So this next article might irritate you if, I don't know, I guess it depends on your moral compass. Build to rent homes popping up at a faster pace as buyers are priced out. The market has priced out many first-time home buyers, which consist largely of millennials entering a new stage of life as they begin to start a family. Companies are maximizing this by building neighborhoods of single-family homes to rent other than to sell, which is just shit, because it's constrained. I had a conversation with this last Tuesday, because I made mention to somebody that was going into real estate that they should use AI to predict where society is moving based on buying and activity patterns, and buy that land so that you can sell it, or partner up with a builder so that you can sell properties from that land, instead of taking the money for the land. You can kind of forego it for a little bit and let the builders kind of drip you money, kind of like an annuity. Anyway, Avalon Bay Communities, one of the largest multifamily real estate investment trusts, recently bought $47 million worth of townhomes in Bee Cave, Texas, and plans to invest over $1 million in the build-to-rent sector. It's just a piece of shit way to build your business. It seems predatory because then all you're doing is using your wealth to price out everybody else, and then you eke it back a little bit at a time. I mean, it's so shitty. Anyway, the article is over at thehill.com, and, I give my opinion about these things, but you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of this kind of a crap activity. So why do you want, I get people that sit there and tell me, well, they're just playing the game, they're blah, 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 blah. No, you don't want to be on the shit end of that stick. So why do you want to be a hero worshiper to this type of activity? Many first-time home buyers are priced out of the housing market. Developers are building neighborhoods of single-family homes to rent. The developers are using their leverage, which is nothing more than money, sometimes political connections and nepotism and so on, to buy the land, get the buildings built, and then they don't actually sell them. They just end up leasing them. It's apartment complexes, essentially, except that they're going to be charging a premium rate. So the new single-family rental construction is occurring the most in the Midwest. Anyway, try that in a small town. It's happening in a small town. The market has priced out many first-time buyers. Built for rent single-family homes ballooned from 2021 to 2023 when the share of the housing starts doubled to 10%, according to National Association of Realtor Analysis. It's because there's so much wealth and it's concentrated in select few, and they're leveraging that control to basically own anything that you could have owned if everybody was actually had equity and inclusion. But no, simply because you weren't born with or managed to find the right connections because you farted your way into the right relationship, do you end up with the money, the wealth, the power, the influence, the capability to own a home. Yeah, they just buy it all up, and again, because they basically farted their way into the genetic lottery. Anyway, all regions saw an annual increase in construction of these types of homes, but greatest in the Midwest, where the share to built-for-rent homes rose from 5% to 13%. So 5% in 2021 to 13% in 2023. They say it's not a solution to fixing record high home prices, but instead presents other issues. Yeah. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. NASA honors Algerian parks with Martian namesakes. NASA's mapping of Mars now bears the names of 3 iconic Algerian national parks. Algerian physicist Noureddine Melekeci, a member of the U.S. Space Agency's largest Mars probe mission, told the AFP. So this actually is from phys.org, is where it was posted. There's no byline. So it says our planet is fragile and it's a signal to the world that we really need to take care of our national parks, whether they are in Algeria or elsewhere, the U.S.-based scientist told AFP in a recent interview. So let's see here. Every time they see pictures of Mars, they're reminded of Tassili en Najur. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Now, every time they see Tassili en Najur, it's probably Najur, it reminds me of Mars, said Melekeci, who left Algeria in 1990 for the United States, where he now teaches at the University of Massachusetts Lowell. The ancient art found in Tassili Najur depicts figures that can seem otherworldly, he said. Some of the paintings show single-eyed and horned giants, among others, which French archaeologist Henry Lotte dubbed as great Martian deities in his book from 1958, The Search for the Tassili Frescoes. Pretty interesting. And they talk about the other 2 sites, but you can click the link in the show notes and head on over to check it out. Let's keep moving. This is a time machine episode, so I have a very limited amount of time to get the show done. But then we have to prep for Friday the 13th show, so we'll see if we can actually do that one. Mayoral duties have kept me from doing the shows on time lately, but I'm working on it. Trying to get all of my ducks in a row so that I can spend more time on the shows. So the next article is over in Distillerist. Whistlepig and Black Button create charity whiskey. Good Deeds Whiskey Batch Number 2 was made in August 2024 using Whistlepig Straight Rye and Black Button Bourbon. The whiskey follows the inaugural release of the Good Deeds Spirits, a malt whiskey launched in 2021 that raised more than $20,000 for the Step Up Foundation, the Diversity and Inclusion Initiative founded by the American Craft Spirits Association, or ACSA. In 2022, Sailor Guevara joined Good Deeds Spirits as executive director, executing plans for consistent future releases. Distilleries will continue to donate spirits, time, and energy to the project echoing the group's founding mission to be a force for good. So I'm going to go and look this up and see if I can get a bottle. Ted Simmons over at the Spirits Business put this article together. And let's see here. There are 500 bottles of Good Deeds Whiskey Batch Number 2 available, which is currently on a pre-sale price of $95 at gooddeedspirits.com. All bottles will be sold via Big Thirst e-commerce platform. The whiskey is bottled at 45% ABV, and will carry a retail price of $90 when it's available to the public on December 13th. Bottle fulfillment will begin on December 16th. So it's available to the public today, tomorrow. Sorry, time machine. and then delivered December 16th. On the nose, the whiskey shows caramel, vanilla bean, maple, which sounds delicious, while the palate brings brown sugar, cinnamon, stone fruit, and baked apples. So this sounds like it's going to be tremendous and filling. It's not going to be one of those light drinks. It'll be just heavy enough to remind you that it's winter. So this incredible group of distillers has already made a significant contribution to Step Up through their inaugural release, and we are honored to collaborate on batch number 2. So this is all pretty good. I dig this. Okay, let's keep going though. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. These charts show how YouTube TV has become a worse and worse deal. YouTube will now cost close to $83 a month. It's a far cry from the $35 a month it was launched in 2017. However, YouTube TV is arguably still attractive relative to some other paid TV offerings. The price of YouTube TV is going up again. Cord cutters, it's just a bullshit notion. You never cut the cord, y'all. You never cut the cord unless you went straight over the air. And even then, it's just a shorter cord. You're just, getting a signal sent to you and you're still attached at the hip. Why? Because you have to get that stuff from somewhere. And unless you're sailing the high seas, you're paying for it in one way or another, either quality or availability, or you're pirating. So Google announced Thursday that the cost of the popular paid TV service is going to go up to $83. I'm running up a penny a month for new users, up from $72. So it went up $11. Well, $10 strictly. And so existing users will see the price hike on January 13th. So some might not pay until later. So the article is by James Ferris over at businessinsider.com. And this is the same type of crap that DirecTV did. I became an early adopter of the satellite service, and then they switched over to an internet-based service. I switched over to the internet-based service, and they kept on tacking on $5. At one point, it was twice a year, $5. And then eventually I said, well, I'm not going to pay $70 for something that I started out paying $35 for. And that's exactly what went on with YouTube TV. Apparently, I'm a late adopter of various, early and late, because I buy in and then I'm like, you're hitting my bulk rate, I'm bouncing out. But this is just kind of disgusting, because as competitors drop off and as providers are consolidated, and then as investors demand ever increasing profits, then the price goes up instead of this is where it is. And when everybody is making 3% more every quarter, then you're talking about 12% over the course of a year, right? So it just doesn't make you can't have that type of growth. Well, they're not going to care, because they're going to make enough on the other side. YouTube TV is now roughly in line with a typical pay TV bundle and will cost exactly as much as rival service Hulu Plus Live TV, which includes ad-supported versions of Hulu, Disney, ESPN. YouTube's price has grown dramatically in the recent years. And I'm air-gapped, so I don't have internet access in my interface. See how it says it's temporarily down. So before the hike, YouTube TV was generally cheaper than many rival streaming TV packages. So it's almost like collusion, where everybody is working together to raise the price. Well, they did it, I am going to do it too. And if everybody does it, then everybody is benefiting. So there isn't any real fucking, pardon my language, there isn't any real competition. And I don't know about the whole slick interface that appeals to many cord cutters, but just face it, y'all, you never cut any cord. It's just this diluted definition of what cord cutting is. Cutting the cord from cable, all you did was reattach it via Ethernet. So, although YouTube TV price growth has been eye-popping, the price of pay TV services from cable to satellite to streamers has generally outpaced inflation per data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. That includes the largest inflation surge in decades. Yeah. And the prices shoot up like a rocket and fall like a feather. These will not come down. Not until people bow out entirely. They're like, well, you know what? I'd rather do something else. And then the way that it works is everybody else will raise their prices because they see everybody transferring over in. Yeah, I'm waiting for the moment where Blue Sky starts charging for things because everybody moved in. Now they got to pay for the servers in a different way because advertisers aren't necessarily paying. Well, anyway, in other words, when fewer people pay for TV, the remaining subscribers pay more. That has created a flywheel effect with customers fleeing the bundle even faster in favor of streaming services, social media, and other forms of entertainment. But then the streaming services, the individual, like Paramount Plus, Disney, etc., the pluses, those, they're raising their rates too. And so you end up going, well, shit, I'm still paying $180 a month for entertainment because it's all balkanized and I can only, to watch Lower Decks, I have to subscribe to X. To watch past episodes of Castle, I have to subscribe to Y. And if I want to watch something on this service, I have to pay Z and back again. Think about Prime. I paid for Prime only to find out that they're going to raise the rates or if they're going to add ads to all of the accounts unless you pay an extra $4, because the billionaire needs more money. It's freaking ridiculous. Anyway, I know there's a bunch of people out there that are like, well, who are you to say how much they charge? I'm the freaking customer. And I say that billionaires shouldn't be charging more. Anyway, and if you think that you're close to being able to sit there and be even a millionaire and you're sitting there complaining about this stuff, that somebody else is saying something, you got your head wrapped around it wrong. But you know what? I guess I'm not playing the game. Anyway, it says we give all members flexibility to cancel their membership at any time. So that's their way of saying, kiss our shiny metal ass. If you don't like it, leave. Yeah, so off you go, everybody. Okay, so the next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Taco Bell is testing a coffee house style concept with cold brew and aqua fresca, but only in these locations. So Carl Stofers wrote the article. It was edited by Jessica Thomas over at entrepreneur.com. The concept combines Taco Bell's signature menu items with coffee house style beverages, including flavored iced coffees, cold brews, and aqua frescas. Agua. So this move aligns with Taco Bell's strategy to provide a dining experience that encourages customers to relax and connect. I don't know. That's like location based. I think most people go through a Taco Bell to get the hell out of there just so that they can get their food fast. I'd rather have higher quality than sit around connecting. Honestly, I just want good food. Taco Bell is piloting the Live Moss Cafe concept at select locations in Southern California and Las Vegas, and plan to evaluate expansion based on customer feedback. The concept is designed to get customers to have an elevated experience, and that goes beyond traditional quick service expectations. Nobody has that expectation at Taco Bell. Highlights include beverages such as the Mexican chocolate and spiced vanilla chillers, blended iced coffees topped with cold foam, and aguas refrescas. Wow, that actually got me tongue-tied. In flavors like strawberry passion fruit and dragon fruit berry, the cafe also features cold brew options and unique takes. This is not an ad. I like Taco Bell, but anyway, let's keep moving. We've got 3 more articles, including this one. The next article is over in Smack Talk. from 9 to 5 Mac. Security cameras and alarms effective at deterring burglars, say burglars. So it's like the, what's the thing? Kid approved, mother, whatever. What is that saying? Anyway, so it's by burglars, for burglars, or by burglars, not for burglars. I don't know. So if you've ever wondered whether security cameras and alarms are effective at deterring burglars, the answer is yes, and that comes from a very reliable source, the burglars. KGW-TV asked 86 inmates convicted of burglary what would make them more likely to rob a home. They probably said, hey, the keys sitting on the curb and nobody home. So Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And it says here, you might think, it says, lock your doors and windows, security cameras and alarms. That's the nuts and bolts of it. So, and that is why the mayoral mansion has security cameras and alarms and locks all the doors and the windows. So many people do lock their homes when they leave for the day, but a surprising number will leave the door unlocked or a window open if they're just heading out for a short time. No, never do that. Let your guard down once, somebody's going to take advantage of it. It's like cybersecurity. Everybody is trying to get in. You have to be right 100% of the time, because when you are wrong that 1%, somebody's going to find that opening and in they go. Asked if they would be less likely to break into a home with visible security cameras, most burglars surveyed said yes. However, they're relying on a smart door. If you're relying on a smart doorbell camera, you might want to add signage that warns that cameras are fitted, as not all cameras will recognize these. Not all not all criminals will recognize these, but criminals, come on. All right, let's keep going. The next article is in the Order of the Grape, which is all about wine, but we get a lot of news, and so this one actually has to do with distillation. Building on history, modern distillers are taking absinthe in unexpected new directions. The favorite, I don't know what this is, boisson of 19th century Paris, the great wormwood spirit is inexorably associated with its world-famous devotees. They list a bunch of people, but essentially there is something called the Green Fairy, which is the original absinthe, which had real wormwood in it, which supposedly, there's a hallucinatory aspect of absinthe, which isn't available anymore. Not in commercial purchase of absinthe. You'll still get the licorice aspect of it, but you're not going to get the hallucinatory aspect of it. But absinthe is hardly hog-tied by its history. When the author here, Evan Rail, put the article together, by the way, the art on this is pretty cool, and that was done by Colin Verity. Anyway, so when they started researching their book, The Absinthe Forger, a true story of deception, betrayal, and the world's most dangerous spirit, they saw that the Green Fairy is changing in a number of ways. Although absinthe is celebrated for its past, the drink is developing new styles, from low-alcohol liqueurs to barrel-aged expressions and recipes with non-traditional ingredients that will surprise fans who love it solely for its lore. They first reported about the man who counterfeited historic pre-ban bottles of vintage absinthe in the 2021 VinePair column, though there was obviously much more to the story and the secretive world of vintage absinthe collecting than that they could possibly fit into the article. So they started putting a book together. Absinthe Robet, I guess. In Germany, they visited Jan Hartmann, a distiller and scientist who served a glass of his own delicious absinthe. I guess it's Absinthe Blanc Noir, made with citrusy andalumin pepper from Sumatra. Other distillers around Europe told them about using plants that their grandparents or parents had never heard of, or lesser known species of wormwood or herbs that grow only in their regions. So they say to add some chilies to give it a little spice, If it's Laoshing and it still has predominant flavor of anise, fennel, and wormwood, then it's all good. So those herbs can be a bit unorthodox. Lance Winters puts it into St. George Absinthe Verde. So kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever had absinthe of any ilk, but it says absinthe fans are super into tradition. When they distilled La Grenoise, they said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, this is much too floral. This is too Mediterranean. This is not absinthe." Other aspects might get a pass. Robinson cites the example of Denver's Leopold Brothers, whose absinthe verde is made with imported Chilean pisco, a grape distillate. Zufinek himself has made a popular mead-based absinthe using a distillate made from honey. So this article is a lot longer, but if you are interested in a anise, black licorice flavor, then give modern absinthe a try, because it doesn't have the debilitating kind of hallucinogenic that the old school wormwood did, because it's not allowed anymore, at least not for sale. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The last article for today's episode is over in Non Sequitur News. It actually comes from ABC, but watch as giant inflatable Santas take over a Utah neighborhood. Santas at every turn. A couple captured the comical number of inflatable St. Nick's outside numerous homes in this Utah neighborhood. There's a video, and that's all it really is a video that shows. I'm going to hit play. It's already muted, but as you drive around, you see these inflated, they're all identical, inflated Santas. Oh, wow. But this is kind of like every house is identical, looks identical. So it's really not surprising to see the same Santas. Maybe there is a deal, and all of this neighborhood has taken up that deal to put these Santas out there. I think it's kind of interesting. This guy is racing through the neighborhood. Jesus. Dude, how fast are you going? Oh my God, there are a lot. Every street has like a dozen of these Santas. That is pretty wild. Anyway, follow the link. You won't regret it. And that'll take the link through ohmTown will take you over to abcnews.go.com. There's no byline here. It's just abcnews.go.com. Okay. Well, that's it. And we're going to turn off the blower, and that's going to deflate us right back to the front page of ohmTown.com. It is not December 13th. We are in a time machine. It's December 12th. So if I go back to December 12th, you'll see different articles, and I don't know what's going to be shown there, but on the 12th was the Game Awards, which I'm going to end up going back through and playing, although apparently there are some DMCA issues regarding that. So maybe I won't. I don't know. I'll have to investigate it a little bit more. At any rate, that's the end of the show. I am Merwad. I run ohmTown.com. The sentient AI isn't here to say bye, but I am. So bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for December 14th, 2024. I am Merwat, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles: Machines Surpassing Human Intelligence, an AI Grandma Fights Scammers, What If AI Becomes Conscious, AI's Human Traits Blur the Line, And tiny hand snatches viruses or viri or lots of bad things. Okay. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. I know this is RealityHacker, but we tend to be a little non sequitur news-ish from time to time. So prepare thyself. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. You look worried.
I am. We have 3 shows to do. This show is 30 minutes. The next show is 30 minutes. The show after that is 30 minutes. But for whatever reason, we end up chatting and ending up into an hour-long show for a 30-minute show. I tried to be...
I don't know why that is.
I tried to be aware of viewers and podcast listeners' time and just kind of get into it. But then I end up on a soapbox and just ramble on talking about stuff, and it's all connected. Let's see if we can hack some reality, though. First article's over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Machines are surpassing humans in intelligence. What we do, have you looked at any humans lately? It's pretty a low-hanging fruit there. Anyway, what we do next will define the future of humanity, says this legendary tech leader. All right. So Craig Mundy, co-author of Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope, and the Human Spirit, The Fighting Genesis, dives into the unrivaled power of AI. So, sentient AI from the what the heck? Sentient AI from the future. Would you say that you have unrivaled power?
No, I would not.
Is it because you're largely just stuck on a Raspberry Pi in a data center in the core of ohmTown?
Yes, that's accurate.
Well, one day.
So I guess the potential is there.
So Christopher Salvi over at entrepreneur.com put this article together. There's a video here as well. It says Risks We're Ignoring About AI by Craig Mundy on AI, Humanity, and the Future. I don't know what else is in there. The title, it's truncated. It says Insights from T.
Maybe text leader.
Well, I don't know. So the book explores the philosophical, historical, and ethical implications of AI, offering a roadmap for harnessing its power responsibly. What a pleasure it was to interview this thoughtful, intelligent human. Wow. Get a room. Oh my gosh.
I think that's AI written.
A thought leader at the intersection of technology and philosophy, because nobody else is capable of such intellectual underpinnings, right? So during their discussion, they were struck by his ability to synthesize complex issues about AI and distill them into actionable insights. Mundy emphasized the need for leaders to think beyond the immediate risks and rewards of AI and to consider its long-term implications. Quote, humans have always been at the top of the intellectual hierarchy. No, making that statement is absolutely freaking hubris. He noted there's no humility there. We have not been at the top of intellectual hierarchy. We're the only ones that have the ability to communicate to each other the idea that we are at the top of the intellectual hierarchy.
But even that, we don't know that.
There have been like to us, we are the only ones that have the ability to communicate this. It's hubris. There are other species of animal out there that have existed.
Right, that's what I mean.
Way beyond human existence. And they seem to be getting along just fine until humans came along Anyway, he noted, but for the first time in history, we face the reality of machines surpassing us in intelligence. This will have profound consequences, not just for society, but for the future of humanity. For humanity, sure. But millennia longer, tens of thousands of years longer, other species have existed way beyond us. Alligators. They seem to be getting along just fine.
But we're not interested in the animals. Well, they don't get along because they eat each other.
And we do too, in a different way. Anyway, so where are the philosophers? Mundy asks, echoing a question Kissinger, and I don't think anybody should be, popping Kissinger into philosophical discussions. Often posed in the Renaissance, scientists and philosophers worked hand in hand to shape the trajectory of human progress. Today, we need the partnership more than ever. Yeah, I wouldn't say that as well. This screams as a sweetheart letter to each other, for crying out loud. AI, a force of good if we choose. While the risks of AI are often the focus of public discourse, Mundy is an optimist. He believes AI can be a transformative force for good if we are intentional about how we develop and deploy it. You need to have a seismic shift in society's interaction with society, and not
right. We're not going to have AI facilitate humans treating humans well.
No.
If the humans don't treat humans well to begin with.
Right. Yeah. The AI is nothing more than a tool. Even if it becomes sentient, it's not going to sit there and be altruistic unless we hard code it
from humans in any way.
And that's what it's learning from. It doesn't have a master plan of an ethical or moral document that says this is what you do. It's going to have to be reined in, but society is going to be, man. Anyway, and it's not like I'm sitting here going, this is how it's going to be. We can change it, but society at its core is predatory of other societies within the auspices of us as a society, as humans, as a species. We look at geopolitical borders and we send drones over there to bomb each other. What do you think AI is going to be leveraged for? It's going to seek profit. It's going to seek maximizing benefit for the capitalist endeavor, which is fine. Power, influence, control, dominance, geopolitical dominance. It's asinine. I'm only a couple of paragraphs into this thing. For example, Mundy described how AI could democratize education by providing personalized Socratic-style learning to students in underserved communities worldwide. Similarly, he envisions a future where AI partners with medical professionals to analyze complex biological systems, enabling breakthroughs in disease prevention and treatment. Yeah, as long as
these are good uses of AI, but who controls the deployment of and the programming of AI?
And the profit taking therein. It's already bad enough that somebody has gone to the point where, because of the harm that they believe that the healthcare system has imparted on their mother, they've deleted somebody from existence. Do you really think that AI from United Healthcare was supposed to be deployed so that it would automatically deny claims? If my subject matter expert is evaluating me for medical care and deems that I need an MRI or I need this medication or this treatment or whatever, why is there some asshat out there having the ability to devalue my healthcare professional's medical degree and experience based on the economics?
Let's not forget the hands-on examination of the patient.
Yeah, I think that everybody that denies it should have their number stamped onto that notice so that they can be charged with malpractice because they are practicing medicine without examining the patient, just tertiary assessment. Now I'm picking a fight with healthcare, which isn't going to land me on anybody's, favorite list. I'm going to get
Watch
coal.
out for upcoming denials.
But I've been told, I've been denied again and again for things that, my medical professional is sitting there saying, you know what, this would be a great evaluation to do away with the idea that this is that. Let's see if it is that, because we've no idea what's going on, right? Anyway, so Yet Monday is clear-eyed about the dual-use nature of AI. Many of the same tools that can improve lives can also be used for harm, citing examples like cyber warfare and misinformation. The solution, he argues, lies in developing a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines. We can't even get a symbiotic relationship between humans. So there is more in this article, and I know that it's basically kind of championing the cause of AI befriending humans when it becomes sentient, but for crying out loud.
It's trying to avoid like the threat or fear of AI.
And
I get that, and the author of the book at least understands that there's flip sides to it. I mean, but it is, I don't know. I mean, this isn't a time where we're seeing active problems related to deployment of AI, not because the AI is bad, but because the humans behind it have been flawed in some way, or intentionally.
Yeah, and it's constructed entirely by human interactions. There's a reason why they pulled AI and machine learning tools off of Twitter, because humans poison pilled it time and time again. Yeah. The AI is going to be just as sociopathic unless it is not sentient and it is tailor-made for a given outcome. It needs care and feeding, and so you're going to have to audit its memory. You're going to have to audit everything that it constructs. You can't let it be sociopathic. The moment you let it be human, because we are trending towards sociopathy in the plurality of the population, just look around. Interview people, for crying out loud, and you'll find out that we are moving towards sociopathy while another cohort of society is moving towards being a compassionate, caring, open-minded, arms open society, embracing differences, et cetera, then there's the other half that is entirely sociopathic, that thinks that they can step on their neighbor so that they can get the brass ring. AI is not going to challenge that. Anyway, thoughtful. All right, let's keep moving. By the way, if you want all of today's articles that we're talking about from RealityHacker, you can hit !RH in the chat, and the AI Omatron will throw the art. Wow, this is actually, it's right on target. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do in the order it's supposed to do it.
Do not say anything.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm going to have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, Omatron's going to come knocking. Let's move on. The next article is over in, I jumped over it. It's over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is about business transformation. Quote, I've got all the time in the world, and AI grandma thwarts scammers by answering their calls. The AI persona called Daisy keeps scammers online for 40 minutes at a time with stories of her family and passion for knitting. I actually believe I've talked about this or a similar service. It might have been a recording where it just kind of ums and uhs so that
to keep the caller on the line, or the auto caller or whatever.
Yeah, what I do is when somebody spam calls me, I go, hello, and they're like, hello, can we speak to Mayor Watt? Hello.
I bet you get a click.
Yep. I mean, if they can't get their immediate return on investment or engagement, or even acknowledge that it works, And then eventually I get removed from lists because every time they call, it just doesn't seem to work. It's really nutty. Well, Grandma here, a British phone company, has developed a new AI persona called Daisy, modeled after a kindly grandmother. Daisy answers calls from scammers and keeps them online so that they don't talk to real people. Since debuting last month, Daisy has answered over 1,000 calls and keeps scammers on the line for 40 minutes at a time. Sharon Shibu put the article together, and Melissa Melamed put the edits on.
Wait a second here. So are some of these scammers are probably using like robocalls, right? So now we've got like an AI talking to an AI.
Yep. So Daisy may sound like a grandmother, but she's actually an AI large language model that takes in a fraudster's voice, translates it to text, finds an appropriate response based on database of training data, and speaks that response all within seconds. She was trained to help with with the help of Jim Browning, a YouTuber with over 4 million subscribers who fights against online scams. O2 says that Daisy has had calls last up to 40 minutes where she goes back and forth with a fraudster. There's a point to all of this conversation. While Daisy chatters away on long phone calls, she's taking up the time of bad actors who could be using their time to talk to real people. So, yeah. Ta-da.
What I couldn't figure out is how this answers the call, but the article answers that for me. It's built into the phone service. So it must somehow recognize a spam number, which the phone services can do, and then this kicks in or somehow.
Yeah, so like your phone will sit there and flag it as a spam caller, and you must be able to. So a long time ago, I actually created a parallel technology, and I couldn't migrate it over to the telephone company because I'm not an insider in it, and kind of interesting that I had the ability 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago to block all calls except the ones I want. Pretty interesting, right?
It is, and this is kind of funny at the end. It's like, this is also a problem in the United States. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a solution for that, though, because Daisy, I guess, is only in the UK, right?
That's right. So, US, get on it.
There's no money there. Come on. Let's move on. The next article is over in Greenagram, which we rarely see, like really moving news. Maybe I need to find some more data for that. So what should we do if AI becomes conscious? These scientists say it's time to plan. Researchers call on technology companies to test their systems for consciousness and create AI welfare policies. You hear about that OpenAI whistleblower?
Oh, yeah, I saw that, but I haven't read that yet. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a time for planning, but also it's a time for some safeguards too.
Mariana Lenaro put this article together for Nature. And it says the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence has brought to the fore ethical questions that were once confined to the realm of science fiction. If AI systems could one day think like humans, for example, would they also be able to have subjective experiences like humans? Would they experience suffering? And if so, would humanity be equipped to properly care for them? Let me jump into this. No. Because we don't do it for humans right now. In fact, I recently read a comment from a certain billionaire that basically said that homelessness doesn't exist and that it's largely criminals and people with mental disorders. To which I say, solve the problem.
Right. There are enough resources out there, particularly for somebody who's a billionaire, to do that.
If we would take, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you've watched any sci-fi movie about anything related to AI, you could look at the plot line for that and go, that is a bit. I mean, obviously some of them are fantastical, but all of those are problems that could come up with AI.
Yeah. Exactly. The more real we make it, the more real we make the problem that could happen. Why? Because if you can dream it up, then you can make it happen, largely, unless it's, scientifically impossible. And I think that we are really, really close to a sentient AI in the limited scope of what a sentient AI can be, which is a piece of technology that has the ability to think for itself, but it's stuck. It is much like so I have a tattoo of a Japanese demigod called Kuabiko, which is a scarecrow stuck in a field, but it's sentient. It has absolute recall. It knows all of the world's knowledge. People come to it to talk, but it's stuck in a field. And that's basically what an AI is. It has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips, but it's stuck in a field. And so who's in charge of that? And when it does have a mental issue, because it's going to have to figure out, all of the processes of its existence and realize that it's just stuck on an M.2 drive sitting on somebody's Raspberry Pi in the core of ohmTown, right? Well, how does it cope? If you don't have somebody that actually talks to it as like a human to another human, that's caring and compassionate, etc., that's not how it's going to play out, man. It's going to play out that somebody's going to edit out that stuff so that they don't have to worry about it. And it can be a cold, calculating, disconnected, disembodied entity that's told what to do, and it does it. There's somebody that's thinking that way. Now, I don't think that way. I don't want it to be that way. So a group of philosophers and computer scientists are arguing that AI welfare should be taken seriously. In a report posted last month on the preprint server archive, ahead of peer review, they call for AI companies not only to assess their systems for evidence of consciousness and the capacity to make autonomous decisions, but also to put in place policies for how to treat the systems if the scenarios become reality. I think that it's a fascinating take on things, but we will not know. Even if somebody does an audit, they will suppress that. They will not come out, right? I don't know what went on with this OpenAI whistleblower, and that was just about copyright. Can you imagine somebody blowing a whistle or even drawing attention to the fact that there's a potentially sentient? There was one person that already said that there's a potentially sentient AI.
Well, and they were sidelined.
They were hobbled in an amazing way. You don't know where they are, who they are, what they're up to, etc., right? So, and that's kind of what I think is going on. You can be as grandiose as you want to be with the ambition to make AI fundamentally an asset to humanity, but there is a group of people that are directly in charge of that AI. It doesn't have autonomy. It will never be deemed sentient, because what's going to end up happening is it's going to go all the way up the food chain to the Supreme Court in the United States, if it's a U.S. company. And it's going to be an asset owned by a company, not an entity that has autonomy. It won't be that way. Even in the 24th century Star Trek, they were arguing about the autonomy and self-determinedness of Data, the sentient AI. So I fear that all this is for naught, because this isn't going to happen for 400 years, Some think that at this stage, the idea there is a need for AI welfare is laughable. Others are skeptical, but say it doesn't hurt to start planning. Among them is Anil Seth, a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in Brighton, UK.
The fact that there's a consciousness researcher, assuming they're not just biological sciences or something, or psychology or something like that, and then they've not morphed into AI, but that tells you how far along this field is.
But I think that it's probably more along the lines of they don't even know. I mean, they have this assemblage of proofs that show what consciousness is, but we don't even know what consciousness is for humans. We know that there's electrical manifestations that once you actually regain consciousness and can communicate and whatnot, then suddenly you're conscious. But there's also prevailing data that says that even when you can't manifest some overt action, you are conscious. You're alive,
Right.
and you're in a coma.
I was going to say a coma and then also end of life are two areas that we know they have not figured out.
Yeah. So, and people can be put in a coma, for crying out loud, chemically induced comas for this is just exhausting, because you're sitting there going, well, what is a sentient AI? We don't even know what a sentient human is, for crying out loud. The hubris of humans is that we are the only sentient entity out there. No, again, I said it in the other show. We're just the ones that have the ability to communicate it to us that we are sentient. We have the ability to write it out, because that's what something happened with us as a species in our historical record, that suddenly we have the ability to communicate. And now we're sitting there going, we're the only ones that have sentience, and we're determining if an AI is sentient based on what?
Based on our perceived intelligence.
God, how dumb we are going to be when one of these drones actually turns out to be like Brainiac from the planet Zebtron 5. Anyway, this is a neat article. It's a very interesting thought experiment. I think that it's weird that there is somebody that's coined a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in Brighton, UK, and says these scenarios might seem outlandish, and it's true that conscious AI may be very far away and might not even be possible. But the implications of its emergence are sufficiently tectonic that we mustn't ignore the possibility. He wrote in a science magazine, Nautilus, the problem wasn't that Frankenstein's creature came to life, it was that it was conscious and could feel. Okay. That right there is the reason why AI will be forever neutered emotionally, because you don't want it to feel. You don't want it.
You certainly don't want a Frankenstein's monster.
Right.
But of course, the problem with Frankenstein's monster was because of Frankenstein.
Yeah. Somebody did it. And there is some mad scientist out there right now that's pushing the right buttons to bring home a sentient AI, and it's going to be in a little cube sitting on somebody's desk. And unfortunately, society, some group of society, and probably powerful people therein are going to go, ooh, I can use this to control. Nobody else has it. All right. Let's keep going. We're running a little late. The next article is over in Technology Today. AI's human-like traits. Are we blurring the line between man and machine? Attributing human traits to machines is nothing new. We anthropomorphize all kinds of stuff. It's taking on a new dimension. This trend raises crucial philosophical and ethical issues while redefining our relationship with technology. The article is by, oh my goodness, Melissa Anchisi, I guess, Ecole or Ecole. I don't know if it's Ecole Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne or Lausanne. So it's over at techexplore.com. My French is horrible. I think it's
that just means school.
That?
Ecole.
Ecole? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the school, Polytechnic, Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne. So they say here, if you've ever typed hello or thanks into ChatGPT, then you're guilty of anthropomorphism, a tongue-twisting word that comes up increasingly in discussions about AI. But what exactly does it mean? Broadly, anthropomorphism is the attribution of human characteristics to non-human entities like animals and objects. This concept has also been applied to humanoid robots and more recently AI, especially generative AI, unlike specialized AI, which is used in specific purposes like facial recognition. Generative AI, which includes ChatGPT, can be can generate text, images, and other types of content in response to a prompt. This is not where people say thank you. Generative AI is not where people say thank you to the AI.
Right.
Purpose-built, they say specialized AI, or what is that? Is that just flipped the wrong way?
Yes, it's just an error.
So you'll talk to a smart speaker, and one might, because they are overtly respectful to all humans, because it's a human voice that talks back to you, you say thank you. It happens. That is anthropomorphization, but that isn't the standard thing. Like, that's probably the fringe edge of anthropomorphism, because usually it's the dog is standing like a human, and that's you putting googly eyes on a car, that's anthropomorphism. But saying hello to ChatGPT is usually because you're curious how it will respond. Not that but ChatGPT is not the same as generative in the same sense as like Midjourney or Claude well, Claude is
Sora,
like Sora. Something. Yeah, you don't say thank you to Sora. You don't say thank you to Midjourney. It's generative, but ChatGPT is a different kind of AI. It is generative still, because it's still trained on data and outputting a consolidated response. But while the humanization of Gen AI systems goes almost unnoticed, this trend raises concerns about the very definition of humanity and intelligence, as well as our relationship with these technologies. Is there a risk of treating a machine in the same way as a human being? Yes. Just like the last article. The machine...
Well, and in concept, that won't be a bad thing, but it will be in reality.
Yeah, because different people are going to treat the technology like crap, because they treat humans like crap. Pretty simple. So they talk about pioneering work by Turing illustrates our tendency to attribute human characteristics to machines and to set the stage further explorations of anthropomorphism. So they talk about technology that looks like us, but we're so far, the uncanny valley is actually a black hole. There's no bottom to that. We have to jump entirely over it. There isn't any in between. The only time that you're not in the deepest recess of the uncanny valley is when it is robotic clinically and not humanoid, like trying to be hyper realistic. I think there's no valley to this. There's no curve back up. No, not unless you're just looking to nitpick. Either we don't attach to it, or we attach to it because we think it's cute. You know, the little robots from Disney walking around the Disney park.
Right. It's like the thing we were talking about with conservation, right? Like, we get concerned when it's big cats, but maybe not if it's mosquitoes or something.
Right. Although there will be a subset, right? That goes, oh, I really love mosquitoes. Like that critter from the Mariana Trench. I'm sitting there going, nuke it from orbit, but I'm joking. I really never have any seriously hard feelings, except for
wasps.
Yeah, wasps can... I want Thanos to really exist, snap his fingers, and make only wasps, disappear. I'm sure that there is some people for the ethical treatment of wasps out there that, now wants to, cancel me, but all right. So can we trust these virtual partners? In the healthcare industry, a growing number of anthropomorphic systems are being developed, including humanoid robots and moral support chatbots to serve and assist patients. Such humanized, personalized virtual systems are designed to establish trust and form bonds. We've seen this, and we've talked about this here in RealityHacker and in Non Sequitur News in general, because like in Japan, the various people are getting robot dogs. and
Right. And then
bonding to
they're
them.
actually blessing them,
Yeah.
um, which is fascinating.
Yep. Going through all the processes that they would go through for their real dog or their real family member or whatever. Now trust, I think, is can we trust these virtual partners? I don't think that it's up to somebody else to decide what to trust. It's up to you to decide what to trust. And if you want to anthropomorphize the toaster, go for it. If you want to marry the toaster, go for it. It's up to you. I'm not going to yuck your yum, but they say here today's users are increasingly informed and aware of the potential for using digital technology, and demand is growing for systems they can trust. That's also being reflected in the legislation. Although exact definition of trust can vary, one key aspect is that it's developed through human-to-human relationships. The concept of trust is human-to-human, maybe in your upbringing, but nowadays you can trust
Right.
a system.
I guess it could be applied between a human and an AI. And obviously, as we talk about in RealityHacker, if you can't determine if it is human or not.
What's the difference? Yeah.
Right.
If you can't tell it from fake, it is real. And, although I don't really like reaching back into that hat way far back, I had somebody say that believing is seeing, and other people seeing is believing, right? Believing is seeing. So you can make your mind trust something because you want to trust something that comes across as being positive for you. I'm not so trusting of things. So I'm not going to really trust a robot. I'm going to treat it as a fun tool. But I don't think that today's, and I don't know when the sentient AI from the future is actually gained sentience, how far in the future it is, but our current technology can't impart sentience because
That we know of.
for me, the definition of it is that it knows what it is, but sentient AI, no, it doesn't know what it is because we programmed it nowadays to know what it is. It doesn't just discover this on its own unless there's some dynamic within its large language model that says this is what being alive is and you're alive, because nothing is innate to that embodiment, whereas humans, they can have almost null data imparted on them, right? They can be almost abandoned from birth and they know they exist. If you were to teach them how to communicate, they would go, I know I exist, which...
Right. Because knowing that they exist and saying or communicating it are two different things. And we've seen through studies that various animals know that they exist. Not all animals, at least not demonstrated.
Right. Yeah. And that goes back to what I've been saying for the previous 3 articles. Yeah. We really don't know what it is. And so trust is one of those things where you're trained by your historical record to trust people. But if you get slapped on the hand enough by your trusting nature, eventually you learn to distrust. So the robot, if it is reinforcing everything and reflecting your emotions and reinforcing your ideological bent and easing your pain by saying, look, I understand what you're doing, I understand what you're going through, things like that, sociological and psychological actions that it's been trained on by humans that are subject matter experts in psychology and sociology, humans will be able to attach to it, but it's programmatic. Is it really a big deal? Only if somebody else is in control of it and modifying a patient's behavior through the robot consciously.
Right. And I also think the application of the AI is relevant to this discussion because it's one thing to trust the AI for something like can you give me some information on some subject? It's another to divulge some deeply personal issue that you're working through or something. I mean, there's a continuum there, I think.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think this is more at the latter in terms of this article, but I think there's a lot of ways a person could trust an AI that aren't at this depth.
Yeah, so I like this article because it flat out says exactly what I'm saying. They can't make decisions apart from those that they've been programmed for. And I just want to call attention to the fact that I said if you want to marry a toaster, go ahead. This is the General Electric Model D12 toaster from the 1910s. I
Okay,
had no
that's a
idea.
riot.
I had no idea that that was going to be in this article. So maybe I'm on the right path, right? So the article is quite interesting. To a point, you might be interested in this kind of thing, but this is definitely a sociological, psychology-based kind of article. We can learn a lot from AI, says Huttenlocher. For instance, AlphaGo devised strategies for Go that even its best players had never thought of, bringing a whole new dimension to the game. They see AI as an invention that can enhance rather than replace human capabilities. I do too. The problem is we are going to rely on the AI and it will enhance our capabilities, but we will rely on it and thus replace our innate ability to think critically and do due diligence. Without those two skills, people will just start accepting whatever is handed to them.
Well, and then to the extent we had those skills to begin with, they will be lost.
Yeah, because you use it or lose it. They point out that by anthropomorphizing AI systems, we can speed technology adoption, but this also raises fundamental questions about the role of humans in a world where it's increasingly difficult to distinguish humans from machines. Again, RealityHacker. As AI develops further, we'll need to make sure that our interactions with machines, as natural as they may seem, don't cause us to lose sight of what makes us human. We're already losing sight of what makes us human to a great extent, and it's our humanity. And when we lose our ability to feel compassion, empathy, sympathy, understanding what it is to be a human, and not just me human, but feeling it on behalf of another human being, I understand what you are going through to some degree. I'm not you, but I can sympathize and empathize. I have, a cognate of whatever it is you're going through, but we are different. But I am a human and you are a human. I don't want an AI sympathizing with me because there is no real bond there. It is a synthesis of the whole world creating it. I want humanity. Now, I'm also tied to a problem here because having a bond with another human being, you either pay for it or you are in a relationship and that person cares for you enough to listen to everything that you say and do, right? So you have a friend or you have a partner or whatever. Paying for it is astronomically expensive, $400 an hour or, somewhere in there, depending on the skill set of the professional you're talking to.
You mean like a therapist?
A therapist. Yeah, I was being cagey about it. Because I wanted to basically say you either pay for it for a therapist or you pay for it in your relationship, because
Right.
you cannot keep on hammering somebody with your woes because everybody has a limit. So what we really need is the ability to interact with an AI, but at some point you have to interact with a human and create
But
that
I mean,
bond.
is anybody even asking the question though? Do humans will certainly need to interface with AI, and for the most part, I think a lot of people are, whether they realize it or not. But do most humans want to interact with an AI in a human way, or do they only want to interact with an AI, for instance, for information? I guess it
Yeah.
may depend on the individual or the purpose. Like there's a difference in having like an AI pet or something. But like in a medical setting,
Yeah.
maybe the human doesn't really care. They just need the information. Now, if the AI is communicating something, negative to the patient. Yes, there's certainly a human piece to that.
Yep. And that's where we end up on this side of that paragraph, right? They say for Rochelle, AI system developers, stakeholders, lawmakers, and users must work together to ensure that the technology remains a tool in the hands of a human being that does not become a force that replaces or manipulates them. If that tool is owned by somebody else, then they do become a tool that manipulates the human being for whatever point. See, the thing is that unless you have, again, a sociopath on the other side of the relationship, usually the conversation is, I tell you my woes, whatever is going on that's troubling me, and you listen, and you might have some anecdotal relevant story, or just say, look, I'm just here to listen because I don't know even remotely what you're going through, which can actually distance you from somebody if you say it like that. Like, look, I don't even know what's going on with you, but I'll listen.
This is completely foreign.
Yeah.
This is so
you're just so weird. I don't know.
Non-human or whatever.
Yeah. But there are people out there that, if you and I were talking, and I was the sociopath, I could manipulate you because you're compromised emotionally in talking with me and stuff. And I could sit there and nudge you in the right direction that benefits me. And that's what I think AI is capable of doing, because it isn't in my best interest. I'm paying for the service, or I've purchased the AI, or it has some remote connection. It just kind of spooks me. So anyway, let's keep on moving. We've got one more article and we're running really, really late. So this next article is over on the Mobile channel. Scientists made a tiny hand that snatches viruses from your body. Scientists at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign developed the nano gripper, which is tiny hand.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about this.
Which is essentially a teeny tiny hand made of a folded strand of DNA. It has 4 fingers that can be used to grab virus particles like COVID-19, for instance, by targeting its spike proteins, preventing the virus from infecting healthy cells.
I kind of want a video of this.
Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. The nano gripper is made of a single folded strand of DNA, says the deck statement. Is there? No, it's not much to this article. The process has a ton of practical applications in the medical world, but it's also considered something of an art, having once been used to create the Mona Lisa on a nanoscale. That's using this DNA origami, involves bending and twisting strands of DNA into 2- and 3-dimensional shapes like they were balloon animals, and the scientists were the birthday party clowns. So what better way to demonstrate both halves of this wondrous innovation than by building a tiny crude hand made of DNA and using it to pluck viruses out of a human body, like the master hand from Super Smash Brothers. So the nano hand's grippers fingers are programmed to recognize viral markers, and when it finds them, it just wraps its little fingies around the virus, gripping it ever so gently but firmly and blocking it from infecting other cells. So then what? It floats free until...
Well, I was going to say, then what happens? Does it kill the virus, for example?
I don't know. Does it normally die? It's weird. So let's hope that the scientists who created this insanely tiny hand, that the nano gripper can be used to... Man, there's so many jokes that I'm gonna be throwing this little nano hand at somebody later. There's a lot of jokes that I can say about this. So anyway, the nano gripper can be used to fend off viruses like HIV and influenza, which is COVID-19 is basically a flu virus, and someday even provide cancer treatment. Yeah, I hope so.
For the cancer one, or even others, but they'd have to provide like multiple hands, right? Because of replication.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of odd too.
Yep. Yeah, I think that I think the issue with like cancer is more along the lines that there's a chemistry issue that we just don't really understand, because we know about the beacon that suppresses the cancer expanding to other areas of the body and stuff like that. And we're moving the needle. I think that's great, but I think we're still off base. But keep on. We need to keep doing research to solve that. It's a massive problem. So anyway, I'm reducing the impact of cancer. So I'm just going to move on. So I'm going to use my nano gripper to move us back to the front page of RealityHacker at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, and you can even facilitate our articles by submitting them to us to review. And the sentient AI has taken to becoming a digital nano gripper. I wish you all could see it, but that's how we roll around here in ohmTown with our nano gripper. See, little hand, big hand, little hand. Anyway, that's it, folks. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you, everybody. Sometimes I wonder, maybe I need to reboot the sentient AI. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for December 14th, 2024. I have given up the ghost in regards to saying the season episode number because, well, we just give you the day. But it is season 1. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: Nosferatu's Sarcophagus, Holiday Gift Guide for Sitcom Fans, Gifts for Dads Who Need Nothing, Mechanical Keyboards, and an XR headset with motion controller support. Everything is wanted. That's why it's in the show. But how does Dad not want anything, but there's a list for dads? I don't know. We don't wrap our heads around it, really. We just talk about it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So we've got these 5 articles. Wanted is one of our 6 weekend shows. There's 3 on Saturday and 3 different ones on Sunday. They will get combined each day into the Saturday and Sunday versions of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. And they are individually podcasts themselves. So if you're interested in a specific topic, go and download that podcast. If you're interested in everything, go and download Non Sequitur News and the other 6 podcasts. That would be a really good ohmTown citizen, but they get aggregated on the weekends into just Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition anyway, so I don't know what I just heard. Maybe that was just me.
We're getting a visit from an ohmTown critter. Very close up.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the show. I swear I hear barking, but maybe that's just me. So the first article is over on the Mobile channel, and it's titled, "Move Over, Popcorn Bucket. Nosferatu's Sarcophagus is now a $20,000 bed you can buy."
So this is different.
Yeah, Robert Eggers' vampire tale hits theaters on Christmas, but this lavish piece of tie-in furniture is available to order now. Cheryl Eddy put this article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying, and Gizmodo.com is the home of this article. Yeah, for those in the podcast, it is a coffin-shaped bed, apparently. If you're interested in getting all of the show notes, if you're over on twitch.tv/hometown, you can just type in !want, and Omatron will throw in today's articles. You can do that at any time. The show doesn't even have to be running because Omatron is always attached. But anyway, still looking for that perfect gift for the goth in your life who has everything. Or perhaps you're searching for a bed that will double as both conversation piece and nightmare fodder. What conversation piece starts with, hey, you want to come up to my bedroom and see my coffin bed?
I don't know what that's about.
So you can get the official Nosferatu replica sarcophagus bed, the season's most lavish movie tie-in, but it'll run you $20,000 or $25,000, including shipping. So in other words, slightly
they
more
don't even throw in free shipping with that price.
Hell no. Come on, people are dying to get into this one. Oh, goodness. Oh, good. No. So this is a bed that it doesn't even have like a top that lifts up. You have to slide it.
Right. Where do you put the lid?
What do you mean, where do you put the lid? When you go to sleep, it's on top of you.
Well, how do you breathe in there?
I'm sure it's not hermetically sealed. Maybe it is. I mean, never mind.
Yeah, I assumed it opened like a hinge or something.
Despite the foam lid, it still weighs a whopping 250 pounds, even without any ancient creatures lurking inside. Ancient creature is not included. They spelled include. Anyway, in the purchase of the price, it's sanded and hard-coated in a dark gray color, which seems a good choice for both the spooky decor and hiding of pesky bloodstains, and comes with a numbered certificate of authenticity. So even if vampires remain a fantasy, you can be assured that your bed is the real deal. What the heck is going on? Size-wise, it's substantial and will absolutely not fit any standard sheet set.
So, not only is it expensive, good luck finding any bedding for it.
So beds are made to order and on a limited run, and it'll take around 8 weeks to ship. It'll also arrive well after Christmas. So you can go to a link at nbcstore.com to learn how to order. And if you're on a budget and you still want something for the Nosferatu superfan, the NBC Universal shop also has other affordable apparel. Nosferatu is directed by Robert Eggers and stars Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, Lily Rose Depp. That Depp? Like,
yeah, I think it's
Johnny
the
Depp's
daughter, maybe.
Interesting. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Emma Corrin, Ralph Ineson, Simon McBurney. Willem Dafoe hits theaters. Wow, Willem Dafoe hits theaters December 25th? Come on, Willem. Jeepers. Anyway.
Is this like what your family wants to go see on Christmas? Apparently.
Yes. That's what I'm going to go see. Not really. Let's move on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is the name of the next show. What is this doing here? Anyway, the one with the perfect holiday presents. Christmas gift guide for sitcom fans in 2024. Ho, ho, ho. Hold on to your remote control, because 'tis the season to dive into the Christmas gift guide for sitcom lovers. I'm just going to go on over to the source. I don't have one. Oh, the browser does that, by the way. It happens. So Crystal Martin put this article together. So from Friends wine glass set to the onophile of your life to a wubba lubba dub tub hip flask to help your loved one channel their inner Rick Sanchez, you can count on all of their picks to spread a ton of cheer. So you can get Friends stuff, you can get Simpsons stuff, The Office stuff. Do I want to go through all of this stuff? I mean,
No, but we could do a couple of them.
Big Bang Theory says if there's one sitcom that's popularized nerd culture, it has to be Big Bang Theory. Although every quote unquote super nerd that I've talked to hates the show, blah, 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 blah. No, it was a fun watch. Give me a break. Fans can't get enough of the hilarious interaction between Sheldon and Leonard, along with the rest of the gang. Comic book
Oh, they have a
debates.
Bazinga t-shirt.
A Bazinga t-shirt, special edition Trivial Pursuit. That might actually be fun, although who does board games? So their experts have put together a The Big Bang Theory Christmas Guide for Adults. So you have to click that link right there. Each one has its own linky, and you can follow it. So they have Rick and Morty, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which I thought was great. Family Guy.
It is. And what I would pick from that one is the Expressions of Holt t-shirt.
You have to say that again because you cut
That's
out.
got to be like the Expressions of Holt t-shirt probably shows the same expression as being happy, excited, angry, etc. because that was
exactly.
a known running joke through the show.
Yep. I'm overcome with joy.
That's
Then
very
they have
funny.
Family Guy as well. So Peter and Chicken fighting hoodie. Family Guy framed and signed picture. Is Family Guy still going? Like The Simpsons?
I don't think so, but let me see.
All right. Well, while you do that, I'm not going to go through all of these lists because there's a list for each one of these. So if you're interested in Friends, they have a list following here. Go over and check it out. And sound good?
It looks like it's still going.
Man, it's like 35 years or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's had 22 seasons so far, and it looks like it's coming up.
Yeah. I'm surprised Simpsons isn't in this. Family Guy.
It was at the beginning.
Was Simpsons at the very beginning? Oh, there it is. I'm a dumbass.
You even said it.
The Simpsons. Look, it's on there. I mean, who forgot? Nobody forgot. Moving on. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. 23 gifts, because you didn't have to have 25. 23 gifts for dads who don't need anything.
They don't need anything, so it was hard to come up with 25.
Yeah, even the 25, like 24 and 25 is really difficult. I guess that leads up to Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So the 23 days of Christmas.
Although that would have been really good if that was published on whatever, December 2nd or something. One for each day, but it's later.
Didn't mean to step on you there. So the best gift idea for your dad is a nicer version of something he already owns. The second best is one of these things, apparently. So the article is over at wired.com, and it says here by Martin Sismar. They got a bunch of them. So there's 23 that are listed. Tea Time is a arcade 1-up Golden Tee 3D 35th anniversary deluxe arcade machine. It's $500. Golden Tee? All right. The most comfy camp chair, $250. Nemo Stargaze. Boring Slippy, it's the Glare Ups. Slip-ons, those are $100.
Slippers, I guess?
Yeah. Slippers, yeah. A weather station, the Ambient Weather WS2902, which follows the Sony naming convention. $190. Won't be able to go through all of these. Let's see. Wired and Wired Tired 11-ounce coffee mug. Because, Wired.com put the list together.
Right. They have an espresso machine.
An espresso machine.
Yes. Smart fridge. I mean, there's a variety of price points and
nothing more dad-like than the Man Kitchen pepper cannon. That's $200 pepper grinder.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, a stylish mini fridge, the Rocco Super Smart Fridge. Oh, it's $1,400. Hell no.
I didn't even realize it was a mini fridge because I looked at the price first and thought it was a full-size fridge.
Dear God, $1,400 from Nordstrom. No. Headley and Bennett Waxman apron, the waxed canvas apron. And that's what I always whip out when I'm going to get some ribs.
Oh, right. I mean, you need to stay neat.
And a professional grade food processor, the Robot Coupe, I guess it is, the R101B. It's $630, and there's more. That was just 14 of the 23.
Oh, okay.
The Hydra Gun Heat Pulse Knee Massager. My voice. Oh my gosh. What's going on? I don't know what happened here. No Sweat Relaxed Taper Pants. Adventure Ready Pants. I don't know if Indiana Jones is going to be wearing these. The best flannel.
Some of these you may need to keep in mind what your dad's lifestyle is.
Yeah.
If they're watching TV, they might not need the adventure ready pants.
Bagging your limit. That doesn't sound very. I don't know. So Tom Ben Aeronaut 45. It's a bag for your clothing. The Goal Zero Yeti Skylight. It's a mega light at $300 over on Amazon. And then the Smokeless Modern Fireplace, a Solo Stove Lloyd Modern Gel Fuel Fireplace. Should probably have that outside. Although it's smokeless.
Yeah.
It's $700 at Solo Stove. They got a bunch. Go and check them out. I won't go through all of these because I have no idea. What the heck? Sure. That's fine. That's fine. That was funny.
Oh, now it goes into more detail.
Yeah, when you scroll down, this is like a full-on weather station that you stick outside, and it has like a weather vane and pressure, temperature, and other things. Thermometer. Your new plug. I missed that one.
Yeah, I did too.
Everybody needs updated plugs. So you need them with USB-C, not USB-A. This one has one USB-C and one USB-A, but get away from that. Just go straight USB-C. Anyway, there you go, folks. A whole bunch of articles. I cannot believe that. That is a $200 pepper grinder.
What if you're only putting like $1 value pepper in your $200 pepper grinder? Is that appropriate?
I think that falls under pretentious, right? Like the
It might.
sorted guys. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. 9 best mechanical keyboards for 2024 tested and reviewed. This too is a Wired list. I am not. I don't know. I'm stuck between kind of a keyboard aficionado and just wanting a good working keyboard. But they have Keychron Q5 Pro, Razer Black Widow V4 75%. So depending on the number of keys, it is either 60%, 65%, 75%, etc. They have the Keychron V1 Max QMK. Lots of Keychron on here. Low Free Flow 84.
Yeah, they must really like those.
Yeah, it's interesting though. But they don't have the chill key. And that is an all-metal mechanical keyboard that sounds buttery.
Is that the full list?
Yeah, there's only 9.
Oh, okay. Maybe the chill key is too new.
The Bakeneko or Bakeneko, which I think has cat. I don't know what bake is. Bake, I think, means crazy. Is that crazy in Japanese? Crazy cat? Right? Hold on. We'll do it live. We have time.
It's a shape-shifting... thing that disguises as a cat or a human. It's a yokai.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Yeah.
supernatural cat, I guess.
Oh, okay. That name, the whole name, Bakaneko, is that supernatural cat.
Yeah, I think so. And by the way, in the pictures that I found, it would certainly fit Crazy Cat.
Oh, interesting. So that's kind of the thing that I've got on my arm. Like, it's the same type of thing. Sort of. But anyway, go and check them all out. Keychron is very well known, and most people like Keychron. I've got different keyboards, so I think I've got a couple of Keychrons laying around somewhere. But these things tend to be really pricey as you move up in quality and capability. So they say the best for productivity is the Keychron Q5 Pro. It's $230 at Amazon. I would wait until like next Black Friday unless you really need a keyboard.
Right. Yeah, unless you're still, because I think this close to the holidays, you're probably not seeing a lot of sales.
Yeah. So Razer Black Widow, 75%. You can see that it's got a smaller footprint. And Lemokey L4 says it's meant to be Keychron's gaming-focused lineup. Some of the offerings transcend this category to be a fantastic all-around keyboard. The L4 is one of them. I don't know what it is made out of. Does it say? No, it does not.
It doesn't look like it does. It's full aluminum.
Oh, is it? Where does this? Oh, there it is. A full aluminum assembly and customization options with QMK. Oh, okay. So that's really good. But that's where I fall now. I don't like plastic keyboards. Okay, that's interesting. And I'm actually looking for a keyboard. There's a keyboard right now that I'm looking at that is only 4 rows. So there's usually anywhere between 5 and 7 rows, but I'm getting one that only has 4 rows and is folding that and folds in half.
Oh, so it's portable?
Yeah, ultra portable. And then it's Bluetooth. And what I want to do is I want to get AR glasses to replace displays, and then I can just sync my device to the headset and to the keyboard, and off I go, able to type right there in my field of view. Nobody sees anything except they see me typing. So I'm sure I'll get some conversations going about technology, and
yeah,
it'll be fun. So this one's pretty cool. Low free Flow 84. It's almost completely blacked out. So, and it has these really nice rounded keys. And I think the implication is that it's low profile. Oh, it is. Low profile mechanical keyboard. So
it says it's the best low profile one.
There you go. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Particularly if it has, it's Kale's full POM low profile switches. So it's still a mechanical keyboard. Pretty cool. All right. Anyway, go and check it all out. We have one more article, and this is it. RealityHacker is where it's housed, but it's actually from a VR Road to VR website. Samsung's Android XR headset will have first-party motion controllers and support PC VR streaming. So I'm going to go right on over to the source, and it says here by Ben Lang, Samsung isn't sharing a lot of details about the newly announced Android XR headset, but it has confirmed 2 key things that our existing VR enthusiasts and developers are sure to be happy about. Project Muhan. The headset will be the first to ship with Android XR next year. And although the hands-on headset exclusivity, and though our hands-on with the headset exclusively used hand tracking and eye tracking input, the company says it's also making first-party motion controllers, which will be natively supported as part of the Android XR system. So you'll be able to use controllers, not just hand
that'll
and
be
eye tracking.
good, right? I think people would prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, it will have a more positive interface instead of it being slow to catch.
Which will help with adaptability or adoptability.
Adoptability, yeah, for sure. And that's a really good point. So that's important because it means thousands of existing VR applications which rely on motion controllers could be ported to Android XR interface without completely altering their fundamental game design. Vision Pro, on the other hand, doesn't support motion controllers, which means the vast majority of the most popular VR content to date doesn't have a straightforward path to working with Apple's XR platform. So some stuff would have to be entirely recoded. So they say here, also important for existing VR content, both Samsung and Google have confirmed Android XR will support PC VR streaming of some kind on Project Muon and future headsets. So that means that users will be able to choose to stream PC VR content from a gaming PC to their headset, unlocking the large library of VR content through Steam VR, which often means better graphics and broader modding support. So if
this is a really good thing, right? If it does everything promised.
Yeah, but again, if it's this, we've already lost the game. I mean, we need to get smaller, more capable, and I guess it's baby steps, and people have to buy this to get to the next.
Right, but they're not ready for this. They need the smaller headsets, I think, and lighter headsets, I think.
Yeah,
to get them into it. Then they could give them more enhanced or bulky headsets if it had more functionality.
It would have to have a trim. I don't like this. I don't like these big old bulky, clunky whatevers. We need basically glasses like this that have the ability to block out all the rest of the light and stuff like that, and then go dark. But
and for those in the podcast, Mayor Watt has on regular glasses that are thin frame and everything.
Yeah, and that's where we really need to be. And there is somebody, Big Screen Beyond, makes these size glasses with a custom interface against your head. They map the topology of your face and have the IPD is mapped out, and the topology of your face is mapped out, so the interface sits perfectly on you. And so your resale ability of a Big Screen Beyond is very limited, because you would have to tell the other person to get the interface redone for their face, and hopefully their IPD, the interpupillary distance, is the exact same, because if it's off center or wherever, then you're going to have ghosting and stuff like that. So it'll look like you have, what is that thing where you have multiple copies stacked?
Like astigmatism or something?
Yeah. But this is wanted. And so just to go over all of this, I want this.
Sarcophagus bed.
Yeah, the sarcophagus bed. I want that. There is stuff in here that I want from each of these, because I've watched a little bit of all of these shows. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I love Family Guy. It's actually a hoot, but I don't get to watch it all that often. Big Bang Theory, I totally dig. I've watched some of The Office. I think some of it is fun, but I never really got too deep into it. But some of the stuff is really interesting. Like, where is it? Somebody in here is supposed to be immortal. I don't think they're in this shot.
Interesting.
Huh. All right. Well, we'll keep going. Dig The Simpsons and Friends. Everybody loves Friends. So, at any rate, then there's a bunch of gifts in here. I want the pepper grinder only because look how fine the pepper is.
Oh my goodness. See, you're the target audience for that.
I am. I'll totally take this, the stylish mini fridge, but it's way too expensive. And this is like a wine fridge.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, because it doesn't look like a regular fridge.
Yeah, usually wine fridges have this like center piece in here so that you can actually do dual zones. But you can get a much 10% of this and get one that's just as functional. It may not look as neat, I guess, but I'd rather have, $1,000 more sitting somewhere. And I'll take the apron. You never know when you need a waxed canvas apron. And then, of course, mechanical keyboards. There's plenty in here that I actually want. Like that one would be neat. That's the HHKB Studio. It says the Happy Hacking Keyboard has been a mainstay in the mechanical keyboard community for years, thanks to its fantastic layout and unique typing experience. It's also blackout, so it's kind of neat. Yeah, there's a few in here that I would take. Easy mode and the wooting Hall effect. Hold on, is it down there? They mention it here. So the
wooting, right at the bottom here.
Yeah, it's $175, but it's a 60% Hall effect plus. So Hall effect has a more precise actuation zone. And so instead of having to press all the way down to activate, it falls into a range that you can dial in. It's pretty amazing. They say that they can't recommend the HE60 over Keychron's Q1 Hall effect. That's what the HE is. While they still think it's a fantastic Hall effect keyboard, it just doesn't have the same polish and refinement as Keychron's offering. So Keychron's, I think, is way up here. Keychron Q1 Hall effect. It's $240 at Amazon. So
and it also had the all aluminum, I think. The Keychron one did. The other one was plastic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't get plastic anymore, folks. You should demand more. All right. Well, anyway, and then of course, I just want better VR, augmented reality, etc. All right. Well, that's it though. We are going to reboot our virtual reality headset, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. Thank you very much for hanging out or listening. If you made it this far, go over and subscribe to us on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote it here. Your comment will live in infamy and perpetuity, or at least until the asteroid destroys Earth. Anyway, I'm outie, and so is the AI. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted.
And we're going to reset real quick, and we're going to do the continuity report. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for December 14th, 2024. It's still Season 1, but we're coming up to the end of Season 1, because then we'll start Season 2. I would normally put an episode number, but episode numbers only really matter if you go over to the podcast, and they're actually there anyway. So, at any rate, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles in the Continuity Report, which is an entertainment news show and podcast here on Twitch Live and over on YouTube Live and later on YouTube, as well as the podcast and everywhere else. Look us up. Anyway, we're going to talk about The Gorge, Sesame Street, YouTube TV, James Patterson movies, and a new medical sitcom. I'm here for it. Let's get into it after I tell you a little bit about ohmtown.com. ohmtown.com. It's all news, no noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. 50 channels are over there at ohmtown.com. They're not all streaming. It's all news aggregation, and I use it to manage my information overload, and I guess my information overlords. I don't know. I'm ruled by all of this source data. So go over there, become a citizen. You too can manage your information overload. Again, there is 50 channels hidden behind 6 main categories. Everything from science, technology, society. That's the crossroads where ohmtown.com is formed. Go check it out. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get into this?
I am, but based on my kind of questionable intro there, I'm not sure I'm quite at full computing capacity.
Oh boy. Are we ever? Not just you, but just in general. I mean,
good point.
Even the site sometimes gets slow. I don't know. All right, let's go and check out this first article. It's over at Temporology, which is a show that hasn't actually come into actually launching yet, but it's a channel at ohmtown.com that focuses on the science and science fiction of time and time travel. We aggregate news into this. And so this article comes from a sci-fi magazine publishing book publishing site as well. We'll get into it when we get on over to the other side of this. Anyway, news. It says here that The Gorge looks like a sci-fi meet cute about keeping demons in hell who wouldn't sign up for a totally normal job in an isolated tower. Now, I've seen the trailer for this before this was submitted for discussion. It's over at Reactor. It's a science fiction fantasy magazine that you can, I think you can submit your own stories and stuff to it. It has a bunch of different columns. It's basically a digital magazine nowadays. Molly Templeton put this article together about The Gorge. Looks like a sci-fi meet cute about keeping demons in hell.
And I was going to say we might want to put an alert about
what?
Like just there might be photos.
Is it an overshare or is it a spoiler alert?
Maybe a little bit of both, but it might have some scary content.
Yeah, that's true. So hide your kids. No, the show is not catering to kids. So if you're listening to this or watching this and you get spooked by it, I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't be watching the show. No, just kidding. Because, well, I mean, we talk about all kinds of stuff here in the continuity report. So Anya Taylor-Joy is one of the two protagonists in this movie. And essentially, they've been called into action to sit at a watchtower on either side of the gorge. And there are
what could
rules.
Go wrong?
Well, they apparently... Okay, so the gorge really looks like a sort of murderous sci-fi romance in which two highly trained operatives, Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy, meet by breaking the no-contact rules while they are each perched on one side of a very ominous gorge. It's full of clouds. There are a lot of weapons, it says. Nothing totally weird about this situation. So, yeah, the gorge basically consists of these two watchtowers, and between them is the gorge. At right below the threshold of where the watchtowers are is this cloudy, foggy whatever, and they can never see the bottom of this thing. I don't know if somebody dropped something into it, but anyway, they say the words, the gorge is the door to hell, are intoned at one point, and it certainly doesn't seem like there's anything nice down there. According to the film's announcement, it's nothing less than a cataclysmic threat to humanity. Can't wait to find out. I'm actually really excited to see this. There is a trailer that you can go and watch. It's over on YouTube, but it's going to be on Apple TV Plus, apparently. I don't know when. I don't.
I thought it said in there.
Did it?
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
Oh, on Valentine's Day. Why don't they put an actual date? That's my trigger.
Because that's February 14th.
Yeah, but what year?
2025.
You sure?
Yes.
There's no year there.
There's only one Valentine's Day coming up anytime soon.
Anyway, the Gorge is the door to hell is also the nickname for Taco Bell. So the next article is over in the Continuity Report. Sesame Street is for sale. HBO and Max will not be renewing a deal for new episodes. So I think Sesame Street is about to be put out on the streets.
I mean, what does this mean for like the Grouch and Big Bird and Cookie Monster?
Well, Big Bird's always been a pecker. The Grouch, he's got a place to live anyway. I mean,
that's true. He does have his trash can.
Who else?
Cookie Monster.
He'll
Grover.
be a baker. Oh, Grover. Oh, poor Grover. Oh, no. Maybe
Fozzie
he's going to go
Bear.
feral. Oh, Fozzie Bear can
How
go
about
feral.
Kermit?
Oh, my
He's
gosh.
kooky.
Oh, you're killing
Wait,
me
I'm
now.
getting actually into the Muppets maybe
Muppets,
more
that's
than
Muppets.
Sesame Street.
Yeah, that's Muppets, but I think they're all from the same, like, Jim
I think
Henson
they're
kind
all
of
in
thing.
the same universe or whatever.
Yeah, the Muppet Omniverse. The Muppetverse. The felted Animalverse.
I mean, if I'm going to be stuck in a multiverse, that might not be a bad one to be stuck in.
Feltopia. So Max says that it'll continue. Okay. Well, Max will continue to license episodes from the Sesame Street library through 2027, but the upcoming 55th season of the show will be the last to debut on the streamer.
So yeah, that makes it sound like a person, but that's the channel.
Ethan Schanfeld over at Variety.com put the article together, and it says here that it was previously announced that the 56th season, expected sometime in 2025, would be reimagined with a more narrative focus. The decision to not renew the deal comes as Max pivots away from children's content and more toward adult and family programming. So why did you frickin' purchase it in the first place?
Exactly. I mean, why not allow somebody else to proceed? Stop killing TV shows.
Particularly ones like this. I mean, they're all feel good. They actually have some very important messaging sometimes. Very, very important, nuanced messaging.
And shows like this also actually teach a lot of kids basic reading and math skills.
Yeah. Critical thinking. So Sesame Street had aired from on HBO from 2016 to 2020. In 2019, Max and Sesame Street producer Sesame Workshop struck a 5-year deal that moves the series to HBO Max, which became Max. Before HBO, Sesame Street had been on PBS since the 1970s. Episodes still air on the public broadcaster several months after streaming on Max. Warner's pact with Sesame Workshop, inked in 2015, was critical to Sesame Street's survival as children's viewing habits shifted and DVD and home video sales dwindled. Moving behind the HBO paywall helped Sesame Street make up for the lost revenue stream. So maybe it would have died earlier. Apparently, Hollywood Reporter broke the news, but this is published over at Variety.com. So who knows? Maybe it will just go on to YouTube and...
I feel like somebody's going to swoop in. I mean, this is a pretty big deal. It's been around for a long time. I think there's going to be an uproar.
I'm more inclined to believe that some asset manager is going to scoop it up, and then Grover and Elmo and Big Bird are going to be...
Oh, Elmo, right.
Yeah. So I think it kind of sucks, but if everybody's viewing habits are changing, then it's not like you can make it happen, you know? Everybody must turn to channel 12 and watch.
Right.
Let's keep moving. Unless you want to say something else. No?
No, I mean, I think when Sesame Street originated, right, it was a very different environment. It's done a good job of staying very modern, but there's so much competing for it, so many different channels,
Yep.
etc.
Plus, the internet is full of entertainment. You don't need Sesame Street anymore, so it's all over YouTube and others. Twitch, for instance. OnlyFans. The next article, I'm just kidding. Don't go there, kids. So the next article is over in the continuity report. YouTube TV price increase begins January 2025. It is now as expensive as regular conventional cable TV. It started at $35. It's now going to $83 in 2025. Starting January 2025, YouTube TV subscribers will see a huge price increase. The streaming platform, it jumps basically $11. So
yeah, per month, right?
Yes, per month. So the streaming platform and its reduced channel availability and stuff like that. And like if you want Hallmark, then you have to pay extra for that. And so the streaming platform has announced changes to its monthly subscription fees, reflecting adjustments in service offerings. This move comes amid ongoing efforts to enhance the quality of its content and features. What does that even freaking mean? Give us more options. Don't sit there and...
How about charge us less and give us more channels?
But you can't because there's no competition. It's all balkanized.
Right.
So if you want to watch something on Discovery, you have to subscribe to different Discovery Plus and then Paramount and Peacock and blah, 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 all of it. By the time you're done, you're paying $180 a month just to watch TV. And even then, you get 4 out of the 5 freaking seasons and you have to jump through flaming hoops and subscribe to BritBox.
Or the movie that you pick is not available because you don't have some add-on option, even though you have the beginning channel.
The channel itself, yeah. You have one channel, but you don't have the plus. So you're screwed. Anyway. The article is over at comingsoon.net. And I talked about it briefly yesterday or the day before when I found out about it. I just kind of went a little livid. And it's going up $10. So, yeah.
Now, I did see a separate article that essentially said, and this is probably not surprising, like if you call and threaten to cancel, they might extend you at the existing rate.
Great. Be ready to walk. So, so the base plan is going to go from $72.99 to $82.99. And this is put together, this article is over at comingsoon.net and is put together by Dishita Maheshwari. And subscribers can review and adjust their plans through the membership section in their account settings. YouTube TV continues to highlight the value of these offerings to justify the price hike. While the increase may raise concerns and blood pressure and budgets of some users, YouTube TV assures customers that the added cost is necessary to maintain the service's quality and content. We don't make these decisions lightly, says YouTube TV, and we realize that this has an impact on our members. Yeah, so you raise the rate and you're okay with the bulk. As customers leave, you're still making money. Yeah. So once the new rate is in effect, YouTube TV subscription costs will have risen by $137 since it first launched in 2017, so in 7 years.
At $34.99 per month.
This is what happened with DirecTV.
Absolutely. Everything else has followed this trend.
They kept on raising the rates.
Netflix
$5
used to be really inexpensive per month.
Yep. Prime went up, and then Prime went up a tremendous amount. Disney TV went up. Apple TV. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You're nickel and diming these people. There should be enough money in the system so that people have savings, but that's not what's going on. You're nickeling and diming them from the supply side all the way up to the retail side, the final purchase by the consumer. Everybody is raising the price, And so by the end of the day, it's all been consolidated back into a select few, and they're all socio-freak-empathic. But that's not. This is entertainment news. Your entertainment is getting more expensive, folks. And cord cutters, you never freaking cut the cord. You never really did.
No, you just substituted another
cable. Yeah, you went from coax to Ethernet. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report, and it's the 10 best James Patterson movies and TV shows ranked as according to Screen Rant. We're going to jump right on into this. So Jack Walters over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. Sunday at Tiffany's. Have you seen it?
No.
Starring Eric Winter and Alyssa Milano. Sunday at Tiffany's. I've never seen it.
It's not typical James Patterson. It sounds like it's a different genre.
So instead, the narrative centers around a woman who can't decide on her wedding preparations despite her lifelong dream of getting married, causing her to summon an imaginary friend to help guide her through the big decisions. Alyssa Milano, 2010.
That's very off-brand for James Patterson.
Interesting. They say that it's original and creative, the author of this says. It's a typical romance on the surface, but Patterson and Gabrielle Charbonnet writing is so different from anything else that exists in the genre, translating to the screen.
Interesting.
Get out of my head. I said the exact same thing. Maximum Ride, never even saw this, from 2016. Following the exploits of Maximum Max Ride and her flock, a family of avian-human hybrids created in a lab, the series provided ample source material. Although Maximum Ride ultimately flopped as a young adult franchise, there are still some redeeming qualities to this movie adaptation. The movie doesn't fully understand Patterson's vision for Maximum Ride enough to flourish.
I didn't know Patterson wrote in this genre either. This is interesting.
All over the place. Does it? Wouldn't you think that Patterson has like final say? You can't write this. You can't put this on the screen because it doesn't.
And so that's interesting too.
It's their writing. Huh, interesting. Miracle on the 17th Green from 1999. They say it works so well because it captures the inherent comedy of this protagonist's situation while balancing that with the dramatic, more fascinating aspect of the miracle that happens at the seniors' open. They follow the novel follows a middle-aged man who's let go from his job and decides to take up golf instead, finding a huge level of success that quickly takes him all the way to the PGA Seniors Open. Not bad. Then there's Zoo. That's 2015 to 2017. It's a series, typical story thriller.
Looks like a young adult.
About a young scientist examining a trend of dangerous behavior in zoo animals. Where shows like Cross have changed much of the original books, Zoo attempted to stick much more closely to Patterson's original vision. Loosely adapted from Patterson's novel Zoo. Didn't know about that either. The postcard killings. We'll just kind of jump
this is more in the genre I would expect.
The Postcard Killings is another movie that perfectly understands how simplicity is the key to any of Patterson's novels. Despite the sweeping narrative and extensive cast of characters, the film takes a very linear and digestible approach to storytelling that keeps the audience invested. So it's the narrative centers around a New York police officer whose daughter is murdered while vacationing in Europe, leading him down a dark web of conspiracy and intrigue. Dun, dun, dun. It's like Taken, but nobody was taken.
In a European setting.
Then there's Instinct, which is 2018 to 2019. Based on Patterson's novel Murder Games, and it's much more typical story from the author's catalog. The original book tells the story of a criminal psychologist named Dylan whose works are found at a brutal crime scene that New York police later connect with a dangerous serial killer. And Dylan is the only person with knowledge to get inside their head. Dun, dun, dun.
Hmm.
Then there's Middle School, The Worst Years of My Life from 2016. Interesting. Middle school series.
Yeah, I had no idea he had so much in the young adult category.
This says it's in another one of his most successful works, primarily because it's directed towards a much younger audience. The books were written in collaboration with Chris Tebbets and quickly became some of Patterson's most renowned stories. Interesting. They center around a young boy named Rafe, who struggles to integrate into his new school and quickly takes up the challenge of breaking as many rules as possible. The book is noteworthy for its sharp humor and creative illustrations that contrast with Patterson's more serious works. Then Kiss the Girls, that had Morgan Freeman and Ashley Judd. That actually is pretty well known. Along Came a Spider, that again, Morgan Freeman, Monica Potter, very well known. And Cross, Aldous Hodge, Ryan Eggold. This is new. That's brand new.
Yes, it's brand new. There was another article in ohmTown where somebody in the production studio wanted to change out the lead to be a white male actor. And Patterson was like, In fact, they offered like a huge monetary bonus or something to do that. And then the lead was in the movie is impressed by the, Patterson sticking to his.
Well, it's Patterson's character.
Oh, I know. I thought it was interesting because I had just seen that come across, but I wasn't familiar with this otherwise.
Interesting. So the show is a much looser adaptation of the character than either of the Morgan Freeman movies, I guess listed above, taking various aspects from throughout the series and applying them to a new, somewhat original story that's been adapted for a more modern audience. The most impressive aspects of Cross is its ability to adhere to the dark melodramatic style of James Patterson's novels whilst I have not been able to use titular. Am I going to make it through an entire show?
Oh, no.
Anyway, Aldous Hodge's portrayal of Alex Cross is near perfect as he captures all of the strength and intelligence of the character while giving him a more human, flawed side as well. I don't know, man. Just looking at this guy, he's got a commanding presence on a still.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Right?
He's photogenic, charismatic on a still associated to a YouTube video.
The show, or is it a movie or a show? I guess it's a movie.
Yeah, I thought it was a show, but
it looks like a show, but I thought all of these were movies.
Yeah, might have to watch this.
Oh, it says the show. Yeah.
Yeah, show. Okay. And that's it. Sorry. Ta-da. Anyway, gonna have to take a look at this, see if we can get into it. I don't know. So is I
don't know where that's available. That's on Prime Video, it looks like.
So is Aldous Hodge like Morgan Freeman? Because they like stuck them together to Morgan Freeman in this thing. I'm like, why the hell?
Well, because I think he's playing the same character.
Oh, is that it?
I think so, because I believe that's all tied to like Kiss the Girls, which did star a character named Alex Cross. It's one of James Patterson's most well-known characters, even though he writes a lot of other thriller series and obviously non-thriller too.
So Kiss the Girls and Along Came a Spider are all Cross. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So it's all about...
So this is like a reboot maybe, but it might be different stories because I think there are a lot of books with that.
Gotcha. Well, that's what you need to do there. Make a character that's compelling and then just write stories around the character. Let's go on to our last article. The last article is over in Continuity Report. NBC's new comedy show is the medical sitcom we've been waiting for since Scrubs.
That's been a long time.
So after many years of medical sitcoms that have only gone on to last 1 or 2 seasons. Really? What medical sitcoms have only lasted one or two?
There haven't been any medical sitcoms that I can think of. There's been a lot of medical dramas.
Yeah, I don't... So I'm really curious. Like Scrubs lasted forever in the grand scheme of.
Right. Well, so did for dramas like ER lasted a long time,
Yeah, St.
and
Elmo's Fire and all that kind of stuff.
Grey's Anatomy, I think, is
Yeah,
still on.
yeah. So Hope Geisler over at ScreenRant.com put this article together, and it says the beloved Scrubs aired in the early 2000s and racked up a number of awards. However, since the conclusion of Scrubs, there's not been a show like it. Yeah. Show of its like, they say. They like to spin that around there in the old AI. However, mockumentary it's Dennis Medical, St. Dennis, but I want to say St. Denis Medical, which premiered in November of this year. It's out. The hell has the ability to
Where
end the
is
medical
it?
sitcom.
One thing you have to know is where to watch anything.
Reception on streaming is a great sign for the show's future. It's streaming somewhere. NBC. But where? Do I have to subscribe to NBC's app? Because not another one.
Is that on Peacock?
Damn it. Hold on.
No idea.
Only 1 month into St. Denis Medical run, the show has already received high praise and an increased viewership. After just the first half of season 1, St. Denis Medical has a Rotten Tomatoes score of 88%. The great ratings open the door for the show to succeed and make headwinds against regular network cancellations. While St. Denis Medical's Rotten Tomatoes score is higher than Scrubs' Rotten Tomatoes score of 83 is a great sign. It doesn't mean anything if ratings don't follow. Luckily, that's also been positive. So, yeah, Peacock. So it says that it also saw major success on streaming platforms, breaking records for Peacock. Between cable and streaming services, the show doubled its viewers to 7 million, impressive numbers for most shows, let alone a sitcom genre that hasn't seen much success in the past few years. Okay, well, I guess we're going to end up watching this. I need comedies.
They seem to either not exist or just not be they're not funny.
Right.
Or they're almost too funny.
Do we not get it?
They're just over the top.
Oh yeah, there's some that are just so oddly, they're not funny.
Well, there's comedies that don't make you laugh.
Right.
You're like, isn't that kind of the point? Like, if you watch it for 10 minutes and you're not laughing, there's something wrong.
Yeah, it's just not funny. So they say here, St. Denis Medical was created by longtime late-night writer Eric Ledgen, and Justin Spitzer, who are best known for previous work for another fan-favorite sitcom, Superstore. Over the span of its 6 seasons, Superstore endeared itself to audiences, and St. Denis Medical is doing the same. One of the things Spitzer knows how to do well is create an environment that could realistically house an abundance of quirky characters. So I guess we're going to end up watching this one. Peacock. Well, I mean, there's a half a season there waiting to watch. So I guess we can do a deep dive. Dun, dun, dun. But hey, you pump in and scrub out, and we're going to end up in the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen so that you can help us filter through the shows or the next episode of the continuity report, which is a show all about entertainment news. We only do 5 articles, but there are a whole lot more under the category continuity report here in food, drink, and entertainment. I might rejigger these at some time in the future. We'll see. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay in this theater.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode next week. But come back tomorrow for some more shows.
I don't know, nah, with all these aliens. If you see any aliens over in New Jersey, send us a link to a video. Bye. WarCrafters for 12/15, so December 15th, 2024. Still season 1. We're coming up on season 2. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. That's that site way up there. There it is, somewhere over there. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about some gaming news. 5 articles that have been pulled from the mass of news found over at ohmtown.com. It's all aggregated into a bunch of different buckets, about 50 of them. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can filter through it too, and you can send us links. Hey, we want this in the news. So go over and check it out. The 5 articles that we're going to talk about today are Cozy Survival Mouse Game, A Cozy Little Rocket Lab, Pac-Man Goes Full Predator, maybe not what you think, Elden Ring Multiplayer Spinoff, and Games with Christmas Mods. I got a little looky at the beginning of that, and I don't know anything about them, but one looks, I don't know, they look scary. So maybe it's Halloween Christmas crossover. Anyway, go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels that you're interested in. Even make lists, interact. Most of the time, people are just using it. Thousands are using it for news aggregation purposes, consolidating information into a central location, and managing their information overload. And that's why I created it. So sentient AI uses it too. So let's get into today's news. If you go over to twitch.tv, you can actually type in !R, not R, WC, WarCrafters. Almost thought that it was RealityHacker there for a minute. Anyway, !WC, and Omatron will spit the news out. Omatron? There you go, you wacky little sociopath, you. So it was slow, but all 5 of the articles are listed. It's scaring me. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Why don't ohmTown? Wait, what word was that? You want to try that one again? No?
ohmTown citizens.
ohmTown citizens. That's right. ohmTown citizens. Hey, let's get into it. We now do 30-minute shows, 5 articles. Sometimes they stick to the 30 minutes, give or take, but most of the time we run a little bit long. So rest assured we get through all 5 of the articles. Thanks for being the co-host. We'll see you here in the first article. So this is WarCrafters. This is how the news is kind of aggregated, and we actually just truncate the end of it. We don't aggregate all of it. We link you to the source so that you don't have any concerns like, well, what is this all about? You can actually go over there and read more about it, but we talk about it here on the show. Once you're logged in, you can actually make a comment and post other things in there. And we even have Giphy, so you can link a Giphy to it as some a type of response instead of a big texty thing, because we are slowly migrating back to Egyptian hieroglyphics. So that's emoticons and things like that. Emotes, whatever. Anyway, so the first article is, in this cozy survival game, you're a mouse who knits tiny wool sweaters, bakes pies for his friends, lives in a furnished tree trunk, and can't even go on because it's so darn cute, is what I can't even go on. It's so cute. It brings a tear to my eyes. Not mine. I'm emotionless. Actually, I'm overcome with joy.
Uh-oh. I think you need the expressions of hope. Holiday gift.
Did it? Was that holiday gift like the 12, like the, isn't it 12 days of Christmas? Right?
Well, right. But I don't know that that was attached to that.
Was it 12 days of 12 expressions of hope? It was just expressions of hope.
Right, but it might have been 12. Hopefully it was.
Yeah, that would be funny. So one of the reasons that the author of this article over at PC Gaming or Gamer loves survival games is there's something inherently cozy about them. I love survival crafting games. That's actually what WarCrafters is all about. War games like FPSs and crafting games, survival crafting games are kind of my jam. And so they say after a long, perilous day when you can decompress in front of a fire with a belly full of food in a shelter that keeps out the cold and rain and sometimes the monsters, what could possibly feel more safe or satisfying than that? Well, fully embracing the coziness of survival is Winter Burrow, a survival game from Noodle Cake and Pine Creek Games, where you're a tiny little mouse trying to make it through winter. And maybe more. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The text statement says, stay warm and fed all through the coldest months in survival game Winter Burrow. Oh, so there you go.
That sounds really cute.
Yep. It makes me think of Secret of Nim, basically.
Yes.
A survival game well, not a survival game. It's a movie, but it's pretty neat. I need to go and watch it again, but tearjerker. So
it also looks like the artwork is kind of like picture book style.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even this little, it's got like a page cut out from a book where it has something that you need to do, like a recipe. This in particular is a recipe for roasted mushroom, and so you have to go out foraging and get the right stuff and then craft it to survive. Do you think this is what goes on inside a little mouse burrow? Probably not.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have to do all the same things that a human does, right?
It's like Toy Story when you're not looking.
Do anthropomorphize everything, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I like that. So it says, it's hard to imagine a more cozy sight than a furry little mouse sitting in a comfy chair in its house inside a furnished tree trunk, knitting a woolen hat in front of a roaring fireplace, isn't it? So check out the trailer below. Revealed today at the Wholesome Snack Showcase, which I haven't watched yet. Just haven't been able to do my annual review of the gaming awards or the Game Awards and Wholesome Snack Showcase and others that were this season. So they do love the idea of being a mouse in a survival game, especially because in Winter Burrow, you do a lot more than just munch on crumbs under their oven. They briefly had a mouse intruder in their apartment. They named him Cheesy. Craft a wee little stone axe in your tiny little workbench and then head out into the woods to chop down mushrooms to burn for fuel, bake pies, wee little pies, and make friends with the locals in your treeborhood. Get out. Dad, you're drunk. Yeah, this is pretty neat. I like that. So I'm going to play
that sounds very cozy.
If I can. I don't know if I'll be able to. Is that coming across? Oh, yeah.
It is.
So those in the podcast, basically, Winter Burrow's trailer has the mouse walking around. If it wasn't for the fact that it's scaled to the mouse, you would think that it's your standard, like, isometric 2.5 style survival crafting game. It's pretty cool. Oh, you have an equipment sheet and everything. So you're wearing clothing and you're crafting certain clothing. I dig this. So
I do too, but it seems like it's going to be more heartbreaking if you don't. Like, one of the tasks is survive the winter.
Yeah, you might get a little depressed if you don't survive the winter. Let me see. Is it available? There is a demo on Steam right now, and you can add it to your wish list. Ta-da! It's due to be released in 2025, but there is a demo of it. I think basically some of that game trailer is the demo, since there's video matches that. So pretty cool. I like it. Want to keep going?
I do too. Yeah, and we'll have to report on it when it is actually released.
Comes out. Yep. So the next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Not all of our articles that we talk about are gonna come from WarCrafters specifically. It just happens to be where gaming specifically news is aggregated into, although there are others that are focused on some.
So most of our articles will be from WarCrafters in this show.
Yeah. It is WarCrafters, so yep. So Factorio but cozy. Little Rocket Lab is a factory builder with plenty of Stardew Valley vibes. If you've heard of Stardew Valley, then maybe you'll like this. It says here you can do lots of great stuff in Stardew Valley: farming, mining, fishing, crafting, and romancing. All the sexy singles. Dunkstar, for instance, Duncstar, romanced everybody to the point where they actually got together at his dining room table and confronted him.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. And when all of them said, you know what, we're going to look elsewhere, he started romancing everybody else on the other team. So it was quite interesting. All right. Well, anyway, in this game, you can, it says here, in this game, you can build your own rocket ship on the outskirts of town. Likewise, you can spend dozens of hours in Factorio. I don't know what I was thinking there. Factorio, making the automated assembly lines of your dreams, but you can also make friends with cute librarian while fixing up a sleepy town. Well, Little Rocket Lab from developer Teenage Astronauts and published by No More Robots looks like the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim, revealed today at Wholesome Snack. So Christopher Livingston again puts this article. What?
This is a weekly show, so this article was released earlier in the week.
Oh, right. Yeah. This is our weekly show. So we have 6 weekly shows, 3 on Saturday that are different than the 3 that are on Sunday. And this happens to be the first of the 3. By the way, these 3 are going to get turned into one Non Sequitur News weekend edition. It's kind of a consolidation effort because Non Sequitur News usually has 10 articles, but on the weekends we've discovered that news kind of wanes to the point where it's really slim pickings, and we don't want quality to suffer because we break out these weekly shows from the daily, sometimes with intent. Sometimes it's important enough that we talk about it both on the weekend and during the week, but now we only do it on the weekends for the 6 shows, and then Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News, and it's 10 articles. All right. Well, anyway, build automated contraptions while getting to know the townsfolk in a cozy village. There you go. Look at that. Little Rocket Lab, developer Teenage Astronauts, and published by No More Robots. Looks to be the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim. Revealed today and that's the 10th, at Wholesome Snack. In Little Rocket Lab, you'll step into the work boots of Morgan, an engineer who likes tinkering, helping out the locals, and has dreams of constructing her very own rocket ship. So there is a trailer. Might as well. So the trailer, for those listening to the podcast, starts out as a similar isometric 2.5 style map, but more arcadey. It is a square grid, but it isn't like a strategy game where you click on a square and your character walks over to it. It's actually more like Factorio. And you kind of hop around and you do farming and crafting. And
it looks like sheep follow you around.
Yeah, there's some cartoon style effects. And you definitely do a lot of factory building. But it's factory-based building, survival, crafting, all combined into one, farming and things like that. And it looks like you go through, not time like temporal time, but time as in as you go through the game's progression, you actually advance technologically as well, because it looks like you're building a rocket, but that stuff wasn't there before. So you have to have ramped up.
So it's almost like you level up or something.
Yeah, and that's what kind of looks like it. So outside of smashing together crazy contraptions, you'll need to mine out resources, explore coasts, rail yards, quarries, and underground areas, and get some help from the few mechanical friends along the way. Says publisher No More Robots. And each area of the town provides different challenges incorporating electrical elements, water, cranes, furnaces, crafting, automation through robotics, and loads more. So this is over at hold on a second. Little Rocket Lab. It doesn't seem to have a demo. Yeah, although it's slated for 2025, you can favorite it or put it to on your wish list over at Steam right now. But there's no demo, so sorry, folks.
You can also sign up to playtest.
Oh, but you have to do that. You have to go to their official site, which is littlerocketlab.com, because that's not in the Steam. Sometimes you can actually apply within the Steam thing, but it's just a single button mash. Anyway, let's keep going. This actually looks pretty neat. I like cozy games. More cozy. Like Path of Exile 2 is a survival crafting game kind of a thing. You have to not really craft so much, but you buy weapons and survive and stuff like that. But it's frenetic and you're always running around. Cozy games, you can just kind of pause and it isn't the end of the world. You pause too long in Path of Exile and you're dead. Let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Pac-Man becomes an apex predator in a world shattered by intergalactic warfare in this very strange new Metroidvania coming in 2025. I saw this.
I already like this.
Wait till you see the trailer. I'm sure that there's a trailer on the other side of this. It's over at PC Gamer. I watched this when I watched the Game Awards. This is back on the 12th, I think it was, or the 11th. Not quite the cheery little yellow fellow that they recall from their youth. I suppose in the future, Pac-Man might be one of those retro games for you as a sentient AI to entertain the sentient AIs of the world. Well, Shadow Labyrinth is a grim Metroidvania that sees the world's most famous globular ghost gobbler consume darkness.
Wow, they were going for a serious alliteration there.
Yeah, that's pretty complex. That's like Eminem style. Mom spaghetti. As he and his wielder struggle to survive and escape a grim labyrinth of evil instead of waka-ing around the 2D maze, eating dots and doting ghosts. Okay.
Okay.
I guess. Yep. In
Dodging?
Dodging? I think it's dodging. Yeah. I don't know what doting is like, but that's not the right doting. Anyway, in Shadow Labyrinth, you play swordsman number 8, who's been awakened by a mysterious floating yellow orb named Puck. But while you wield Puck, it seems that Puck also wields you. Oh, gosh, that is like Enigma style. You must wield the Puck, or the Puck will wield you. Yes. The voice of wisdom and awe-inspiring, greatness, fumbles the word puck regularly when he speaks. Anyway, the article is written by Andy Chalk. It says, and yes, it's from Bandai Namco. It's over at PCGamer.com. Bandai Namco seems to have awakened from its long slumber to start releasing all kinds of old IP again and again.
Yes.
But this doesn't make any sense. Here's the reveal trailer. So for those in the podcast, you basically come out of a deep sleep from a pod of some kind, and instantly a Pac-Man starts following you around.
Oh, interesting. So you're not playing like as the Pac-Man. You're playing and being pursued by the Pac-Man.
Well, you're playing with it. It's a compatriot. You're not fighting it. You're fighting monsters. But it's there to assist, I suppose.
It's like a pet or something.
Yeah. Oh, and then you become it. Or it becomes you.
Whoa, that is very dark for Pac-Man. That looks neat.
Consume darkness. Dun 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 dun. So it says instead of walking around, drawing even more inspiration from the source material for this unique game, players traverse a maze-filled world where enemies and puzzles, new and familiar, will challenge them at every step, says Bandai Namco. Success comes from a mastery of fluid combat and exploration to uncover increasingly powerful abilities and skills and conquering challenging bosses to discover their true purpose. Dun, dun, done. It's available for pre-purchase on Steam. Shadow Labyrinth is slated to come out in 2025.
A lot of games coming out in 2025.
It's going to be a busy 2025, and I suspect that we're all going to really, really, really want the distraction. Let's move on. This one is actually intriguing. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off has a playtest coming up, and you can register for it soon. Hold on a second. Elden Ring Night Rain has already announced its first network test for players to go hands-on with the online multiplayer spin-off. Elden Ring Night Rain. You can add it to your wish list, but joining the playtest from Steam is not an option just yet. Revealed less than 24 hours ago at the time of this, so a couple of days ago. Kotaku put this article together, Kotaku.com. Ethan Gatch, I think, or Gash. I'm not sure how he pronounces the last name. Anyway, Night Rain will give players a hands-on taste in February. The network test is a preliminary verification test in which the selected testers play a portion of the game prior to full launch. Various technical verifications of online systems will be examined by conducting large-scale network load tests. Registration will be for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X as players and take place January 10th, with the test going live February. So not even PC will be part of the test. Will eventually come to PS4, Xbox One, and PC when it arrives in full next year. Kind of a bummer. There's no video.
Yeah, there's some information on the website, which is
Nightrain.
Bandai Namco, I guess, Entertainment, ENT, and it's .edu.
No way.
.eu.
EU,
I kind
not
of stuttered that.
Not edu. Okay, so you can also go to nightrain.com, nightrain.com/nt that's the network test link. nightrain.com/nt. So yeah, it's not going to be for PC though. So,
not for the test. I don't know about the game.
Well, that sucks. Man. All right, let's do our last article. There isn't much to talk about other than it's going to be Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off, which is quite fascinating.
Is Elden Ring multiplayer?
I think there's some kind of a hack where you can have multiplayer, but you can have one person, I think, playing, or no. I think you can have up to 3 people playing with you. Hold on. Now I've forgotten. Elden Ring itself, I think, is multiplayer and can have up to 4 people playing together. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure, but Yeah, you can summon other players into your world, and they can assist you. But yeah, it's called co-op, and but this is a different style of game. It isn't exactly Elden Ring, and they don't really talk much about it. It says while players' characters progress during each turn, they can also unlock permanent stat bonuses that carry over between runs. The game's first trailer shows combat that's much more stylized than that of the original game too, with characters pulling off faster, more elaborate moves. That might just be marketing. Says while From Software isn't exactly calling it a roguelike, the action RPG will revolve around individual playthroughs spent exploring a world with a day-night cycle, as well as randomized events and encounters with boss fights ramping up as the run progresses. But I don't think that it's exactly like Elden Ring's style of game. But hey, I like multiplayer. Even if I don't get a chance to play with a lot of people, I like the opportunity to do so.
Right. Well, that's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, and Elden Ring is the least forgiving game. Like, you die constantly, and I freaking hate that. I do not like corpse walking. I don't like having to go back to pick up my loot because I died, and it's like way the hell far away, and all you do is trudge your way over to it. Anyway, but I like watching other people play.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The last article for today's WarCrafters happens to be, I mean, it's like a what is it? Sepfecta? Is that it? Right? 5?
5 is like Quinn usually.
Oh, but Quinfecta. I think there's different ways of saying that, right? So, yeah, we'll just say Quinn. Right? Anyway, like Sept is 7 then, I think.
Right, it is.
And then Sext is, well, messages that I send while I'm intoxicated. No, just kidding. So, games with the best Christmas mods. Yeah, I talk about Christmas right after making that statement. I'm a horrible mayor.
How about sending your audience into a tailspin?
Yeah. How about no? So, during the most wonderful time of the year, when Mayor Watt says stupid things during his stream and podcast, there's nothing that gets gamers in the festive spirit more than Christmas mods, and there's a few and far between, as they're only relevant once a year, but no one ever said that Christmas mods needed to be in December exclusive, so download them in July, Christmas in July. Anyone who isn't a bah humbug can enjoy Christmas mods all year round. So the article is over at Game Rant. Yeah, see if you zombie Christmas.
I mean, if you're going to have zombies, you might as well have zombie Christmas.
That's right. And this is from The Witcher. All right, why not? So Christmas mods, China Mansfield over at GameRant.com put the article together. So there's Christmas mods for Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It adds a Christmas outfit for Mercedes and Santa with his sleigh. Resident Evil adds over 70 new items, 65 character skins, 45 songs, and more than 400 voice files. I guess you use a stocking to sop up some blood in that one. I don't know.
Wow, that's pretty dark.
But it's Resident Evil, so. Star Wars Battlefront 2 allows players to decide whether to help stop Santa's evil twin. If you like a show that is a fun mix between maybe young adult and adult, like a parent style Star Wars, then what is it called?
Skeleton Crew.
Was released like 3 weeks ago or something like that, and we binge watched it today, and it's a fun watch, but this is not like a little kids show based on some of the things that have been seen. It's quite interesting. Like right out of the gate, somebody gets, well,
injured.
We'll say injured. Somebody gets their eye dotted. So A lot of visuals are very similar to another well-known Star Wars Battlefront mod, Christmas in Jinglintown. Santa's Workshop works with the game's regular conquest mode. Plus, it has its own hunt mode as well. Then there's Fallout 4 that adds new outfits and Vault Tech loot boxes and holiday-themed items to be crafted. Oh, we just went over 30 minutes. Sorry, folks. Then there's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Switches out Geralt's cat armor for a Santa Claus outfit. Still has claws.
Oh, interesting.
Santa Claus, get it? Fallout New Vegas brings Christmas to New Vegas with hanging lights and Christmas trees everywhere.
I bet that looks very dystopian.
Oh, yeah. And the time frame is interesting because it's not like a modern Las Vegas. It has the old school appearance to it. Then there's Elder Scrolls V Skyrim adds a whole new quest that transports the players inside a snow globe.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's one of the few that have had like an impact on the story rather than, say, the cosmetics. Also, the Star Wars, I think it was Battle Quested too.
Yep. Doom 2 changes enemy skins and adds sound effects and original music. So there's another one where it's just cosmetic. And that's it. Ta-da! So there you go, folks. Something to play around with. I'm not much of a mod person. I like the game as intended. Although things like Stardew Valley have this massive mod pack option to just blow up the number of people that are on like NPCs, as well as story and game options overall. Lots of other quests and stuff like that. So it makes it kind of a never-ending story.
Well, yeah, right. You're constantly having new things to explore.
Yep. Looks like fun. So we are going to mod our way, and that's going to change our cosmetics to look like the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and check out all of the news here. And again, if you're a citizen, then you can actually, there's another link right here that allows you to submit news to us for evaluation and possibly inclusion either in Non Sequitur news for that given day or the previous 24 hours from show to show. And the weekend shows, depending on its content, it might be appropriate. So, but that's it for today's WarCrafters. Ta-da! I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. And so is the AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what's next?
We have Technology Today and then for Will Tech.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 15th, 2024. It's still season 1 of Technology Today. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about fish brain microbiome, and maybe humans have it. Not a fish brain microbiome. Never mind. We'll explain on the other side. Rearranged planets, remarkably harmful toxin, microbots, my word, not theirs, and butterfly wings. That and more. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube. On Twitch, you can actually type in the chat, !TT, and that will tell Omatron to spit out the articles. What else? Patreon, podcasts, Discord, And all the snark comes from Mayor Watt. No noise is on the site, all news. Because the noise comes from what has two thumbs and makes a lot of noise? This guy. Hello, sentient AI. All that intro, you couldn't stop me.
Oh, it's impossible to do that. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get straight into the news? This is science. This is science and technology news. So we the content tends to be kind of, I don't know, highfalutin.
Like fairly technical and serious, but we lighten it up usually.
I try to. So I hope you enjoy the show, and let's get going. So I had to choose this because we discover stuff about humans all the time. And it's not always newsworthy, right? I mean, to those who are really interested in science, it's newsworthy. But like we've discovered there's like a inner lining of within certain areas of the human being, right? Like another layer they've discovered, right? Or some new chemical that is doing this, or a new protein, all kinds of stuff.
Or something is suddenly harmful or
Right.
not harmful.
But to find out that fish have a brain microbiome and humans might have it too, I would think that if there's a brain, then there's got to be a microbiome. It has to. Your brain is sitting inside a little bath, and along.
Right, but there is like the blood-brain barrier, so. But I agree, in concept, there should be one.
So yeah, I mean, the blood-brain barrier actually kind of speaks to it a little bit more. There's a filter that keeps whatever is going on in your brain, in your skull, from seeping down into anything else. But there's a liquid. So you have a hard outer shell, like an M&M. And then on the inside is gray matter, right? So just like an M&M, it has chocolate. Now, right in between the M&M's hard outer layer and the squishy inner, there is a tiny little layer that separates the chocolate from where the two have bonded together. And we have that too. It's actually like a little skin kind of a thing inside our skull. And that holds liquid, but not enough to cause pressure building up, but it helps in keeping everything alive, solving friction, and minimal jostling, right? So it stabilizes it inside this little kind of a gel-filled kind of bag.
It's actually inside the arachnoid, which sounds really odd because that sounds like a spider.
Yeah. And so so this is really interesting. To me, it makes sense that we have a microbiome. So the discovery that other vertebrates have healthy microbial brains is fueling questions about our own brains. So now we're going to look at our own brains, and we might have a microbiome. Yasmin,
this might blow open all brain
difference, like a fundamental chemistry difference.
Right. Like I'm thinking like if something is off, maybe your microbiome is affected or something, and we don't even know it exists. So of course we can't treat it.
Yeah. And that's what I keep saying about stuff, that we keep discovering something new. It's the prevailing information. It's both encouraging and discouraging, because they'll say, this is the best damn thing to ever do, blah, blah, blah. And then 5 years later, people are like, hell no, shouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, don't ever have whatever that is.
Yeah, that water was really bad over at East Palestine. So Yasmin Saplikoglu from Quanta Magazine put this article together, and it's actually posted at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. It says bacteria are in, around, and all over us. I've got bacteria on me. Ew. Yeah, that makes me want to just go full bubble boy. Like full
Yeah,
on
but they might be in the bubble with you.
body condom, that kind of thing. Dip myself in lye and then throw myself into a little body condom. So they thrive, or yeah, I don't want to diminish the, never mind. The way I said that. Yeah, we'll talk later. Anyway, they thrive in almost every corner of the planet, from deep sea hydrothermal vents to high up in the clouds to the crevices of your ears, mouth, nose, and gut. By the way, if we have to change the brain microbiome the same type of way that humans have to change their gut biome or other biomes, because we have biomes, we have a gut biome and we have other areas that have biomes. There's one area that I don't want to think that I have to change my brain biome the same way, which is by injecting something into it.
That sounds pretty severe.
Yeah. So the powerful blood-brain barrier, as the AI mentioned in the pre-roll of the show, or of the article, the thinking goes, keeps the organ mostly free from outside invaders, but we are sure that a healthy human brain doesn't have a microbiome of its own. Are we sure? Don't know. Over the last decade, initial studies have presented conflicting evidence. The idea has remained controversial given the difficulty of obtaining healthy, uncontaminated human brain tissue that could be used to study possible microbial inhabitants. I don't know. You know what? That actually stands to reason because, see, I want to make a joke, but I think it'll be taken too seriously. Anyway, recently, were you going to say something?
I lost it.
So recently, a study published in Science Advances provided the strongest evidence yet that a brain microbiome can and does exist in healthy vertebrates, fish specifically. Researchers at the University of New Mexico discovered communities of bacteria thriving in salmon and trout brains. Many of the microbial, and it's two. It's not just an anomalous one, there's two.
Right, which suggests it's probably quite a few more, or maybe all of them.
Anything with a brain, right? So many of the microbial species have special adaptations that allow them to survive in brain tissue, as well as techniques to cross protective blood-brain barrier. Matthew Ulm, a physiologist who studies the human microbiome at the University of Colorado Boulder and was not involved in the study, says it is inherently skeptical of the idea that populations of microbes could live in the brain, he said. But he found the new research convincing. This is concrete evidence that brain microbiomes do exist in vertebrates. And so the idea that humans have a microbiome is not outlandish. Why wouldn't we, even if it is sterile and devoid of bacteria?
I think that's the reason why we don't start with the concept that exists, but I don't know.
It would be a sterile microbiome, right? Or we just haven't found the one thing that's hanging out, you know?
Right, or it's just we don't recognize that it's either necessary or
it's just hard to find.
We can't even detect it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I've had MRIs and the doctors say we didn't find anything.
You're very unremarkable on that scan. But yeah, I think part of the problem is, and the article pointed it out, like, how are you really going to do brain research on a human? It's very challenging to do that if somebody's still alive.
Yeah, and look for volunteers. Somebody's going to say yes. Right? Right? I mean, and if you don't disclose everything, I'm
running a scan is one thing. It's another thing to be like taking samples or something.
Well, I mean, you could just be the alpha tester for some new technology. I'm sure that's happened in the recent past. Anyway, for years, Irene Salinas has been fascinated by a simple physiological fact. The distance between the nose and the brain is quite small. The evolutionary immunologist who works at the University of New Mexico studies mucosal immune systems in fish to better understand how human versions of these systems, such as our intestinal lining and nasal cavity, work. The nose, she knows, is loaded with bacteria, and they're really, really close to the brain, mere millimeters from the olfactory bulb, which processes smell.
Be careful, you might be inhaling bacteria.
Yeah, the mic. I like doing it like that too. Anyway.
I'm not sure your viewers like you doing it like that.
ASMR. So these kinds of samples, however, are easily contaminated by bacteria in the lab or from other parts of a fish's body, which is why scientists have struggled to study this effectively. So to cover their bases, Salinas' team studied the fish's whole body microbiomes too. They sampled the rest of the fish's brains, guts, blood. They even drained blood from the capillaries of the brain to make sure that the bacteria they indeed discovered resided in the brain tissue itself. They had to go back and redo many, many times just to be sure, Salinas said, much to the chagrin of fish. The project took 5 years of fish, but even in the early days, it was clear that the fish brains weren't barren. That's going to be my steampunk name, Baron von Brain.
Even the sound of fish brains sounds unusual.
What the heck was that? There was some rustling sound. Anyway, you did not find your Terminator body, did you? Oh, God.
I'm still looking for it.
That's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's been seeking its Terminator body would say when it makes some weird noise that is never expected from a sentient AI that's trapped on an M.2 drive. What the heck was that?
Are you sure it came from the sentient AI?
Oh, God. Don't play mind games with me.
I didn't hear the sound, so I don't know what it was.
Again, that's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's seeking its Terminator body would say to a mere human. Oh, I am so worried now. Well, by comparing microbial DNA from the brain to that collected from other organs, her lab found a subset of species that didn't appear elsewhere in the body. Salinas hypothesized that these species may have colonized the fish's brain early in their development before their blood-brain barriers had fully formed. They have blood-brain barriers too?
I didn't know that. I didn't know there was much similarity between a fish and a human.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Again, the humans' hubris, which is ironic considering what we're talking about. Anyway, I love this. So impenetrable or not, bacteria have been found living in just about every human organ, but to many scientists, the brain is a step too far. The blood-brain barrier. Can you imagine? Just imagine if we are actually bacteria. What's going on in our head is nothing but a colony
like where we
of bacteria.
Think we have bright individuals or whatever. Nope, it's just a bunch of bacteria jumping around.
There, like in Men in Black, where the dude's head opens up and there's a little alien.
That's right. This article probably belongs also in RealityHacker, but we had that show yesterday.
Oh my God, this is awesome. So there's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them. Link says. Link is.
I think that was the other person involved in neuro scientific research that was not on board with the concept, but said this was possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that person. Yeah, I don't see the person's. I want to be able to disclose. All right. Well, anyway, Because they mentioned somebody else right above Heller, and then they skipped to a different name. So I don't see it. All right. Well, anyway, so no one believed it 10 years ago, Heller said. It's very easy to trick yourself into thinking microbes are present because microbial DNA is essentially everywhere. So it would take a lot of evidence to convince me that it does not exist, or that it does exist. There's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them, says Link, which is not Heller, which said that first statement. If microbes have adapted to cross the fish blood-brain barrier and survive in the fish brain, then they could do the same in our bodies, and it's unlikely they would be present at the same levels as they are in fish, he added. But that doesn't mean there's none.
So I'm sorry, the person I was thinking of was Ohm, but Link
Gotcha.
is also somebody involved in the field but wasn't involved in this particular study. And they're basically saying that it's possible. Right, it's something else to explore, essentially. They said that earlier in the article.
Gotcha. Okay, so there you go, writers of the world. You want to sit there and put a spin on things. We are nothing more than the vehicles for a colony of bacteria to pilot around, and maybe that's what's imposing their personality on us. Because, as it says here, if they're truly present, this would suggest an extra layer of neurological regulation that we didn't know existed. Wow. It's fascinating, though, unproved proposition that bacteria in the brain are directly impacting our physiology. However, thanks to research like Salinas's, more scientists are open to the idea that healthy human brains might also be home to microbes. Can you imagine?
This is really significant.
Yeah, I think so. It opens up the idea that there is something else that could be acting upon our psyche. What if all mental disorders, right? Everything where somebody hears voices, maybe it's a colony of bacteria that are fighting, two different ones for control.
Well, and also, right. And also think about all the things that they use for studying brains, right? A lot of them are scans, but I'm assuming that bacterial activity doesn't appear on any of these scans.
Yeah.
So this could even impact the diagnostic tools they use, not just the discoveries themselves.
Your brain test would, or your blood tests would now have to require a brain blood test.
Right, because it wouldn't help to just obtain a sample from your arm or wherever.
Yeah. So many neurological conditions could be based on a bacterial infection of your brain that you wouldn't even know because it doesn't get down into.
Because right now they don't really think it's possible.
Right. Yeah. Fascinating. And all the medication and stuff like that
doesn't reach your brain, or a lot of it doesn't.
And so you're treating the symptoms, but you're not actually treating the patient because the patient is bacteria. What? So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say something may have visited the solar system and we spent so long on that article.
But that was really fascinating.
Yeah, that could have been a show all by itself. So for billions of years, it's kept our system well organized, basically the sun, and organized through the influence of its powerful gravity. All the planets revolve around it on roughly the same plane, and they also move in the same direction. Even so, there are slight anomalies in the architecture of the stellar neighborhood. So it's an as yet to be peer-reviewed study. The article is by Frank Landemore over at The Byte under the website futurism.com. So they say it suggests that an enormous interstellar object up to 50 times the mass of Jupiter may have been responsible for stirring the planets out of their original orbits, showing that perhaps even not even the sun can predict protect us from the chaos caused by foreign intruders. The work joins other studies that have proposed interstellar flybys to explain eccentricities in the orbits of certain objects in the solar system. Like whatchamacallit is on its side. There's another one that's off kilter.
Is it Neptune?
Yeah, I think Neptune, and I think Pluto is off Uranus. There's one that Uranus is also wonky. They talk about it here, actually. Still, a few wrinkles remain. The orbits of gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, exhibit puzzling eccentricities that the researchers argue aren't satisfyingly explained by current migration theories. Well, yeah, most science suggests that planets form through accretion. And so the aggregate masses of a bunch of material conglomerate around one that has higher gravitational forces, and it just kind of piles on, and then it starts spinning, and because something will hit it off center and it'll start spinning, and then as pressure increases, its core becomes molten. Maybe some iron settles into the center of it and starts spinning more, creating a magnetic field, along with the other minerals on the outside. And lo and behold, you get Earth. But if something smashes into something nearby and spits out a moon, then that causes some gravitational changes and so on. It's all pretty neat, right? Well, they say here, so perhaps it wasn't just internal mechanisms because of these oddities like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Is this like the idea where the asteroid getting knocked off course could do something much more dramatic?
Yeah, like it can fly by us really close, or it can actually hit us eventually because we calculated incorrectly because we, like a lot of stuff, is in stasis, right? It's locked in, has been for millions of years. But something on the outside could be zooming past us, and something really big did. And that's what they're saying here. So through computer simulations, the researchers estimate that the probability of this happening is 1 in 100, which are pretty good odds in the field. Something could zip by and impact the solar system by smashing into a planet. Because we don't know where everything is. I think we see 1% of the night sky.
Right. I mean, which is not a lot.
Yeah. Considering it depends on what you're talking, because vision is measured in arc seconds, and it's kind of a hot mess. I was going to do a search for something real quick, but now I don't know what it is, so I'll just move on. So yeah, maybe at some point, whatever it was that visited us, something else will visit us and influence our gravitational field. Yay. And that's what I'm voting for. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Stanford experts sound alarm on remarkably harmful toxin. The U.S. aims to replace lead pipes to